Welcome to Lao Zhang audiobook, now playing for you the Chinese romance novel First Pregnant Then Love. This article has been finished. Chapter 41. Shan Li's chest was pounding and she swallowed nervously. Of course, she remembered Zhou A's words, "Men can't hold it in for too long, it will cause problems." She asked foolishly at the time, "What can't you hold it in for too long?" Zhou Ai rolled her eyes and explained, the body can't hold it in for too long." At that time, they were eating cakes in a dessert shop. She, Zhou Ai, and Eiko were all there. Zhou Ai didn't hold her voice low, and Shan Li's face turned red instantly after hearing it. She patted the back of her hand lightly, and said embarrassedly, "Hey, are you going to die?" Why are you talking about this so loudly?" Seeing her helpless look, Zhou Ai casually said, "It's not like you haven't done it before. Why are you shy?" Shan Li muttered softly, "I just haven't done it before. Except for that time when I was drunk." 然后 Zhou Ai's hearing was really good. She heard everything, put down her fork. "Wait, what did you say? You haven't done it before?" Shan Li blinked. "Ah. You have been married for 3 months, and you haven't done it once." Zhou Ai sat with eyes wide open as if she had heard some world wonders. "Then why are you lying on the bed?" "Of course, you are sleeping on the bed. What else can you do? Can Fu Zhuang bear it?" It's okay." Zhou Ai gave a thumbs up. "Your husband is a capable man." Shan Li said casually, "Don't we all go through this?" "Which we all?" Zhou Ai said, "Where I lived before, there was also a couple upstairs, and they had fun every night, and there was not a night without tossing and turning. And they afraid of being bad for the baby in their belly. If men can endure, there wouldn't be so many cheating cases." Zhou Ai said with a sigh, "I really didn't expect Fu Zhuang to be able to endure it for so long." If she didn't say anything, Shan Li didn't feel sorry for anything and thought it was what she should do. But after Zhou Ai's analysis, she suddenly felt that Fu Zhuang had a hard time enduring it. One time, she woke up in the middle of the night and heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. Fu Zhuang was taking a shower, and it was a cold shower. The reason why she knew it was a cold shower was because he was inexplicably cold when he came back. That night, he seemed to have taken more than one shower. After Zhou Ai finished speaking, Ai Ke also started talking. "A few days ago, I saw a post about a woman's pregnancy while surfing. It asked if a man could not with his wife during the entire pregnancy. Guess how everyone responded?" Shan Li blinked. "How did she respond?" "Ai Ke, it's better to be castrated. Some people also said that it's just pregnancy, just be careful, the baby is not that fragile." There are also shameless people who responded like this, saying that if his wife is pregnant and doesn't let him touch her, he will go out and mess around immediately. Ai Ke held Shan Li's hand and squeezed it hard. "So, men really can't be hungry for too long, and being hungry for too long will cause trouble." Zhou Ai nodded in agreement. "Yes, you can't be hungry for too long." Hiss. Shan Li felt a pain in the side of her neck. She came back to her senses from her wandering thoughts and her eyes fell on the man in front of her. Facing his burning gaze, she pursed her lips and said, "Well, how about we give it a try?" Fu Zhuang looked down at her. Her dark and deep eyes were also filled with her shadow. 然后 seeing her desperate look, he curled the corners of his lips slightly. "Do you really want to try?" She didn't know when the lights above her had dimmed. Only the dim wall lamps on the wall were still on. The light was dim, making people's faces hazy as if covered with a thin layer of gauze. After thinking for a moment, Shan Li nodded with a blushing face. "Well, let's try it. Isn't it said that men can't hold it in all the time? It will hurt." She doesn't want Fu Zhuang to have problems. Fu Zhuang was not sure if she really wanted to. He kept looking at her but didn't take the next step. Just as he was looking at her intently, he suddenly felt hot. His eyes widened and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant. His breathing was rapid and his Adam's apple rolled. Shanli, you. Shanli no longer dared to look at him. She raised her head and put one hand around his neck. She put her face close to his face and said in a trembling voice, "Don't you want to be with me?" How could he not want to? He was crazy about it, but he really didn't expect her to be so bold. He tilted his head to touch her ears, and a low panting sound came. Do you know that you are lighting a fire? Do you think this fire is strong enough? Her shoulders moved, and her arms also moved. Fu Zhuang took a breath, and the waves accumulated in his eyes began to surge. At first it was just a small wave, and then it was a storm. I'm afraid you can't bear it. I'm not afraid, Shanli said. I know you will be careful. These days of getting along let Shanli know how restrained he is. Even if he hurts himself, he will not hurt her or the baby, so what is there to be afraid of? She kissed behind his ear and then kissed the side of his neck, and imitating the way he kissed her, kissing a little bit and staying at the Adam's apple for a longer time. The man's breathing became more and more rapid. He wanted to stop her, but he didn't want to. Shanli saw what he was thinking and continued to kiss him. A faint mark was left on his delicate collarbone. 然后, her kiss was very gentle. But because it was so gentle, it was even more deadly. When she went to kiss the round birthmark below his collarbone, he grabbed her neck and lifted her up slightly. She tilted her head back, and Fu Zhuang's lips fell down, blocking her lips, prying them open with force, and wantonly absorbing the sweetness in her mouth. His kiss was fierce, sucking her lips and hurting her. She hissed softly, but he still didn't stop, continuing to stir up trouble in her mouth. Gradually, the pain disappeared, replaced by unspeakable joy. Shanli was immersed in it, looking at the swaying wall lamp. She felt like she was going to be disillusioned. His kiss was really... Shanli couldn't find words to describe it. Anyway, one kiss had made her heart tremble. She didn't know if she could survive if there were another one. In a moment, Shanli was picked up by Fu Zhuang and put on the bay window. Her back was pressed against the glass window, and the coolness penetrated through her clothes. She couldn't help shuddering. She subconsciously tightened her arms around Fu Zhuang's waist, raised her head, and called out in a daze, "Husband." Shanli was still a little scared because she had never tried kissing here before. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but she was a little scared anyway, and her heart was beating fast. Fu Zhuang put one hand around her waist and the other hand on her chin. He raised his hand and said in a low voice, "I didn't see you so timid when we touched just now." Shanli's face was not sure whether it was red from his kiss or shyness because of his words. Her eyelashes flickered up and down, and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Her eyes were full of mist. The more he made trouble, the heavier the mist became. The dim light reflected in the mist, and she looked weaker. In addition to calling her husband, she really didn't know what to say. Fu Zhuang held her face and bit her lips and said, "Tonight, I won't let you go." Shanli was thirsty. After waking up, she lifted the quilt and tried to get up. The man behind her held her waist. Fu Zhuang leaned against her back and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Shanli, I'm thirsty and want to drink some water." "Wait, I'll pour it for you." Fu Zhuang lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Shanli turned her head to look at him just in time to see him bending down to pick up the clothes thrown on the bay window. The man had a thin waist, clear body curves, and no fat on his body. His figure was better than that of male models. I don't know if it was because she stared at him for too long. Fu Zhuang turned around and asked, "Do you want to see?" "If you want to see, I won't wear this dress." Shanli pulled the quilt to cover her face and said in a muffled voice, "So and so wants to see." Fu Zhuang walked over while putting on his pajamas, leaned over and pulled down the quilt, revealing Shan Li's flushed face. His fingertips lifted the hair stuck to her face, squinted at her and said, weren't you staring at me just now? Shan Li. This person is so bad. Seeing her face getting redder, Fu Zhuang chuckled and pinched it, and warned, don't hide in the quilt, you will suffocate. Shan Li pursed her lips and hummed. Fu Zhuang scratched the tip of her nose. Are you satisfied with my performance last night? Shan Li's face turned redder and she pulled the corner of the quilt and wanted to hide again. Fu Zhuang gave her a chance to hide. Since you are not sleepy anymore, let's go drink water together. 然后, as he said that, he picked her up with the quilt horizontally. The man's arms were very strong and he held her very steadily. Shan Li didn't feel any shaking at all. She couldn't help but think about it. He was tired after tossing and turning until the early morning last night. As if seeing through her thoughts, Fu Zhuang pecked her lips and said lightly, your husband has 100% physical strength, and he can carry you to the company without any problem. Shan Li pouted, how can it be so exaggerated? Why don't you try again? Fu Zhuang stopped. Shan Li shook her head and hurriedly expressed her position. I believe you are the best. Men like to hear women praise them, and Fu Zhuang is no exception. He lifted her up, lowered his head and bit her ear, and let go after a while. Shan Li. Shan Li's ears were itchy and her heart was beating fast. So she answered slowly, huh? Fu Zhuang, you really don't think that last night would be enough? Shan Li looked confused. What? Fu Zhuang, last night was not a full set. The most important thing was not there. Shan Li was really confused. She had zero experience in this area, and, well, he had tossed like that last night. She almost fainted. And he actually said that the most important thing was not there. Then, Fu Zhuang whispered something very softly in her ear. Shan Li's eyes fell on his fingers holding her, and there was a bang in her head, and then her mind went blank. Shan Li was late for work today. She had a prenatal checkup yesterday, and one of the test results would not be available until today. She took a detour to the hospital to get it. Originally, Fu Zhuang was supposed to accompany her, but he received a call at the last minute. There were some problems at the construction site, and he needed to go to see it in person. Shan Li was considerate and said, you go and do your work. I can go to the hospital by myself. So Shan Li went to the hospital by herself. On the way back to the company, Fu Zhuang called and asked how the result was. Shan Li smiled and said, normal. Fu Zhuang, you wait for me in the hospital, I will pick you up. No need, Shan Li said, I have already taken a taxi, you don't have to worry about me, just do your work. Fu Zhuang is not a person who apologizes easily, but he said sorry to Shan Li several times in the morning. Shan Li understood him and comforted him. I am really fine, really. With her repeated assurances, Fu Zhuang was relieved to deal with work matters. Shan Li arrived at the company at 10 o'clock. Fu Zhuang and Wen Jiang were not there. Everyone else was working hard at their workstations, and there were occasional chirping sounds from the printer. Ai Ke waved her hand and pointed to the water cup on the table, indicating to Shan Li that she had filled her cup with water. Shan Li nodded and walked over quickly. Ai Ke asked, why are you here now? Shan Li sat down. Did she go to the hospital to get the test results? Are you okay? It's okay, I'm fine. That's fine. Ai Ke reached out and touched her belly and whispered, Gossen, you must be well. How do you know it's a son? Shan Li asked with a smile. Intuition. Ai Ke said that boys are easier to raise, and like girls who need to be treated delicately, it will be easier. Shan Li didn't care, both boys and girls are liked. What about you? 那个, what do you like? Ai Ke asked. I like them all, Shan Li stroked her belly, everything is fine. What about Mr. Fu? AI lowered his voice and asked, what does he like? He likes everything too. Shanli put her bag on the corner of the table where it would not get in the way and said casually, we haven't talked much about this topic. There are still a lot of documents that need to be processed on hand. 然后 Shanli didn't talk to AI for too long. After a brief chat, they went to do their own things. A morning passed quickly. 然后 at noon, Shanli and AI went to the company restaurant downstairs for lunch. Joe I called a video call. Lily, what birthday present do you want? Tomorrow is Shanli's birthday. If Joe I didn't mention it, Shanli would have forgotten it. By the way, tomorrow is your birthday. AI slapped his forehead. Look at my stupid brain. I forgot it because I was so busy. Joe AI, tell me what you want and I will buy it for you. Shanli doesn't really want anything good. As long as you buy it, I like it. Joe AI, okay, then I will buy it myself. AI said to Joe AI, let's go buy it together after get off work. Joe AI nodded, okay, let's go shopping after get off work. Speaking of birthdays, Joe AI asked casually, by the way, what about him? What did he give you? AI raised his elbow and touched Shanli. Let's open our eyes. No, Shanli paused with his hand holding the spoon. He should not know that my birthday is tomorrow. Impossible. Joe AI raised an eyebrow. He cares about you so much. How could he not remember your birthday? I guess he must have prepared a surprise for you. AI seconded, definitely. Shanli was not so sure. No one in her family called her on her birthday and she did not expect much from Fu Zhuang. Anyway, it was up to her. It would be best if they remembered, but if they did not remember, it did not matter. She was used to it. It was not the first time that someone she cared about forgot her birthday. Shanli's face darkened. AI winked at Joe AI on the other side of the screen. 然后 the two skipped the topic of birthdays and talked about other things. After dinner, Shanli went to the bathroom, but AI did not. She said she had a phone call to make. After Shanli went in, she found Wen Jiang's cell phone number and dialed it. After a few rings, Wen Jiang answered. AI got straight to the point. Are you with Mr. Fu? Wen Jiang said coldly, yes. Well, can you do me a favor? AI asked. Say. Wen Jiang said. Is Shanli's birthday tomorrow? I don't know if Mr. Fu knows about it. You can remind him. AI did not want to disappoint Shanli. AI, when will you change your habit of meddling in other people's business? Wen Jiang, who always speaks in a monosyllabic manner, can't help but lecture AI every time he faces her. That's a matter between the boss and the boss wife. You better not interfere. Hey, you, AI is angry. What boss wife? She is my best friend, understand, best friend. Who dares to scold Wen Jiang? Fu Zhuang doesn't dare, only AI dares, and she scolds without mercy. Wen Jiang, just say whether you will help or not. Wen Jiang didn't say anything. AI, okay, I got it. Next time I call you, I won't be named AI. After saying that, she didn't give Wen Jiang a chance to speak and hung up the phone directly. Shanli came out of the bathroom and saw AI kicking the trash can, so she hurriedly stopped him. What are you doing? Is it bothering you? Yes, it's bothering me. AI said angrily. Shanli looked at AI and asked, who on earth provokes you, so resentful? Who else could it be, that person? AI was so angry when she thought of Wen Jiang. Special Assistant Wen. Shanli smiled. I think it's more like you provoked him. AI opened his mouth, wanted to say something but didn't say it, and snorted, I will never talk to him again. Elsewhere, in the Bentley, Fu Zhuang was answering the phone. Yes, it will be delivered tomorrow morning, I said, and it must be new. After the call ended, Wen Xiang said, Mr. Fu, the restaurant has been booked. Fu Zhuang glanced out the window and said in a light voice, Where are the flowers? Wen Xiang, the flowers have also been ordered, 99 roses. Fu Zhuang nodded lightly. Before going to bed at night, Shanli received a call from Wen Wang. 然后 She thought Wen Wang called to tell her about her birthday tomorrow, but it turned out not to be. Wen Wang came to borrow money. Shanli's cousin needed money to buy a house for his wedding, and Wen Wang didn't have enough money to borrow. Shanli asked, Mom, do you know what day tomorrow is? Wen Wang, I don't care what day tomorrow is, I just want to ask when you can transfer the money. Shanli, tomorrow is January the 30th. What's wrong with January the 30th? Wen Wang said, Oh, there are still 5 days before the Chinese New Year. Shanli took a deep breath and said, I don't have any money. Let's hang up. Wen Wang, how can you be without money? Where are your wages over the years? Shanli snorted, That's for you. Where did my wages go? Wen Wang, Okay, I gave her part of it. Wen Wang, go borrow some money from Xiao Fu. He must have money. Shanli, Mom, don't go too far. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. When Wen Wang called again, she didn't answer. It was easy to tell when Shanli was in a bad mood. Fu Zhuang coaxed her to drink milk, apply skincare products on her belly, and did prenatal education for the baby. Finally, he carried her to the audiovisual room upstairs. Shanli, what for? Fu Zhuang, watching a movie. The audiovisual room was redecorated, completely in accordance with Shanli's needs. The seats were also the kind she liked. Fu Zhuang held her and sat down together. There were washed fruits next to them. Shanli said she wanted to eat grapes. Fu Zhuang handed her some grapes and never moved his hands away. Shanli, what for? Fu Zhuang hooked his finger and said grape skin. Meaning, let her spit the grape skin into his hand. Shanli was a little embarrassed and shook her head, saying, No need for me to throw it away myself. Fu Zhuang put his hand to her lips and said softly, Open your mouth. Shanli opened her mouth and spit the grape skin into his hand. The man showed no sign of disgust and threw it into the trash can beside him. He took the tissue to clean his fingers and then wiped Shanli's fingers, 然后 asking while wiping, Who am I? Shanli raised her eyebrows. Ha! I'm your husband. Fu Zhuang said in a low voice, I should do anything for you. Shanli's heart trembled with emotion. She held his hand and kissed him on the lips. When she stepped back, Fu Zhuang pressed on her again. Fu Zhuang kissed her, entwined his tongue with hers, and when she was distracted, he asked, Why are you in a bad mood all of a sudden, huh? Shanli stopped, withdrew a little from his arms, pulled his collar with her fingertips, and said indifferently, Nothing. Fu Zhuang saw that she didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask again. He kissed her forehead, hugged her again, and reminded her the movie has started. Shanli snuggled in his arms, watching the movie, eating fruit, and enjoying his gentle massage. Her bad mood also dissipated because of him. Shanli didn't remember when the movie ended, nor when she returned to the bedroom. When she opened her eyes and woke up, she found that it was already dawn. Dawn is not the point. The point is that there is a row of people standing in the living room, each holding a jewelry box, waiting for her. Shanli blinked and asked Fu Zhuang what's going on. Fu Zhuang leaned over and kissed her lips, stepped back, and said happy birthday. It turned out that he remembered. Shanli cries every time she is touched, and today is no exception. There are water drops in her eyes and her eyes are red. How do you know? You are my wife, of course I know your birthday. Fu Zhuang found her pajamas and helped her put them on, then took her out of the bedroom, pointed to a row of boxes and said, "These are all for you." "Are they all mine?" Shanley asked in surprise. "Yes," Fu Zhuang said, "they are all yours." Shanley opened the boxes one by one and they were all filled with jewelry. The sunlight fell on them, dazzling people. She said, "This is too expensive." "Fu Zhuang, you deserve it. I thought these were enough, but who knew there was more?" After the person holding the jewelry box went out, another group of people came in, holding limited edition clothes, bags, and shoes in their hands. "Shanley, this." "Fu Zhuang, birthday present." "Shanley." Wan Jiang also walked in later. Shanley was a little confused. "One special assistant to you." Wan Jiang put down the documents at Fu Zhuang's signal. "Madam, you should read it yourself." Shanley picked up the document, which was the transfer procedure for the house. Fu Zhuang gave her another house. Together with the one he gave her before, she already has several properties under her name. "Shanley, I don't want it." "Fu Zhuang, why don't you ask the baby's opinion?" He stroked Shanley's belly and asked, "Baby, do you agree?" 然后 the baby moved and Fu Zhuang said, "Look, the baby agreed." Shanley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The baby didn't agree and he just moved casually. "Fu Zhuang, I don't care," the baby agreed, "you have to accept this." Finally, there was the gift from Fu Zhuang. He took it out of his pocket. It was a sparkling bracelet, which he designed himself. Shanley cried with joy, raised her hand to cover her lips, and was so moved that she couldn't speak. Fu Zhuang held her in his arms and coaxed her gently, "Today is a good day, don't cry." Shanley choked and said, "Thank you." This is the best and most gift she has received in more than 20 years. Fu Zhuang pinched her face and told her not to say thank you, it was all my responsibility. The surprises of the day seemed to be there all the time, the luxurious gift in the morning, the big meal at noon, and the fireworks show at night. When Shanley was taken to the beach by him, she was still wondering, why come here? Fu Zhuang held her in his arms and gently raised his chin, "Look." Shanley followed his gaze and looked over. The dark night sky suddenly lit up, countless fireworks bloomed in the air. With a bang, the most beautiful colors were brilliant. There were also words, "Happy birthday." Shanley asked him with tears in her eyes, "When did you prepare it?" Fu Zhuang raised her chin and changed the subject and asked, "Do you like it?" Shanley nodded heavily, "I like it." Fu Zhuang put his arm around her shoulders and motioned her to look in another direction where some lights were lit up. Shanley looked for a long time before recognizing that it was a drone. Hundreds of drones were lined up in the air and a huge heart-shaped pattern appeared in front of them. Others walking on the beach also saw this scene and boiled, "Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, so romantic. Oh, so many drones must be expensive. It's so beautiful." If Shanley could restrain herself just now, she couldn't do it now. She pulled Fu Zhuang's collar and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. He was too tall, so she only kissed his chin. Shanley wanted to kiss him again, so she raised her feet higher and kissed his lips this time. Tears fell, salty. Fu Zhuang took her waist and lowered his head to make it easier for her to kiss. Their lips pressed together, and Shanley opened her mouth to hold it, biting it neither lightly nor heavily, her voice trembling. "What should I do? I'm so happy that I'm dizzy." Then she said with a nasal voice, "Fu Zhuang, don't be so good to me." Fu Zhuang waited until she had kissed enough before he moved back a little, his forehead against hers, his eyes full of stars. "I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you." Shanley paused and heard him say, "I just want to be good to you." Chapter 42. New Year's Day was just a few days after Shanley's birthday. Work was finishing up, and there were many things to deal with, so everyone was very busy. Fu Zhuang couldn't bear to see her work too hard, and told her privately that he could give her a year-end leave first. Shanli didn't want to be treated specially and refused. Fu Zhuang couldn't do anything with her, so he could only take the opportunity to find different reasons to call her into the office, ostensibly to report work, but actually to cook for her. 然后 different food is prepared in his office every day, all bought from Zhouji. Shanli likes to drink pork bone soup, which is a must every time. She doesn't have to drink the soup herself. Fu Zhuang feeds her and takes very good care of her. Wan Xiang has seen Fu Zhuang coaxing people twice, and he couldn't bear to watch it every time. Really, he couldn't watch it at all. The boss' flattering look was not in line with his image of a domineering boss for many years. To use the popular words on the internet nowadays is too worthless. Fu Zhuang himself doesn't have any image burden. In his words, he is happy to coax his people. Song Kai has been very dissatisfied recently. Fu Zhuang hasn't attended a party for a long time. Every time he calls, he is at home with his wife. Fu Zhuang finally showed up that night. Song Kai said under the influence of alcohol, if I remember correctly, you signed a prenuptial agreement at that time. It seems that there is a deadline. You will divorce when the deadline is up. How are you now? When do you plan to divorce? Fu Zhuang was slumped in the sofa. The light and shadow fell on one of his shoulders, faintly reflecting the three-dimensional and smooth soy profile of the man. He turned his head slightly and said in a clear voice, indefinitely. He has never thought about divorce. Song Kai sighed lightly, knowing that you have never thought about divorce. Fu Zhuang picked up the wine glass and lowered his head to take a sip. The WeChat notification on his mobile phone sounded. He took out his mobile phone and looked down. It was a WeChat message from Shanli asking him where he was and when he would be back. Fu Zhuang raised the corners of his eyes and a smile overflowed from his deep black eyes. He replied, right away. After replying, he stood up. Song Kai looked up at him. Hey, what are you doing? Going home. Fu Zhuang said indifferently. You just arrived. Song Kai glanced at his watch. Fu Zhuang had not sat down for 15 minutes. No, you can't leave. Fu Zhuang said while buttoning his suit. Shanli is looking for me. Song Kai stretched out his hand to stop him. Isn't it just a pregnancy? Why are you so worried? As for Fu Zhuang pushed Song Kai's hand away and said firmly that she was timid and would be scared to stay at home alone. Song Kai. As soon as Fu Zhuang left, Song Kai put his eyes on Liang Chen, squinted at him and said, Zhuang can't bear to leave his wife. You should not be in a hurry to go home. Right? Liang Chen leaned back on the sofa, shaking the wine glass in his hand, and asked in a calm voice, why can't I go home in a hurry? Song Kai, and you and your girlfriend not getting along. I heard that you had a fight and divorced a few days ago. Well, if it really doesn't work out, just get a divorce. You see how happy being single is. Liang Chen slowly raised his naked eyelids and looked at Song Kai and sneered, you single dog no shit. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in the glass, put down the glass, stood up and left. Song Kai called out, Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian waved his hand and said, I have something to do tonight, you drink it yourself. In the blink of an eye, Song Kai was the only one left in the box. Song Kai looked at the empty sofa and thought, I might as well find someone to marry later. After Shanli sent a message to Fu Zhuang, she sat on the sofa to watch a drama. At the beginning, Zhou AI called her on video. Shanli answered the call. Before she spoke, she saw Zhou Ai's red eyes. She sat upright and said, AI, what's wrong with you? Zhou AI shook her head and said, nothing. Shanli looked at her, frowned and asked, did Liang Chen bully you again? Zhou AI didn't want to tell Shanli about these unhappy things, but she was really depressed and couldn't find anyone else to talk to, so she could only tell Shanli, we had a fight before dinner. Shanli asked in surprise, why did you fight? Joe AI choked up and said the elders called and asked us to go back for dinner. I agreed to it. He was very unhappy when he knew it and scolded me for being nosy. Joe AI paused and asked, Lily, am I really nosy? Of course not, Shanli said. It was Liang Chen's fault. He shouldn't be so mean to you. Joe's eyes turned red. His heart was like stone. No matter what I did, he didn't like it. I really couldn't hold on. At first, I thought I was desperate for love, but I didn't expect that in the end, I was the only one moved. Joe I regretted it. 那个, what do you want to do? Shanli asked. I want to break up with him. Joe I said, Lily, can you support me? Have you really thought it through? Shanli asked, have you decided to let go? It's useless if it's not your own forcing. Joe I sighed lightly. I gave up. Although she was still very sad, she didn't want it anymore. If you really think it through, do it according to your own wishes. Shanli comforted her. I support you. The next day, AI Ke also knew that Joe AI wanted to divorce. As a woman of the new era, AI Ke always felt that marriage cannot be compromised. If it is compatible, then stay together. If it is not compatible, then separate. There is no need to wrong yourself. No one's life is easy, so you can't waste time. With the support of Shanli and AI Ke, Joe AI filed for divorce from Liang Chen on New Year's Eve and moved back to her own residence. On the first day of the new year, Joe AI took a plane to leave Beicheng. She left suddenly. Shanli only knew that Joe AI had left after Liang Chen came to her house. She called Joe AI several times, but the phone was always turned off. Shanli tugged at Fu Zhuang's sleeve and said with red eyes, help me find AI. Fu Zhuang held her in his arms and comforted her softly. Okay, I'll ask someone to find her. Liang Chen asked Shanli with red eyes, I have sent out all the people I can send out, and I don't know where she has gone for the time being. Where do you think she can go? Shanli said in a cold voice, it's because you broke her heart, Liang Chen. If anything happens to AI, I will never forgive you. Seeing that Shanli was in an unstable mood, Fu Zhuang signaled Liang Chen to leave first. After everyone left, he carried Shanli into the bedroom and said, you didn't sleep well last night, go to sleep for a while. Shanli hugged Fu Zhuang's waist and asked, AI is sure to be okay, right? Fu Zhuang kissed her forehead and comforted her, I'm here, I will find her back, be good, go to sleep for a while. Shanli shook her head and couldn't sleep. Fu Zhuang, if you don't rest, the baby will be tired too. Shanli can ignore her own body, but not the baby's. She nodded and said, okay, I'll sleep. Shanli didn't have a good rest these 2 days because of Wen Wang. 然后 maybe it was the end of the year, when Wang couldn't sit still, and kept calling Shanli to ask her to go home. In fact, Shanli hadn't been home for several spring festivals. Wen Wang didn't care before, but this year, she insisted on asking her to go back because she knew she had a rich boyfriend. To put it bluntly, it was still a matter of faith. When the relatives gathered together for the spring festival, Wen Wang wanted to show everyone how outstanding Shanli's boyfriend was. The elders' desire to show off was understandable, but Wen Wang used the wrong method. Constantly calling Shanli only made her more disgusted. Shanli hadn't slept well for 3 consecutive nights. She always woke up from her dreams in the early morning. She didn't want to tell Fu Zhuang about these bad things, so she could only bear it herself. She suffered from insomnia and dreamlessness, and she looked much thinner in 2 or 3 days. After Fu Zhuang coaxed her to sleep, he went to the study and called Wen Ziang, asking him to send someone to inquire about Zhou's whereabouts and to find out where Zhou AI had gone. An hour later, Wen Ziang called back and said that he had found out where Zhou AI was and that she had gone to France. Fu Zhuang told Liang Chen about Zhou's news and reminded him, it's up to you to decide whether to find her or not, but I tell you, if you really lose her, you will regret it. Shanley finally smiled when she woke up and knew the news about Joe AI. Why did AI go to France? Fu Zhuang fed her milk and said while feeding she probably wanted to relax. After Shanley finished drinking the milk, she took out her mobile phone and called Joe AI. It really went through. Not long after, Joe A's voice came from the other end of the phone. Shanley said with tears in her eyes, AI, you scared me to death. Joe AI apologized, I'm sorry Lily, my mobile phone is out of battery so I couldn't contact you. So are you okay now? Shanley asked. Joe AI, I'm fine, don't worry about me, I'll go back when I've had enough fun. Shanley reminded, don't play too long, come back early. Joe AI, yes, I will. After hanging up the phone, Shanley threw herself into Fu Zhuang's arms, hugged him and said, that's great, AI is fine. Fu Zhuang stroked her back gently and said softly, the weather is very good today, do you want to go out for a walk? Shanley was still a little tired and shook her head against his chest. No, I want to continue sleeping. She tilted her head, rested her chin on him, and her eyelashes trembled. Can you sleep with me? Okay. Fu Zhuang put his arm around her waist and walked into the bedroom, took off her slippers, helped her lie down, and then pulled the quilt over her. Shanley said coquettishly, baby wants to hear a story. Fu Zhuang touched her forehead with his chin and asked, what story do you want to hear? As long as it's you who tells it, anything is fine. Shanley nestled in his arms, surrounded by his warmth, and felt extremely comfortable, and those troubles seemed to no longer exist. Okay, I'll tell it. Fu Zhuang opened his lips and spoke slowly. In the man's magnetic and mellow voice, Shanley gradually closed her eyes. 然后 She had a beautiful dream. In the dream, she, Fu Zhuang, and Bao Bao, the three of them, went out to play. Bao Bao was in the middle of them, calling mom and dad at one moment. He also said in a baby voice, Bao Bao loves you. It was obviously the new year, but it seemed that everyone was going through a tribulation. On the 5th day of the new year, AI Ke called Shanley and complained for 2 hours. The reason was that her family arranged blind dates for her, not just one but several. There were 2 at least in one day, and 4 or 5 at most. She was about to vomit when she met different men every day and said the same opening remarks. What's more, her family didn't even look at the other person's appearance, but only looked at whether the family background was good or not. She met a mama's boy, and he kept saying, his mother said, his mother said. AI Ke sneered and said to the other party, since you can't leave your mother so much, why do you still want to get married? Just live with your mother. Mama's boy, my mom said girls can't say bad words. AI Ke didn't even listen to him finish, she stood up and left. Later, when she returned home, she was scolded for a long time by the elders. AI Ke asked Shanley angrily, do you think it's infuriating? Shanley said, it's quite infuriating. AI Ke, I will never go home during the spring festival again, it's better to be outside and worry less. Then she casually said, hey, how about your family? Didn't your family say anything? My mother has been calling me too. Shanley said angrily. AI Ke, how can I escape? Shanley smiled helplessly. I don't know either, but it's quite difficult. It wasn't until she started working officially that Shanley realized a problem. When Wang seemed to have not called for a long time. She looked through the last call records and found that the last chat was on New Year's Eve. When Wang hadn't called again in 10 days. Shanley couldn't help but wonder, did she suddenly realize that she was wrong? What Shanley didn't know was that when Wang hadn't contacted her but had been chatting with Fu Zhuang. On the afternoon of the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year, while Shanley was resting, Fu Zhuang went to Shanley's hometown and met her family with gifts. He asked when Wang to keep this a secret and told her not to tell Shanley for the time being. When Wang had face, so she accepted whatever Fu Zhuang said and said with a smile, okay, I won't tell Lily. 然后 later, when Wang would go directly to Fu Zhuang whenever she had something to do, and Fu Zhuang would never refuse anyone. His purpose was very simple. He just wanted Shanli not to be disturbed and to make her happy. Shanli was indeed very happy every day. On the weekend, the three of them went out to eat together. 然后 Shanli saw that Zhou Ai looked much better and asked, "Is Liang Chen still pestering you?" Zhou Ai said indifferently, "Yes." Ai Ke asked, "What are you going to do then?" Just ignore him." Zhou Ai said in a light voice, "Ignore. Have you completed the divorce procedures?" Shanli asked again. "He has been dragging it out." Zhou Ai took a sip of coffee. "I think Liang Chen doesn't want to get a divorce." Ai Ke analyzed, "Has he changed his mind?" Zhou Ai said indifferently, "I am going to get a divorce anyway." Ai Ke said with a sigh, "That's how bad men are." When a woman likes him, he uses it as a trick. When the woman doesn't like him anymore, he pursues her instead. He is really sick. The topic of men always makes people more and more angry. Zhou Ai said, "Let's not talk about bad men, let's talk about the baby." She asked Shanli, "How are you doing recently?" Are you tired?" Shanli stroked her belly gently. "Well, a little tired." Ai Ke tilted her head and looked at her. "With such a big belly, can you wash your feet by yourself?" "Fu Zhuang will help me wash them." Shanli curled her lips and said, "He has been doing all these things recently." Okay, Ai Ke said with a sigh, "Mr. Fu is really a good man. By the way, I brought back some skincare products from France. I heard that you won't get stretch marks after applying them." Zhou Ai said, "I will send them to you later." Yeah. Shanli said with curved eyebrows, "Actually, I have been applying them all the time." Looking at her shy face, Ai Ke asked, "Isn't it Mr. 然后 Fu who is doing all these things?" Shanli nodded slightly. "Yes, he was helping me with all that, and he was also doing the prenatal education for the baby." Ai Ke exclaimed, "Mr. Fu is really the best man in the world." Zhou Ai agreed, "Indeed, it is rare for a man to be able to do this." Shanli winked at Ai Ke and said with a smile, "Maybe special assistant Wen will be like this in the future." Ai Ke saw that she was smiling with a different meaning, raised his eyebrows and said, "Wen Xiang, are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me? If you want to be related, of course you can be related." Shanli winked, "Don't you have a crush on him?" "So and so has a crush on him." Ai Ke picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. Seeing that they were still staring at her, she put down the coffee cup and raised her hands in surrender. "Yes, I have a little crush on him, but it's just a crush." "Since you have a crush, then you should take the initiative." Shanli raised her elbow and bumped Ai Ke's arm. "We are still waiting to eat your wedding candy." "Wedding candy? What does that have to do with that?" Ai Ke waved her hands. "No, I don't want to take the initiative." "Why?" Zhou Ai asked. "I will wait for Wen Xiang to pursue me," Ai Ke said with his neck stiff. "What if he doesn't take the initiative?" Shanli asked. "That means he and I are not destined to be together," Ai Ke said. "Then I will look for another destiny." Destiny definitely requires opportunities, and here comes the opportunity. A few days after going to work, Ai Ke caught a cold and kept sneezing while working. Shanli was afraid that she would infect her, so she moved to another workstation. Seeing this, other colleagues also hid away, but Wen Xiang had no scruples and continued to do what he had to do. "Secretary Ai, come to my office." As a special treatment by the president, Wen Xiang has a separate office, but he is usually too busy and rarely stays alone in the office. Ai Ke stood up and followed Wen Xiang into the office. "Special Assistant Wen, is there anything?" Wen Xiang handed her the folder on the desk and asked her to print it out. I need it this afternoon. Aiko took it and sneezed twice before she spoke. She covered her nose with paper and said, "Okay, I'll print it out and send it to you." After he finished speaking, he sneezed again. As soon as he stopped, Wen Xiang put the medicine in front of her and said in a calm voice, "Take the medicine." Aiko blinked and asked uncertainly, "Did you buy it specially for me? I don't want to be infected by you." Wen Xiang brought her some water and handed it to her. "Here." Aiko took the cup of water, and Wen Xiang took out the medicine from the medicine box and opened his mouth. Aiko did as he was told and opened his mouth. Wen Xiang put the medicine into her mouth and accidentally touched her lips with his fingertips. He didn't know what happened to him, but Aiko was electrocuted and numbness instantly spread throughout her body. She shook, and the water spilled out. Wen Xiang pretended not to see her panic and reminded her, "Drink water." Aiko said, "Oh," raised her head and took the water and medicine together. Before leaving, she was about to take the box of medicine away but was stopped by Wen Xiang. "Aiko, isn't it for me?" "Wen Xiang, leave it here first, and come to the office when you want to eat." Aiko was stunned for a few seconds and said, "You are not doing this just to look at me more, are you?" "Wen Xiang, could it be that you like me?" Shanli still felt something was wrong. It was impossible for Wen Wang not to contact her for so long. She was worried that it was because of other things. During dinner, she casually asked, "Has my mother contacted you?" Fu Zhuang paused while holding the chopsticks, his eyelashes drooped and then raised, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Shanli has been with Fu Zhuang for a long time, and she knows his little movements best. The hesitation he had just made meant that he was thinking, which means that Wen Wang may have contacted Fu Zhuang. "My mother contacted you, right?" she asked. Fu Zhuang put down his chopsticks and nodded, "Yes." Shanli's heart skipped a beat. "Did she contact you without telling me?" "No," Fu Zhuang saw that she was in a bad mood and hurried to comfort her. "I took the initiative to contact my aunt." "Why?" Shanli asked. "Why did you contact her?" "She has been disturbing you." Fu Zhuang took Shanli's hand and kneaded it gently. "You can't be too tired when you are pregnant. It's for her again. In fact, you can also ignore it." Shanli's eyes were red. Why do you care about them for me?" "Because they are your family." Fu Zhuang pulled her to sit on his lap, put his arm around her waist and said, "I know you don't really not care about them. But they will make excessive demands." Shanli didn't want Wen Wang to contact Fu Zhuang because she was afraid of this. "As long as it can be solved with money, it is not excessive for me." Fu Zhuang kissed her lips. "Shanli, I want you to be happy all the time." "Are you stupid?" Shanli rested her chin on his shoulder. "Have you ever thought about being entangled by them in the future?" "I'm not afraid." Fu Zhuang said, "No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. Shanli, you have to believe me, I can handle these things very well." Pregnant women's emotions are prone to fluctuate. Shanli didn't feel it before, but she has been deeply touched recently. She can cry when watching a TV series, not to mention Fu Zhuang's protection. Her heart trembled, and she held Fu Zhuang's face and kissed him. She kissed his forehead first, then his nose, eyes, face, lips, chin, Adam's apple, and finally back to his lips. She touched him gently, as if treating a treasure, bit his lips and said, "You are so silly." Fu Zhuang put his arms round her waist and let her kiss him. When she had kissed him enough, he took control, grabbed her neck, and put his tongue into her mouth. After some tossing, he stepped back, put his nose against hers and panted, saying, "You are silly and I am silly too, we are a perfect match." Shanli's body softened by his kiss, and it seemed that a fire was burning somewhere. To continue to relieve herself, She put her arms round his neck, said with misty eyes, "Fu Zhuang, I am ready." The lights were a little dazzling and the wind outside was a little loud. Fu Zhuang didn't understand for a moment and glanced at her without saying anything. Shanley poked his chest and said with a blushing face, "It's okay." Fu Zhuang understood. "Are you sure?" Shanley nodded and whispered, "I talked to my cousin on the phone during the day and asked about this. My cousin said that my body can bear it now." She looked up, stared at him, and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you want me?" Fu Zhuang of course did. He carried her upstairs horizontally, his eyes never leaving her face, staring at her with seductive eyes. Shanley was even more panicked by his gaze. She raised her hand to cover her face and then moved it away a little after a moment, first revealing her forehead, then her eyes, and her almond eyes blinked again and again. It seemed to say, "I want you." Fu Zhuang did not carry her back to the bedroom, but carried her to the balcony. In front of the huge French window, he pressed her against the glass window, raised her hand, and kissed her lips. The kiss started softly and then it became fierce. Heavy marks were left on her neck and collarbone. As if it was not enough, he wanted to explore deeper and used his free hand to pinch her waist and asked her in a deep voice, "Do you really want it?" The fire in Shanley's body had been roused, her whole body was red and her cheeks were also red. She whispered with trembling eyelashes, "Yes, I want it." Fu Zhuang's deep peach blossom eyes were embellished with waves. His lips pressed against her ears, and the tip of his tongue stretched out, gently outlining the arc of her earlobe. "Okay, I'll give it to you." Chapter 43. When Shanley was 27 weeks pregnant, she went to the hospital again to take a four-dimensional photo of the baby. The little guy had obviously grown a lot and could spit bubbles. When the doctor pointed to the baby's eyes for Shanley to see, Shanley raised the corners of her lips and greeted the baby warmly. The doctor said, "The baby is growing well, he is also very big, and his development in all aspects is very good. He is a super healthy baby." As a parent, the most favorite thing to hear is that the baby in the belly is safe. Shanley was in a very good mood that day. On the way back to the company, she snuggled in Fu Zhuang's arms and imagined a better life in the future. "After the baby is born, when he is older, can we take the baby out for a trip?" Shanley looked at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window and sighed, "I want to take him to see this beautiful world." Fu Zhuang smiled and agreed, "Okay." Shanley leaned on him and said, "I want to take many, many photos of him, to record every moment of his growth." Fu Zhuang rubbed her head and said softly, "Okay." Shanley looked up and thought, "Can we have another baby room?" There are too many baby things, some of which can't be put away. 然后? Sure. Fu Zhuang lifted her chin, half closed his eyelids, glanced at her and said, "Do whatever you want. Then let's put the baby room on the second floor." Shanley had thought about this a long time ago and made the bedroom next to the guest bedroom into a baby room, so that it will be convenient for us to take care of it in the future. Fu Zhuang stroked her face gently. "Well, I'll listen to you." Along the way, Shanley made many requests and Fu Zhuang agreed one by one. When they were about to arrive at the company, Shanley suddenly asked, "Are you annoyed with me?" Fu Zhuang said lightly, "What?" "Men on the internet say that they hate their Vivesnogin the most." Shanley pursed her lips. "I just talked all the way, are you annoyed by it?" Pregnant women tend to be anxious about gains and losses. Fu Zhuang had read books on this subject before. After hearing what Shanley said, he pinched her chin and bent down to kiss her lips until her breathing became disordered. He then pulled away, stared at her with his charming eyes and said, "I like listening to you, and I will never get bored." In order to prove that he was not bored, he pestered her and kissed her for a long time when they arrived at the underground parking lot. When she pushed him away breathlessly, he pressed her in his arms and asked in a low voice, "Did you feel it?" Shanley was so overwhelmed by his kiss that she blinked. What? Fu Zhuang took her hand and slowly reached out. Feel it yourself. Shanley was burned, and her eyes vaguely saw something. Then her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the roots behind her ears also turned red. She said in a trembling voice, "You are so bad." After saying that, she pushed the door and got out of the car. In order to avoid being seen by her colleagues, she did not take the CEO's exclusive elevator but the employee elevator. The elevator avoided reflecting the woman's blushing face, and her watery eyes were filled with endless spring colors, as if she was bathed in love. Seeing this, a colleague walking across the street asked jokingly, "Secretary Shen is smiling so happily. Is there any happy news?" Shanley pressed down the corners of her lips and said with a smile, "It's almost the weekend. Does it count as a happy event?" The colleague chuckled, "I see that you don't look like a happy event like the weekend." 然后? Then what is my happy event? Shanley asked casually. A big happy event. The colleague said, "Secretary Shen has a boyfriend, right?" Shanley's heart skipped a beat, raised her hand to touch her face, and thought to herself, "Is it so obvious?" Shanley was in a good mood, but Ai Ke was not. She slumped in the office chair, her head tilted back, sighing, and looked like she couldn't live. Shanley pulled a chair over and sat down, and asked her, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Ai Ke said gloomily, "I am not feeling uncomfortable, I am dying." Shanley put her bag in the drawer, raised her chin slightly and asked, "What happened?" Ai Ke handed the phone to Shanley to see. "You can see it yourself." Shanley took it. The phone showed a chat interface. Ai Ke's family arranged a blind date for her again, and there was a detailed introduction of the man below. Male, Mao Shengkai, 38 years old, divorced, with a girl. And so on. Shanley was surprised. "Has your family started to introduce divorced men to you?" Ai Ke's eyebrows were twisted together. "You continue to read, there are more excessive." Shanley continued to read. Below is the standard of men in choosing a spouse, such as being able to do housework, cooking, picking up and dropping off children to school, helping children with homework, etc. Is this man looking for a wife? I think he is looking for a free nanny. Shanley asked in a calm voice, "Your family wants you to go on a blind date with such a man?" "Yes," Ai Ke sat up straight and said angrily, "They are crazy. They actually found such a thing for me and said that it is just right for me. I am so angry. Why don't you just not go to meet him? If you don't go this time, what about next time? We'll talk about the next time. Ai Ke narrowed her eyes. "No, I have to think of a permanent solution." Suddenly, she had an idea and said with a smile, "I got it. I can just find a fake boyfriend." Where to find one? Shanley remembered her Aunt Sun Lei and reminded her that you should never look for someone you don't know well, and it's best not to look for a colleague in the company, because it will be very troublesome in the future. Who else to look for if not a colleague? Ai Ke asked, "A strange man." Then she denied it herself. "No, I'm allergic to strange men." Shanley, this is your business, just decide for yourself. When Ai Ke was eating in the restaurant at noon, she didn't care to eat. She kept looking around, looking at this and that and shaking her head. Just when she was worried, suddenly a slender figure appeared in the depths of her eyes. The man was wearing a black suit with a white shirt inside. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and a slender figure. He was particularly eye-catching walking in the crowd. She paused holding the spoon, blinked her eyes again and again, and followed the man's figure with her eyes until he left. She looked away. Ai Ke saw Shanley looking at her with a smile and asked, "What's wrong? Does it look good?" Shanley asked. What does it look good?" Ai Ke asked back. "Special Assistant Wen." Shanley raised her eyebrows. "Does it look good?" Just. It's okay. Aike is usually carefree and you rarely see the shy expression of a little woman on her face. It's rare to see it today. She pursed her lips and asked, what do you think of Special Assistant Wen? What do you mean? Shanley pretended not to understand. Oh, what do you think of Special Assistant Wen's clothes? I think they look good. Who asked about your clothes? I'm asking you about him as a person. He is a good colleague. Not as a colleague, but. Aike paused. What is it? Shanley winked. Forget it, Aike coughed lightly, nothing. You just want to ask me if Special Assistant Wen is suitable to be a boyfriend. Shanley nodded, quite suitable. Aike bit her lip, really? Shanley, yeah. If I want him to pretend to be my boyfriend, do you think he will agree? Well. Shanley paused for a few seconds and continued, that depends on whether you are sincere enough. What kind of sincerity is enough? Aike asked. 那个 sincerity that can impress him, Shanley suggested that you should ask him directly about this. After that, Aike nodded and said, okay, I'll go ask him. She didn't even bother to eat, put down her chopsticks and chased after Wen Xiang. At that time, Wen Xiang had just walked into the elevator and Aike hurried over and said, wait for me. Wen Xiang pressed the elevator door opening button and waited until Shanley came in before releasing it. The elevator door slowly closed, and Aike chuckled at Wen Xiang twice. Wen Xiang was a little puzzled when he saw this and took 2 steps back. Aike took 2 steps towards him again. Wen Xiang's eyes flashed with something strange, and he said in a light voice, Secretary Ai, is there something wrong? Aike smiled and said, Assistant Wen, thanks to your medicine, my cold has recovered. To thank you, I want to treat you to dinner tonight. Tonight? Wen Xiang thought about it, Mr. Fu has to meet a client tonight. I will accompany him. I am not free tonight. What about tomorrow night? I have to have dinner with the manager of the branch tomorrow night. I am not free either. What about the night after tomorrow? Before Wen Xiang finished speaking, Aike turned sideways to face him. Special Assistant Wen, you are not avoiding me, are you? Wen Xiang paused. Why should I avoid you? Aike thought about it. That's right, he has no reason to avoid her. Then when are you free? The weekend. Wen Xiang said, I am free on the weekend. There are still 4 days, that's fine, Shanley said, okay, see you on the weekend night. Shanley was very concerned about her progress. After finishing work in the afternoon, she called Aike to the tea room to ask about it. Aike sighed, it was too difficult. Shanley raised her arm to encourage, don't be discouraged, come on. Aike cheered up, okay, come on. She just didn't believe that she couldn't understand Wen Xiang. Shanley rarely talked about company matters at home, but after dinner that day, she pestered Fu Zhuang and asked a lot of questions. What do you think of Wen Xiang? 然后 she asked. Fu Zhuang peeled an orange for her and stuffed it into her mouth. He was very serious about his work. I'm not asking about your work, Shanley swallowed the orange. I'm talking about his character. He has a very principled style of doing things, and his private life is not chaotic. Fu Zhuang handed her a banana. He is a good young talent. Is he a native of Beicheng? Shanley doesn't like bananas. After taking the banana, she stuffed it into Fu Zhuang's mouth. She continued to ask, what is his family situation? Is he an only child or does he have brothers and sisters? Is he single or married? Does he have children or something like that? By the way, how many girlfriends has he had? Shanley asked whatever she remembered, in no particular order, pushing Fu Zhuang, talk quickly, I want to know. At first, Fu Zhuang could explain normally, but later on, he couldn't do it anymore. He saw that Shanley looked very interested, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Do you like Wen Jiang? The sour smell spread all around, choking people's chests. Fu Zhuang's face gradually became gloomy. He hugged Shen Li and sat her on his lap. 然后 he pinched her chin and asked, When did you fall in love with Wen Jiang? Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Li slapped his hand away. Don't be jealous. Who said I like Wen Jiang? I don't like it. If you don't like it, why are you asking so many questions? Fu Zhuang's fingertips fell on her lips and rubbed them hard. Her breath was still not smooth, so he lowered his head and kissed her. After kissing twice, he beat her randomly with a lot of force, which hurt Shen Li. Shen Li gasped in pain. 那个 Fu Zhuang didn't back away. He was also in pain. He was heartbroken. Why do you keep asking Wen Jiang? Fu Zhuang is not jealous, but when he is really jealous, he is not easy to appease. Why do you think that is? Shen Li asked him with a smile. You like him. He could only think of this possibility, but he felt so sore when he thought of it. He shook her waist and said, I don't care whether you like him or not, I won't allow it anyway. Jealous? Shen Li poked his chest and said, It's not me, it's AI Ke. 那个 I asked on behalf of AI Ke. Secretary AI. Fu Zhuang was a little confused. What's wrong with Secretary AI? You don't understand women's thoughts. Shen Li put her arms around his neck and said, You just need to tell me about Wen Jiang's family situation. Fu Zhuang, there are records in the personnel department, I don't know the details. Shen Li, then tell me what you know first. He is an only child and has no children. As for whether he has a girlfriend, I don't know. Fu Zhuang kissed the side of Shen Li's neck and said, I have answered all your questions, but you haven't answered mine yet. Shen Li felt an itch on the side of her neck when he kissed her. She turned her body to avoid him, but he pulled her back. What do you want to ask? Do you like Wen Jiang? Not at all. He asked as he kissed her. Shen Li pushed the man who was making trouble on her collarbone, but when she couldn't push him away, she gave up. She tilted her head slightly, her face under the blazing white light, and panted softly, I don't like him, not at all. What about others? Fu Zhuang asked, What about other men in the company? Shen Li grabbed his shoulders, her fingertips sank into his home clothes, and she replied in a suppressed voice, I don't like any of them. Who do you like then? You. After Shen Li answered, Fu Zhuang picked her up and went to the balcony. There were dots of light reflected on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Shen Li remembered that night, her face flushed deeply and she said with trembling eyelashes, Don't. Fu Zhuang bit her lips and said, I want to be here. Shen Li was so shy that she whispered, We will be seen. No, Fu Zhuang pressed her against the glass window. It was a one-way glass, so no one would see it. But there will be a sound. Shen Li's legs went weak, and she held his waist and said, It will be heard. Last time, it seemed that Aunt Wen heard it, she was not sure, but the next day Aunt Wen looked at her with an inexplicable smile. Shen Li was so embarrassed. You are too soft. He was fine, but she couldn't bear it. Fu Zhuang comforted her, I will be gentler this time. That's what he said, but when it comes to that critical moment, you can't be gentle just because you want to, and you can't endure it just because you want to. Shen Li's voice became rocks and tears were forced out. She said with misty eyes, You are not allowed to touch me again in the future. Fu Zhuang coaxed gently, Okay, it's your turn to touch me. After that, he kissed her forehead, then kissed her cheek, kissed her neck for a long time, and then kissed her other places. He liked to kiss the mole below her collarbone, and he would kiss it for a long time every time. As he kissed, he touched other places, and the mist in Shen Li's almond eyes became heavier. First she hissed softly, then she grabbed Fu Zhuang's hair and called his name, Fu Zhuang, Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang's voice was bewitching and seductive. Be good, don't move, let me kiss you. The next day, after Shan Li finished her work, she went downstairs with Ai Ke to buy coffee. Along the way, she said a lot about Wen Jiang. Ai Ke was surprised and asked, "Who told you all this?" Shan Li replied, "Fu Zhuang." Ai Ke hugged Shan Li and put her face against hers. "Lily, I love you so much, thank you." Shan Li patted Ai Ke's arm and said, "Wen Jiang is a good person, you can do it now." Ai Ke thought this was a bit strange. She just found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend, so there was no point in doing it. But she didn't refute it, and nodded, "Don't worry, I will definitely take him down." Wen Jiang is really not an easy bone to chew. He is the toughest talker in his body. Ai Ke tried to make advances for him many times, but he just ignored them and kept calling her secretary Ai. 然后 The most annoying thing was that every time when Ai Ke was chatting and laughing with other male colleagues, Wen Jiang would find mistakes in her work and scold her. On this day, she had just said a few words to Song Lei when Wen Jiang appeared and put a folder in front of her. The data was wrong. Ai Ke took the folder, opened it, and looked down. What was wrong? Nothing. Wen Jiang pointed to a number on the last page. This. 那个 Ai Ke looked closely and it seemed to be wrong. She raised her lips and said, "I'm sorry, I'll change it right away." Wen Xiang didn't care that Song Lei was still there and directly scolded her, "Secretary Ai, you came to food to work, not to chat. If you want to chat, go home and talk. Don't affect everyone's work." After Wen Xiang finished speaking, he turned around and left without giving Ai Ke a chance to figure it out. Ai Ke was so angry that he almost went crazy and muttered, "I'm sick." 然后 during lunch, Ai Ke complained to Shan Li that Wen Jiang was such a jerk. Shan Li had something to do in the morning and was not in the company, so she did not see it with her own eyes. But after listening to her explanation of the whole story, she immediately understood what was going on and smiled inexplicably. He was really jerk. 那个 right, I said he was jerk. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you. Me, what's wrong with me? You're a jerk. Shan Li put down her chopsticks. Didn't you think about why Wen Jiang was angry? Because I got the data wrong. Ai Ke said, "But I didn't mean it. If he wanted to scold me, he should have chosen a place where no one was around. It would be so embarrassing for me to scold me in front of Song Lei. He's so jealous, and he doesn't care about your face." Shan Li blinked. Jealous? Ai Ke asked in surprise. What is he jealous about? Shan Li raised her eyebrows and asked, "What do you think?" Ai Ke paused for a few seconds and suddenly realized, "Do you mean Wen Jiang is jealous?" Shan Li nodded, "Yes, that's what I mean." "Impossible," Ai Ke pointed casually. "He is not jealous, he just doesn't like me, he is bullying me." Shan Li looked at Ai Ke's stupid look and shook her head. "What are you going to do? I have to bully him back." Ai Ke slammed the table. He couldn't let him bully him for nothing. Ai Ke did what he said. After work, he took the opportunity to find Wen Jiang's office, closed the door, and questioned Wen Jiang, "Don't you dislike me?" Wen Jiang paused. "What do you mean?" Ai Ke, "Humph, you just hate me." Wen Jiang really has never seen such a fool, raised his hand to pinch his eyebrows. "So what? What are you doing here?" Ai Ke stamped his feet. "The weekend dinner is cancelled, I will never treat you." The office door was opened and closed. Ai Ke left angrily. When Jiang leaned back on the chair, pulled his tie hard, his eyes were dark and unclear. After that, Ai Ke didn't look happy every time he saw Wen Jiang, but talked and laughed with other colleagues. It was the first time when Jiang met someone who gave him such a headache, and he shook his head helplessly. Shan Li looked at this pair of happy enemies and smiled happily. She talked to Fu Zhuang about Wen Xiang again. As soon as she started, Fu Zhuang put her down on the sofa and kissed her. She was much heavier now, her belly was bulging and the number of fetal movements was much more than before. Just lying there, the baby started to move again. Seeing that Fu Zhuang was about to kiss somewhere else, Shen Li stretched out her hand to stop him and said with a red face, "No, the baby is awake." It is really strange to do this when the baby is awake. Fu Zhuang's eyes were full of whirlpools, and the look he stared at Shen Li was like fire, wishing to melt her. The hot palm fell on her, and a slight touch could make her tremble. He coaxed, "The baby doesn't understand this." Shen Li shook her head. "That wouldn't work either, the baby would really see it." Fu Zhuang lowered his head and bit her lips, panting softly and said, "Then I will kiss you like this." 然后? Sometimes you can't trust a man's words easily. He said it was just a kiss, but in the end, she couldn't help it. Shen Li scratched his back and said, "You promised me it's just a kiss." Fu Zhuang sucked her earlobe. "That's because you are so beautiful." So beautiful that he wanted to embed her into his body. "Lily, give it to me." Shen Li was dreaming. The Fu Zhuang in the dream was even worse than the Fu Zhuang in reality. He kept making trouble. From dusk to dawn, Shen Li's waist was sore. After waking up, she realized that she was dreaming. The baby moved quite frequently. She stroked her belly and chatted with the baby. "Good morning, baby. I am your mother. Do you remember your mother's voice? We will meet in a while. You must remember to be well. Oh, you want to hear your father's voice? Okay, I will go and call your father for you." Fu Zhuang came in with a cup of milk. Shen Li hooked her hand and Fu Zhuang walked closer. What's wrong?" "Shen Li, the baby wants to talk to you." Fu Zhuang handed the milk cup to Shen Li and chatted with the baby while she was drinking milk. "Baby, good morning, I'm Daddy. Did you sleep well last night? Do you want to meet Mom and Dad soon? But don't be impatient. Wait until you grow up before coming out. My mom and I will always wait for you." Fu Zhuang seldom speaks, but he always has a lot to say when chatting with the baby, as if he can't finish talking. Do you like to drink milk? If you like it, let's let Mom drink more so that the baby can drink more. The weather is very good today. Let's go to see the beautiful scenery with Mom later, okay?" The baby seemed to understand and kicked Shen Li's belly. Fu Zhuang chuckled. "Baby is so good. Now Daddy is going to hold Mom to wash up." Shen Li returned the empty cup to Fu Zhuang. Seeing that he wanted to hold her, she waved her hand and said, "I can do it myself." Her belly is much bigger now, and it's not very convenient to hold her. 然后? Fu Zhuang didn't force her. Can she really walk by herself? Yes, Shen Li said, but I have to trouble you to help me put on my slippers. Fu Zhuang put the milk cup on the chair beside him, bent his knees and squatted to help Shen Li put on her shoes, then helped her into the bathroom. The toothbrush water was ready, the toothpaste was squeezed, and the face wash water was ready. Shen Li didn't even have to wash her face by herself. Fu Zhuang motioned her to lower her head and then gently washed her. He had been helping her all this time, so he did it very well. Shen Li couldn't help but praise him. "Husband, you are so nice." Fu Zhuang turned her shoulders and kissed her lips lightly, asking if he wanted a reward. "What reward do you want?" Shen Li asked. "You." Fu Zhuang lifted her chin, held her lower lip, and wanted you. Chapter 44. Song Kai hadn't seen Fu Zhuang for more than 10 days and checked him in the group. "Did Shen Li tie you up? Otherwise, it's been so long, why don't you show up?" Brother, are you still there? Come on, say something, let us all know that you are still alive. If you don't speak, I will call the police. Okay, then I will really call the police. Song Kai kept talking for 2 minutes but Fu Zhuang ignored him. He tagged Liang Chen again. Chen, what's wrong with you? I can understand why Zhuang doesn't come out. Your wife is pregnant, so you have to stay with her. 那个, what about you? Your wife is not pregnant, so why don't you come out? As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Chen replied in the group, busy. Song Kai, what are you busy with? Liang Chen, busy coaxing my wife. Zhou Zhan also popped up. I haven't coaxed her yet. It's been so long. Zhou AI is really stubborn, but it's also your fault. When people are nice to you, you ignore them. When they ignore you, you are like a shit plaster. You deserve it. Liang Chen, get lost. Song Kai sent a bunch of laughing emoticons and said to Liang Chen, you deserve it. I think Zhou AI is pretty good, but you don't cherish her at all. You can still get angry and run away after marrying her. You are really capable. Liang Chen was already feeling depressed, and after hearing their words, he felt even worse. He would talk more and would not shut up. Zhou Zhan, I'll give you a tip. Liang Chen, go ahead. Zhou Zhan glanced outside, where it was drizzling. He said cheerfully, go kneel in the rain, and when Zhou AI forgives you, you can get up again. After Zhou Zhan finished speaking, his cell phone rang and he went to answer it. When he came back 5 minutes later, only Song Kai was talking in the group chat and Liang Chen was gone. Zhou Zhan tagged Liang Chen, wait, Chen, you really knelt. Zhou Zhan, I was kidding. After a while, Liang Chen, who had been staring at the rain in a daze for a long time, replied, do you think Zhou AI would forgive me if I really knelt? Zhou Zhan. Song Kai. Song Kai, are you sick? He really knelt. Liang Chen replied thoughtfully, yes, he is indeed sick, and he is seriously ill. Otherwise, he would not have angered people and left. Song Kai was right, he was sick, his brain was sick, he didn't cherish what he got, but when people left, he was worried. 然后 Zhou Zhan also asked casually, what is our Zhuang busy with? How long has it been since he came out? What is Fu Zhuang busy with? He is busy taking care of the pregnant woman. Shanli wants to eat the tomato and egg noodles he made by himself. After Fu Zhuang got home from work, he changed into home clothes and went into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves and started to cook. Aunt Wen wanted to help, but was asked to leave by Fu Zhuang. He said in a low voice, I will do it myself. Fu Zhuang is very careful in everything he does, including making noodles. He knows that Shanli doesn't eat the skin of tomatoes, so he specially uses boiling water to remove the skin of tomatoes. After Shanli became pregnant, she couldn't stand the smell of onions, ginger, and garlic, so he didn't put this in. He put some sesame oil to enhance the flavor. Some pregnant women don't like sesame oil, but Shanli doesn't like anything else but only likes sesame oil, so Fu Zhuang will put some in specially. Shanli could already smell the fragrance in the living room. She supported her waist and stood up from the sofa, slowly walked to the dining room, and a bowl of hot noodles appeared in front of her. Fu Zhuang pulled out a chair for her to sit down. Shanli walked over and sat down, looking up and asked him, don't you want to eat together? Fu Zhuang said softly, I'm not hungry, you eat. Shanli nodded, picked up the chopsticks, and was about to eat. Fu Zhuang sat down beside her, took the chopsticks from her hand and said, it's hot, let me feed you. Shanli glanced at Aunt Wen with trembling eyelashes, feeling a little embarrassed. I'll do it myself. I'll do it. Fu Zhuang picked up the noodles with chopsticks, blew them gently a few times, and put them in front of Shanli's mouth and opened her mouth. Shanli pursed her lips and opened her mouth. The noodles were very chewy, the taste she liked. She gave a thumbs up and praised them, saying they were delicious. Fu Zhuang chuckled, it's delicious, eat more. Shanli, yeah, okay. She hadn't had such a good appetite for a long time. She ate more than half a bowl of noodles. After finishing, she burped. Shanley glared at him and asked, "What should I do with the rest?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Fu Zhuang lowering his head to eat the remaining noodles with the chopsticks she had used. Shanley stopped him. "Hey, don't eat it." Fu Zhuang asked, "Why?" "I have eaten it." Shanley has not forgotten that Fu Zhuang has misophonia. The house is usually spotless. Aunt Wen often says that the husband loves cleanliness and can't stand messes. Nah. How can a person with misophonia be willing to eat the leftovers of others? Shanley stopped him and said, "Don't eat it." Fu Zhuang raised a shallow arc at the corner of his lips, smiled lightly and said, "I have never had misophonia for you." Shanley paused slightly, not quite understanding what he said. "Huh? I have done more intimate things, this is nothing." Fu Zhuang's other hand fell on her waist and slowly moved down along the curve of her waist. Shanley closed her legs tightly and instantly understood what he meant, and her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why did he bring up that embarrassing thing again? It wasn't her who asked him to do it. It was obviously him who wanted to do it. She tried to stop him at that time, but failed. He said it himself, and he was going to kiss her. Shanley blushed and took her hand back, saying coquettishly, "I won't tell you anymore." Fu Zhuang finished the remaining noodles in a few bites and put the empty bowl in the kitchen. When he was about to wash the dishes, Aunt Wen walked in and whispered, "Sir, I'll do it, you go and coax the mistress." The mistress just went upstairs. Okay, Fu Zhuang put down the bowl, washed his hands and went upstairs. Shanley was not in the bedroom, but in the study. When Fu Zhuang found her, he obviously let out a long sigh and asked her, "What are you doing here?" The blush on Shanley's face was still there, and her long, fine, uncurled eyelashes were adorned with a blazing white light, and her watery almond eyes were outlined by the light and sparkling. 然后? She pointed to the locked drawer and asked casually, "What's in it?" 那个. Why is it still locked? Fu Zhuang looked in the direction where her finger pointed, paused slightly, and said in a calm voice, "Nothing. Do I lock it if there is nothing to do?" Shanley pouted and asked, "You don't have any secrets, do you?" "What secrets can I have?" Fu Zhuang took her hand and sat on the computer desk in front of her, stretched out his legs, trapped her in his arms, lowered his head slightly, stared at her and said, "You haven't seen every part of my body, how can I have secrets?" This man is teasing again. Shanley pulled out her hand and said with a blushing face, "I haven't seen it." What haven't you seen? Tell me." Fu Zhuang pulled her hand back again, kneaded it gently, "Or I will take it off for you to see now. Tell me, where do you want to see?" Shanley sounded like a slut. Shanley couldn't help but make a fuss. The blush spread to the back of her ears and said shyly, "You look like this. Be careful that the baby hears and laughs at you." "The baby won't laugh at me. The baby will only feel that mom and dad love each other." Fu Zhuang hooked the chair over Shanley and held her in his arms, lifted her chin, and asked in a low and mellow voice accompanied by the sound of rain, "Do you want to see it?" "Huh?" The man's fingertips were very hot, and the place where they touched was numb. Shanley's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her lovingly. She pushed him and panted softly, "I don't want to see it." "Really?" "Oh, I don't want to see it." Shanley refused, but Fu Zhuang wanted to show her. He pulled her hand and dropped it to the top button of his collar, slowly opening them one by one. The man's cold white skin was reflected in front of her. Shanley's heartbeat accelerated, her cheeks became more rosy, her eyelashes trembled, and she could no longer say a word. The light in the study was on for as long as it rained outside. The rain hit the glass window obliquely, and there was moisture flowing in through the slightly open gap, but it still did not blow away the ambiguity in the room. The tiny sounds continued. When Shanley was 30 weeks pregnant, she had an accident. When Wang didn't know what was wrong with her and had to come to Beicheng to see her. At that time, Shanli's belly was already very big, and it was impossible to hide it. But if when one really saw it, it would be a bloody storm. Shanli didn't want her to know, so she planned to leave the company before she came, and she would go back to the company after she left. She was in a hurry and didn't see clearly. When she entered the elevator, she bumped into the person opposite her. She fell to the ground and felt a piercing pain. That day was very chaotic. Shanli only remembered that she fainted after falling to the ground. She didn't know anything about what happened afterwards. She didn't know who sent her to the hospital, how she got to the hospital, and what she did in the hospital. It was Ai Ke who told her after she woke up. Ai Ke came the next day. After seeing Shanli, she was in a state of amazement for a long time. Shanli handed her some water and whispered, "Don't be anxious, talk slowly." Ai Ke took the water, unscrewed the lid, raised her head and drank a big sip. After swallowing, she began to tell the story vividly. Ai Ke's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and her tone was ups and downs. She was more like a storyteller than a storyteller, which made Shanli tremble with fear. Fu Zhuang got angry. 然后? Shanli asked. Of course he was. Ai Ke said, "You were lying on the ground unconscious, of course he would get angry." It's not quite accurate to say he got angry, it should be said he exploded. Everyone present at the time was shocked. Fu Zhuang has always been calm in everyone's eyes. But that day he was so panicked that he seemed like a different person. If it wasn't the same face, everyone would suspect he was a fake. They have never seen the boss so panicked, saying that he and Shanli have nothing to do. No one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. Of course, no one dared to talk nonsense or discuss anything. By the way, I saw that he was so anxious that he cried. Ai Ke said with a sigh, "President Fu really loves you." 那个, did other employees see it too? Shanli asked. They should have seen it. Ai Ke thought about what happened yesterday and nodded. Yes, I saw it. It's over, Shanli said with a bitter face. Everyone will definitely get something. Is that the point now? Ai Ke rolled his eyes. The point now is that you and the baby are fine. By the way, why were you in such a hurry to go out yesterday? It's my mother. Shanli pouted. She didn't know I was pregnant. She insisted on coming to the company to see me yesterday. I was anxious to avoid her, and then. These mothers, why can't they just be quiet? It's fun to torment us, isn't it? Ai Ke really doesn't understand these elders. 那个, what are you going to do? Tell my family. If my mother knew I was pregnant, she would definitely take the opportunity to make many requests to Fu Zhuang. Shanli felt terrible just thinking about it. She shook her shoulders and said, "No, let's talk about it after the birth." That's fine. Ai Ke also agreed with Shanli's approach. It will be smoother to talk about it after the birth. Ai Ke asked again, "How do you feel in your stomach now? Does it hurt?" Shanli shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Ai Ke touched her stomach and said, that's good. You scared me to death yesterday." And me, while talking, Joe Ai walked in and sat on the other side of the bed. "Lily, do you want to scare us to death?" "Sorry," Shanli shook Joe Ai's hand and said, "I won't do it next time." "Next time? You will have a next time." Joe Ai said, "If you do it again, Fu Zhuang will go crazy." "By the way, where is Fu Zhuang?" Joe Ai asked. Ai Ke blinked. Joe Ai didn't understand what happened. Ai Ke coughed lightly. "President Fu seems to be busy. Oh, work." "Ai Ke, why do I see you in a panic?" Joe Ai asked casually, "Are you hiding something from us?" "What did I hide?" "I didn't hide anything." "Really?" Of course it's true. After a few seconds, AI Ke pursed her lips. Okay, let me tell you, President Fu went to see your mother. AI Ke said to Shanli, President Fu didn't let me tell you. Shanli sat up straight. Why did he go to see my mother? Auntie didn't leave and insisted on seeing you. President Fu didn't want her to disturb your rest, so he went to see her. AI Ke said with emotion, Shanli, President Fu is 100% good to you. Shanli knew that Fu Zhuang treated her very well. She reached out to lift the quilt. No, I want to find Fu Zhuang. Hey, you are still on the floor drip. Zhou AI stopped her. Don't move. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to go see him. Shanli insisted. No, you are not allowed to go. AI Ke also came to stop Shanli. The doctor told you to rest and not to be anxious, otherwise the baby will be in danger. As they were talking, a tall figure walked in at the door. Fu Zhuang asked, What's wrong? Shanli stopped and asked him with red eyes, Where have you been? AI Ke and Zhou AI looked at each other, then said, We have something else to do, we will leave first. After that, the two left the ward. Fu Zhuang sat down in front of the bed and took Shanli's hand and met someone. Who did you meet? Shanli asked. You don't know. Fu Zhuang didn't want to talk about it and changed the subject and asked, What do you want to eat? Did you see my mother? Shanli pinched his finger and shook it. Right. AI Ke told you. Don't care who told me, just say it's right. Yes. Fu Zhuang said that he talked to his aunt for a few words. Did my mother make excessive demands on you? Shanli knew her mother very well, did she? No. Fu Zhuang said. Impossible, she must have, Shanli said. If you don't tell me, I will ask my mother. She was about to get out of bed again. Fu Zhuang held her shoulders and said softly, Nah, okay, I'll tell you. Shanli stopped, looked up at him, and said, You tell me. Auntie wanted to see you, but I refused, Fu Zhuang said indifferently. The weather has been good recently and it is the peak tourist season. I asked Wang Xiang to arrange for her and uncle to travel abroad. That's all. Well, that's all. You can ask her if you don't believe me. 那个, did she make any other excessive demands? No. Shanli was skeptical. Did they really live like this? Yes. Fu Zhuang didn't intend to let Shanli know what he and Wang Wang talked about specifically and what agreement they reached. Don't worry, they won't bother you again before giving birth. Shanli's emotions suddenly got high, and there was mist in her eyes. You must have said something to them, otherwise they wouldn't agree. Thank you, husband. Fu Zhuang placed his fingertips on the corner of her eyes and gently wiped her tears. We are a family. It is my duty to protect you and the baby. No need to thank me. 那个, Fu Zhuang's so-called protection is not just talk. He really protects her well. After Shanli was discharged from the hospital, he never left her. In the company where he is, she is there. At home, where she is, he is there. They are like conjoined twins. When one person appears, the other will also appear. 那个, even the shadows cast on the ground have become double shadows since I don't know when. Where there is her, there must be her. After that, when one never appeared again. As the pregnancy progressed, Shanli's taste became more and more picky. When she woke up in the early morning that day, she suddenly wanted to eat strawberries. Fu Zhuang remembered that there were some in the refrigerator and said, Wait, I'll get them for you. Shanli stopped him and said, I don't want to eat the ones in the refrigerator. I want to eat fresh ones. The elders of the Fu family who are at home leisurely have their own private estates. In addition to growing flowers, they also grow fruits. Fu Zhuang took out his mobile phone and called Fu Ying. Who is taking care of the second uncle's garden in the suburbs? Fu Ying looked at the time. Fu Zhuang, do you know what time it is? 2 o'clock in the morning. Fu Zhuang, I didn't ask you the time. I asked who is taking care of your second uncle's garden. Fu Ying, Uncle Joe. Beep, beep. The sound of the phone being hung up came from the receiver. A man's arm appeared around Fu Ying's waist. He gently embraced her and said, Who? Fu Ying, my cousin. The man said, Oh Zhuang, what is he going to do? Fu Ying, I don't know. When the man wanted to ask something else, Fu Ying turned around and blocked his lips. Since you are now sleepy, let's do something else. Fu Zhuang ran across most of the North City to pick a basket of strawberries, washed them and brought them upstairs, feeding Shanli one by one. Shanli only ate the tips of the strawberries and Fu Zhuang ate the rest. Shanli was still a little embarrassed, so why don't you eat the tips of the strawberries? Fu Zhuang embraced her and said, You eat. Later, Shanli told this story to AI Ke and Zhou AI, and they both sighed. Zhou AI, Li, you are so happy. AI Ke, why can't I meet a man who feeds me strawberries with pointed eyebrows? Shanli, of course, you can meet one if you open your eyes wide. AI Ke opened her eyes very wide, but the man with pointed eyebrows who fed her strawberries didn't appear, but the vicious man did. Wen Xiang stood in front of AI Ke and said without any expression, Are you going on a blind date tonight? AI Ke received a call from home at noon asking her to go on a blind date in the evening. She refused, but it didn't work out. Later, the matter spread in the company. Oh, yes. Are you in such a hurry to get married? 那个 This question was asked as if she wanted to get married so much. AI Ke stiffened her neck and said, That's my private matter. I don't need to tell you my private matter, Special Assistant Wen. Recently, AI Ke has been very weird. When she sees Wen Xiang, she either ignores him or stares at him. Wen Xiang has been patient for a long time. Speak nicely. Wen Xiang said. 然后 I speak like this, what do you care about me? 然后 AI Ke said to people. I can't control you. Wen Xiang stepped closer. AI Ke was not willing to be outdone. She straightened her back, raised her head, glared and said, Of course, what right do you have to control me? Because I am your superior. Wen Xiang grabbed AI Ke's wrist and pulled her forward. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise if this scene was seen, who knows what would happen. Hey, Wen Xiang, why are you pulling me? Let go, let go. AI Ke tried to pry his hands apart, but failed. 那个 Wen Xiang ignored her and did not stop. 然后 he continued to pull her forward and dragged her into the office in a circle, and closed the door with a bang. AI Ke frowned and said, Are you sick? She was scared to death. Wen Xiang pushed her down on the chair, supported his hands on the armrests of the chair, trapped her with his body, and said condescendingly, AI Ke, what do you want? He was the one who pulled her here, and he was also the one who trapped her, so you can tell her to do whatever she wants. AI Ke stood up halfway, her lips almost touching his, then she sat back, leaning against the back of the chair and said, It's up to you. Wen Xiang was really mad at her, and his immovable face finally had a different look. He tugged at his tie lightly, stood up, and said, Let's talk. I don't want to talk. AI Ke likes to go against others. Why should he talk and she has to talk? The company refuses to talk about private matters. Let's talk about business. Wen Xiang asked, I think you forgot who your direct supervisor is. The whole secretariat is under Wen Xiang's management. It can also be said that they are there to assist Wen Xiang in his work. It's just that Wen Xiang doesn't have any heirs except that he is a little cold, so everyone automatically ignores this point. AI Ke pursed her lips, so what? Wen Xiang, is this the attitude you use when talking to your supervisor, or do you not want to do it anymore? AI Ke fought her way through 1,000 people to work out foods. How could she not want to do it? Of course I want to do it. If you want to do it, talk to me nicely. Oh. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and AI can only bow her head. Are you going on a blind date tonight? Wen Jiang said, answer. AI, yes. Wen Jiang, you are not allowed to go. AI, why? AI asked. Because I have to work overtime. Wen Jiang said. Then, that afternoon, AI suddenly had a lot of work, and she didn't finish it until 9 o'clock in the evening, let alone a blind date. She complained while working, Wen Jiang, you wait for me. When Shanli was 32 weeks pregnant, Fu Zhuang accompanied Shanli to take pictures. The man knelt in front of the woman and raised his head to kiss her belly. The baby in the belly felt the love of his parents and moved lightly. They took pictures for a whole morning. When selecting the pictures, they were reluctant to delete any of them. Fu Zhuang hugged Shanli and said, I want them all. The photographer smiled and said to Shanli, but no man has ever had such great patience to accompany his wife to take pictures for so long. Shanli looked back at the tall figure who was answering the phone, with a smile on her lips and a happy face. The photos were so beautiful that Zhou AI and AI screamed after seeing them and said that they would take pictures when I was pregnant. This is AI's voice. AI asked Zhou AI, what about you? Zhou AI said in a calm voice, not sure. By the way, how are you and Liang Chen? Just like that. Divorced? No. 这个 Liang Chen still won't leave. Shanli asked. Well, not leaving. Zhou AI didn't know what to say to Liang Chen. 那个 Thinking of how he couldn't be driven away last night, her eyebrows frowned. In the evening, Fu Zhuang took Shanli's hand to take a shower. In the misty water vapor, Shanli asked Fu Zhuang, have you seen Liang Chen recently? Fu Zhuang's hand fell on Shanli's neck and kneaded it gently. What's wrong? What was he thinking? Shanli's earlobe was pinched by him. She felt like she was electrocuted and her body trembled. Don't want to break up. Fu Zhuang's hand continued to ignite, applying shower gel along the side of her neck, deliberately lingering on her sensitive areas. Shanli pushed him but failed to move him away. She could only hold the edge of the bathtub tightly, tilting her head back and panting softly. Did he like Zhou AI? Yes. Fu Zhuang's answer was perfunctory, but his actions were serious. Shanli couldn't stand it anymore. She held down his hand that was doing something bad. Her eyelashes trembled as she said, I'm talking to you about something serious. I'm also doing something serious. Fu Zhuang pushed her hand away, pinched her chin, blocked her lips, and said with a bit of jealousy, at this time, you are not allowed to think about other men except me. No one else is allowed. Chapter 45. Fu Zhuang's jealousy didn't stop there. One day, a new colleague came to the company. Everyone was busy, but Shanli was the only one who was free. She volunteered to take the new colleague to familiarize herself with the environment. The man was humorous and witty. At first glance, he was the type who was good at chatting. Shanli was also very relaxed when talking to him, with a smile on her face. Fu Zhuang happened to come out of the elevator and saw them looking at each other with a smile. Fu Zhuang, who never showed his displeasure, frowned and called in a deep voice, Secretary Shen. Before Shanli realized anything, she turned around and greeted with a smile, President Fu, Special Assistant Wang. Wang Jiang nodded slightly as a greeting. Fu Zhuang's eyes moved from Shanli to the man beside her. The company requires all male employees to wear a suit with a white shirt. 然后 the man in front of him was also dressed like this. He had a slender figure and his face was not inferior to those male stars in the entertainment industry. 就是 in a trance, Fu Zhuang remembered that he had chatted with Shanli once and asked her what clothes she liked him to wear the most. The woman held her chin and raised her eyebrows, and said intoxicatedly, a suit. You look the most handsome in a suit. That's how the sense of crisis came. Fu Zhuang's eyes gradually became dark. Shanli still didn't notice anything wrong at this moment, and said to the man with a smile, Xiao Wu, this is President Fu. Then she said to Fu Zhuang, Mr. Fu, this is Xiao Wu. Oh, his name is Wu Yusai. Fu Zhuang asked, what are you doing ya? Shanli said, I am taking him to familiarize himself with the company environment. Fu Zhuang glanced at Wen Xiang with extreme displeasure in his eyes. Wen Xiang lowered his head and said, I didn't arrange the work well, so I asked others to help him familiarize himself with the environment. Everyone else is busy. Shanli raised her lips and said, Special Assistant Wen, I have nothing to do, I can take him. Are you okay? Fu Zhuang asked back. Is there something wrong with me? Shanli was surprised and said that she had finished her work. Yes, Wen Xiang said there are some documents in Mr. Fu's office that need to be sorted out, please go now. Didn't they say they were all sorted out? Now there are some more. Even if they are not, Wen Xiang can find them immediately and Shanli will be busy until the end of get off work this afternoon. Shanli said softly, okay, I'll do it. Then she said to Wu Yusai, I'll take you to familiarize yourself next time, I'm going to do my work first. Wu Yusai politely replied, okay, you go. It is said that a woman's smile can heal the mood, in fact, a man's smile can also heal. Shanli actually found that Wu Yusai had dimples. This was the first time she saw dimples on a man's face. She couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Just when she was about to say something else, Fu Zhuang called her, Secretary Shen. Shanli came back to her senses, oh, here he comes. She hurriedly followed Fu Zhuang's steps. The man who was originally walking very fast instantly slowed down his pace after she approached, as if he was waiting for her on purpose, and walked slowly. Shanli muttered softly, is that Wu Yusai handsome? After he finished speaking, Fu Zhuang's expression, which had just eased, became bad again. If it weren't for the fact that this was an office area, he would have been impatient and would have done something. The door of the president's office opened, and the entourage behind him raised their feet to follow in, but was stopped by Fu Zhuang, who said, Secretary Shen is here, you don't have to come in. Seeing that the boss's face was not good, the others didn't really want to come in, so they nodded and turned back to their workstations. Shanli was pulled in by Fu Zhuang. She was almost scared to death. After the office door was closed, she glanced at the closed blinds and said in a low voice, Why did you come to me? They almost saw you just now. Fu Zhuang didn't want to say that. He had more important things to say, but he still did something subconsciously before he said it. He took the thermos and poured a cup of warm water for Shanli, and brought out some fruits from the inner room. After Shanli finished drinking the water and eating the fruit, he began to settle the score. Reaching out to push the things away, he pushed Shanli against the sofa. Her belly was already very big, and when he stood up and pressed on her, he deliberately avoided her belly. Lang Bai's slender hands rested on the armrest of the sofa. He bit her lips and said in a low voice, that Wu Yusai is very handsome. Shanli was bitten by him unexpectedly at first, and her thoughts had not yet come back from the ambiguity, as if she didn't understand what he said. What? That Wu Yusai is very handsome. Fu Zhuang lowered his eyes and stared at her and asked, More handsome than me? Shanli blinked and finally understood what Fu Zhuang meant. The corners of her lips raised. What are you doing? Are you jealous? I'm asking you, he is more handsome than me. His eyes seemed to say that if Shanli said yes, he would eat Shanli on the spot. Who said that? Shanli has learned to be smart now and knows what to say to make him calm down. She put her hand around his neck and said with curved eyebrows, You are the most handsome in the whole company. Oh, no, you are the most handsome in the whole North City. Fu Zhuang was not fooled by her sweet words, and his face was still tense. Do you like him like that? What kind? Shanli asked back. He is well-mannered and looks very polite, and he is also good at coaxing women. Fu Zhuang lifted her chin and was very humorous. I don't know why, but Shanli would be in a good mood every time she saw Fu Zhuang jealous of her, and she couldn't help but want to tease him. Of course, women must like men like that. Shanli looked at Fu Zhuang's face while talking, and saw that his eyes darkened again, so she held back her laughter, but I don't like it. I like people like you, who are jealous, like to torment others, fierce when angry and handsome when smiling. Oh, yes, he can cook, peel oranges for me, let me spit grape skins into my hands, apply skin care products to me. Give me massages, tell me bedtime stories at night, and cover me when I kick off the quilt. Every time Shanli says something, Fu Zhuang's expression is a little. When she finished speaking, their lips were already touching. Shanli kissed him first, and this time she was the one tossing him round. She bit his lower lip with her teeth and pulled it until he hummed softly. She squeezed her tongue in, licked his tongue tip, and then sucked it. She didn't care whether he was in pain or not. She rushed around, kissing and sucking wherever she wanted. After enough tossing around, she had a long kiss with him. Fu Zhuang moved his hand to the back of her neck, holding it tightly and pressing herself down. 然后 he didn't kiss her fiercely like before, but very gently, and didn't let her go until her breathing was disordered. He pressed his nose against hers and panted softly. She was not allowed to smile at men in the future. Why? Shanli's voice trembled. Because I will be jealous. Fu Zhuang generously admitted his thoughts and whispered that he would be jealous and sad. Shanli held his face, stared into his eyes, and said in a long voice, okay. When she stepped back, Shanli's legs were numb and she said coquettishly, it's all your fault. Fu Zhuang put her legs on his legs and kneaded them gently. Is it better? Shanli pursed her lips, just barely. Fu Zhuang's fingers wandered and fell on the inside of her legs. Shanli trembled violently and begged for mercy, I'm fine, I'm fine. Fu Zhuang put her legs down and said, let's go out for dinner tonight. Why do you suddenly want to go out for dinner? Shanli asked while tidying up her clothes. Celebrate the baby's 33rd week. Fu Zhuang took Shanli's hand and played with it. The baby will be born in a few weeks. You can tell me what you want to do before the baby is born. Do you want to accompany me? Yes. I want to see a drama recently. Let's go to see it together after dinner. It's so sudden, I shouldn't be able to buy tickets. Fu Zhuang took her hand and put it to his lips and bit it gently. You don't need a ticket since I'm here. They had Japanese food for dinner tonight. They had booked the whole place. There were only 2 of them in the restaurant. Shanli said, why book the whole place? What a waste. Fu Zhuang picked up some food for her and said, you need to be quiet so that you can eat well. Well, it's for her again. Shanli smiled and said, husband, you are so nice. Halfway through, Shanli went to the bathroom. When she came back, she heard what the waiter was saying. It was said that the distinguished VIP guest booked the whole place for a year. It seems that the guest loves his wife very much. Of course, it would cost a lot of money to book the whole place for a year. He is not short of money. Shanli's heart trembled suddenly and the smile on her lips deepened. She saw that this was the only thing Fu Zhuang had touched her tonight, but she didn't expect there would be more. They came to the drama theater. It was quiet all round. Shanli followed Fu Zhuang into the theater. 然后? They were the only ones in the huge hall. You booked the whole place again. Fu Zhuang said in a low voice, no. Shanli heaved a sigh of relief and was about to say, that's fine, when she suddenly heard him say, I bought this place, you can come over anytime you want to listen in the future. But But Shanley looked at him with surprise. Why did you buy it? Because you like it, he said. When Shanley was 35 weeks pregnant, her belly seemed to have grown a lot overnight. When she woke up in the morning, she couldn't get up. She struggled for a long time and finally let Fu Zhuang help her up. Her rocks and feet were a little swollen, and her rocks and belly were a little horrible when she stood in front of the mirror. She asked Fu Zhuang anxiously, would you not like me being so ugly? No. Fu Zhuang tilted his head and kissed her face, and when he was about to kiss her mouth, she stopped him. Shanley shook her head. No, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Fu Zhuang ignored her, 然后 pulled down her hand and kissed her anyway. After the kiss, he stepped back, put his arms round her waist, and said, I like you no matter what you look like. In the past, Shanley thought Fu Zhuang was a dull person who couldn't say any sweet words, but recently he has become much better at saying sweet words. Whenever she was upset or had big mood swings, he could always comfort her quickly. Of course, she also had times when she was serious, like now. Really? You are not lying to me, are you? Then how can you believe it? He asked. I want you to post on WeChat moments. Shanley said, tell others that you love your wife the most. Shanley was just talking casually, not really asking Fu Zhuang to do anything, and besides, they were still in a semi-secret marriage, and it would be bad if their family saw it. Forget it, no need to post on WeChat moments. When Shanley went to stop him, she found that it was too late. Fu Zhuang had already posted it. Shanley's eyes widened. What if other people saw it? She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Fu Zhuang comforted her. I blocked some people. As for those who were not blocked, of course, they were the ones who knew they were married. Song Kai was fed dog food early in the morning and he didn't even feel like eating breakfast. He left a message, that's enough, are you going to let single dogs live or not? Zhou Zhan's second message, Zhuang, when did you do such a childish thing? You even posted it on WeChat moments to express your love. It's so funny. Liang Chen, can't you just be affectionate in bed? 就是 Why do you post it so early in the morning to make people angry? Liang Chen was rejected by Zhou AI again last night. He begged for a long time under the influence of alcohol, but Zhou AI still didn't open the door. When women become cruel, it's really deadly. Fu Zhuang replied uniformly, not childish, just showing off. Song Kai was even more angry. He scratched his head and chattered in the small group, tomorrow I will find a woman to get a marriage certificate. No one cared whether he got married or not. 那个 Fu Zhuang asked Shanley, do you believe it now? How could Shanley not believe it? She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, believing it. After washing up, she obediently let Fu Zhuang hold her hand and go downstairs. She has been eating a lot more recently. She wants to eat everything she sees, but she regrets it after eating. She says every time at this time, I'm going to become a little fat pig. I like you no matter what you become. But I don't like it myself. This is for the baby to have enough nutrition. You also want the baby to be well, don't you? Fu Zhuang's comfort hit the point. It is indeed for the baby's good. Shanley nodded. You are right, now is not the time to pay attention to body shape. The baby's nutrition is the most important. That's what she said, but she couldn't help but feel sad when she found that she had gained weight again. After taking a shower in the evening, Fu Zhuang went to the study to work. Shanley chatted with AI Ke and Zhou AI on the phone. She sighed and said, I'm going to die of fat. Bo, don't say the word die. AI Ke said. Oh, I'm so fat. Shanley asked uncertainly, do you think men don't like fat women? Did Fu Zhuang say anything to you? Zhou AI asked. That's not the case, Shanli said angrily. I saw a video today. A man disliked his wife's body shape change after pregnancy and cheated on her. He cheated on not just one woman, but several women. After his wife found out, he said arrogantly, "Who made you so ugly? I don't even want to touch you." 那个, I don't know if Fu Zhuang will be like this. She said of course Fu Zhuang wouldn't. Zhou AI said softly, he likes you so much. I think so too, AI Ke analyzed, Mr. Fu is a good family man at first glance. The kind of seduction can't be seduced away. How could he dislike you because of your body shape change during pregnancy? Absolutely impossible. Really? Shanli held her chin and sighed. I hope so. Maybe because of such a chat before going to bed, Shanli had a dream after falling asleep at night. In the dream, Fu Zhuang really cheated on her, 然后 found a beautiful woman and wanted to divorce her. She disagreed and begged him to leave. He shook off her arm and said, "Look at you, how can you match me?" Shanli was frightened a week later, and after waking up, she threw herself into Fu Zhuang's arms and cried non-stop. Fu Zhuang thought she was not feeling well, so he picked her up and took her to the hospital. Shanli said with tears in her eyes, "I am not feeling well, I had a nightmare." What dream scared you so much? I dreamed that you wanted to divorce me. Fu Zhuang held her tightly in his arms and coaxed her gently. I will never divorce you in this life, unless you don't want me. Nah. What will you do if I really don't want you? Shanli blinked and asked. I will cling to you until you accept me. Fu Zhuang held his arms tightly, put his chin on her forehead and said, Shanli, I will not let go. 就是 Fu Zhuang's words comforted Shanli. For a few days, she did not dream of similar dreams, but she encountered others. It was those bloody scenes of childbirth. It was her fault. She searched for something on the internet. Now, when she closed her eyes, she could hear women screaming and blood flowing. She swallowed and asked Fu Zhuang, Can I not give birth? Fu Zhuang stroked her back gently. What's wrong? Giving birth is scary. Shanli's voice was a little shaky. I'm scared. Fu Zhuang saw that Shanli was really scared, and after she fell asleep, he called Fu Yin and asked what was the reason. Fu Yin said, This is a sign of prenatal depression. You take her out for a walk, see things that make her happy, and do things she wants to do. The next day, Fu Zhuang pushed the work to Wenxiang and took Shanli out to sea. Shanli always wanted to go to the sea, but she always had no time. The sea breeze blowing on her face was very comfortable. She leaned on the railing and said, Is it bad for us to go out like this? Do you like it? Fu Zhuang lifted the hair stuck on her cheek and asked her softly. I like it. Shanli closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then slowly opened her eyes. She likes it very much. As long as you like it, Fu Zhuang was afraid that the sea breeze would be too cold and would freeze her, so he took off his windbreaker and put it on her, and gently put his arm around her shoulders and waited for the baby to be born. We will travel around the world. Shanli nestled in Fu Zhuang's arms. The corners of her lips slowly rose. She looked up at him and said, Husband, you are so nice. Fu Zhuang couldn't stand her looking at him with her watery eyes. He lowered his head and pecked her lips, pointed to the distant mountains and said, Look there. Shanli's eyes followed his finger and exclaimed, It's beautiful. Shanli was in a good mood, and naturally the baby was in a good mood. He moved gently in the belly and seemed to be enjoying the baptism of the sea breeze. Fu Zhuang touched Shanli's belly and greeted the baby. Baby, Mom and Dad took you to see the sea, to see if you like it. The baby felt the warmth of his father's hand and moved happily. Shanli smiled and said, Baby likes it. Shanli slept very well that night, without nightmares or waking up. After waking up the next day, she gave Fu Zhuang a big hug. After arriving at the company, AI Ke obviously felt that she was in a good mood. She winked and looked very happy. Did she do something bad last night? She wanted to, but someone didn't cooperate. The scene last night came to her mind. After Shanli took a shower, Fu Zhuang carried her into the bedroom. Her breasts had grown a lot recently and she no longer wore underwear at home. 然后 the 2 points under her white silk pajamas were very obvious. It was like a beautiful landscape, waiting for someone to appreciate it. But someone pulled the quilt over her steadily, kissed her forehead and said, "It's getting late, go to bed." Shanli. That's it. After a long while, Shanli still couldn't fall asleep. She got into Fu Zhuang's arms and asked, "Don't you want to do something, yeah?" Fu Zhuang saw through her thoughts at a glance and said firmly, "You are in a late stage of pregnancy. If you are not careful, it will be dangerous." You can't do anything before the birth. 然后 Shanli's face immediately fell. It's still several weeks before the baby is born. That won't work. Fu Zhuang said that the safety of you and the baby is the most important. Can you bear it? Shanli asked. Yes. Fu Zhuang held down her naughty hand and had to bear it even if she couldn't. Fu Zhuang's willpower is really amazing. He really held it back. However, there is always the sound of running water in the early morning, which will stop after about half an hour. Then Fu Zhuang will walk out of the bathroom with a wet body. Eiko is a curious baby. During lunch, she casually asked, "Hey, are you and Mr. Fu still handing in homework?" What homework? That's it. Eiko winked. Shanli's cheeks turned red. Why do you, an unmarried girl, ask about married things? Learn from experience. Eiko said confidently, when I get married and have a baby one day, I can put my knowledge into practice. There are quite a lot of crooked theories. Shanli coughed lightly. You just spit out a word, and was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure. Special Assistant Wen, is there something wrong? Wen Jiang said in a light voice, I'm looking for Eiko. Eiko raised her chin and asked in surprise, why are you looking for me? Wen Jiang, it's not convenient to say it here, go over there and talk. The terrace over there that Wen Jiang was talking about is a place where no one would go during lunchtime, so you can talk in private. No, Eiko pouted, saying that it would be bad for others to see. Do you still care about other people's eyes? Of course I care. Eiko just can't stand Wen Jiang talking, so why can't I care? I thought you don't care about anyone. There was a strange flash in Wen Jiang's eyes. That's what you thought. Eiko waved her hand and said, let's stop talking and have dinner. Except for her, no one in the entire company dared to talk to Wen Jiang in this tone, not even Fu Zhuang. Shanli kicked Eiko under the table and raised her eyebrows, signaling her to be careful. Eiko coughed lightly. How about this? Let's talk after I finish my meal. Okay, Special Assistant Wen. Wen Jiang, okay. The conversation didn't go very smoothly. Eiko was like a little hedgehog, not listening to what Wen Jiang said at all. In the end, Wen Jiang was so angry that he had no choice but to pull her to the corner. It was a blind spot and no one could see her at all, so she could do whatever she wanted. Wen Jiang was too close to Eiko, and Eiko couldn't breathe. She blinked and asked, what are you doing? Wen Jiang asked, can you listen to me now? If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you so close to me? Eiko reached out and pushed him. Move back. Wen Jiang took a step back. She pushed again, but he didn't move at all. Eiko retracted her hand and put it behind her. Go ahead. What do you want to say? Wen Jiang, Wu Yusai's identity is not simple. Stay away from him. Why did they suddenly bring up Wu Yusai? Eiko didn't quite understand. 那个 What is his identity? Wen Jiang said in a calm voice, you don't need to know. Just remember to stay away from him. Why should I listen to you? AI 客 pouted. You are not my relative. 那个 Who do you listen to? My boyfriend. AI 客 raised her chin, her eyelashes trembled and a smile floated in her ink-like eyes. What? Do you want to be my boyfriend? Shanley has been counting the days on her fingers recently. She counted the days day by day. The days have gone from 35 weeks to 37 weeks, which means that the fetus is full term in medical terms. As long as the baby starts to move, she can go to the hospital to give birth. She was both excited and nervous these days. She was excited because she could finally meet her baby, but she was nervous because she was afraid of any unexpected situation. Fu Ying knew that she would have wild thoughts, so she talked to her for a long time during her prenatal checkup. This was what Fu Zhuang wanted. After all, Fu Ying was a professional and some of her words were more convincing. Fu Ying cheered Shanley up, saying that she was great and the baby would be born if she persisted for a while. Shanley touched her belly and said, after the baby can call people, I will definitely teach him to call ant first. Fu Ying smiled and said, okay. Shanley's mood obviously improved after chatting with Fu Ying for a day. In the evening, she talked about childbirth with Fu Zhuang. She was no longer afraid, but had more expectations. Do you think the baby looks like you or me? Is the baby a boy or a girl? Will the baby like the small clothes and toys we prepared? Shanley leaned in Fu Zhuang's arms and talked for a long time until her voice gradually died down. Fu Zhuang looked at her sleeping body, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and said softly, the baby will like it. The baby in the belly moved slightly to show his feelings, as if to say, yes, I like them all. I like small clothes, I like toys, and I like mom and dad even more. Chapter 46. Shanley has been able to clearly feel the contraction reaction these 2 days. The duration is not long, the shortest is only 20 to 30 seconds and the longest is more than a minute. Fu Zhuang is worried about her. He wakes up every hour at night to check on her and continues to sleep after confirming that she is fine. After a week of tossing and turning, Shanley's contraction reaction completely disappeared and there was no discomfort. She was a little worried because she didn't know much about her first pregnancy. The next day, Fu Zhuang accompanied her to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. The B ultrasound showed that the fetal position was very good, the amniotic fluid was also very good, and the baby was fine. It was recommended to come for another prenatal checkup in 2 days. Fu Ying also reminded that this is a critical period. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must go to the hospital in time. Shanley didn't feel anything special that night. She curled up on the sofa and ate the mango handed to her by Fu Zhuang. She called sweetly, husband. Pointing to the grapes on the plate, she said, I want more. Fu Zhuang picked the fullest one, peeled it and stuffed it into her mouth. After she finished eating, he handed her the second one. Shanley opened her mouth and held it, touched her belly and said, baby, look how good daddy is to you. Fu Zhuang wiped his fingers, handed her another strawberry, gave her the pointed tip of the strawberry, and ate the rest in one bite. Shanley touched her belly again and said to the baby, when you grow up, you must buy strawberries for daddy to eat. The baby in her belly moved lazily and then there was no movement. Before going to bed, Shanley asked Fu Zhuang to find a fetal heart rate monitor to listen. The clacking sound of little horse hooves spread in the room. Shanley spoke softly to the baby in her belly, you are about to be born and you will be able to see your parents soon. Are you looking forward to it? Mom and dad are also looking forward to seeing you, so you must be safe and sound. Let's make a pinky promise. The baby's movement this time was not very large, it seemed to stretch and then fell asleep. Shanley slept well in the first half of the night, but not so well in the second half. She had nightmares all the time, all about the baby. 然后 Sometimes she dreamed that the baby was like this, sometimes she dreamed that the baby was like that. She also saw the baby lying on the ground crying, and when she ran over to pick up the baby disappeared again. She looked around anxiously and saw his small figure by the pool, with his legs raised high and about to move forward. Shanli shouted, "Baby, baby, don't move, don't move." The baby looked back at her, smiled at her, and then turned around and took a step. Splash! The baby fell into the water. Shanli ran over like crazy and jumped into the water without sinking. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find the baby and she cried anxiously. "Baby, baby." Lily, Lily, Fu Zhuang shook her. Shenli, Shenli. Shanli opened her eyes, saw Fu Zhuang clearly, and then threw herself into his arms, choking and said, "The baby fell into the water. I lost the baby. What should I do? What should I do?" Fu Zhuang held Shanli's hand and touched her belly, saying softly, "The baby didn't fall into the water. He is still safe in your belly." Shanli felt the movement, slowly lowered her eyes, and saw that her belly was still bulging high. Her heart finally fell to the ground, and she stroked. "I was scared to death." Tears flowed on her fine and curled eyelashes, and the tears fell down during the trembling, falling on her cheeks, rolling down her cheeks and falling to her chin, and finally disappeared. "That dream was too real. I was so scared." Fu Zhuang held her in his arms to comfort her. "It was just a dream. It didn't matter." "But I was a little worried." Shanli looked up and asked him, "I want to go to the hospital for a checkup." "Okay," Fu Zhuang stroked her back, "and we will go to the hospital for a checkup after breakfast." 然后 still not eating, Shanli sat up and went now. They arrived at the hospital at 8:30. Fu Ying had something to do and came 15 minutes later than them. After seeing them, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shanli said, "I'm a little worried. I want to do another B ultrasound." Fu Ying, "Okay, wait for me to make the arrangements." This time, the doctor who did the B ultrasound last time was the same one we found. The doctor looked very carefully and kept saying, "The baby is fine, the heart, lungs and kidneys are all fine." As she was talking, she paused and stayed at a certain place for a few seconds. Shanli felt something strange and asked, "Doctor, what's wrong?" The doctor said, "Wait, let me take a look." Shanli's heart suddenly lifted up, and she clenched her hands together. She clenched them so hard that her fingers turned white. After a while, the doctor said, "The umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck 3 times. Shanli was surprised. How could it be? The last examination said it was only 1 circle. Now it is 3 circles. The doctor explained that this situation would happen. Shanli frowned and asked, "What should I do?" 然后 Doctor, so after the list comes out, you show it to the doctor who is seeing you, and she will tell you what to do. Shanli tidied her clothes, took the list and left the B ultrasound room, and saw Fu Zhuang standing at the door. She said nothing and threw herself into his arms. Fu Zhuang hugged her and asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Shanli cried and said, "The baby's umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck 3 times. It seems very dangerous." Fu Ying did not dare to be careless about the baby. She found the most authoritative doctor in the hospital to check. The doctor's advice was to observe first and immediately perform a cesarean section if something happened. Shanli asked the doctor, "Will the baby be in danger?" The doctor explained, "Not for the time being, but it depends on the follow-up. There are 2 situations. One is that the cord wraps more and more, and the other is that the baby finally gets out by itself." Fu Zhuang asked, "When is the right time to give birth?" Doctor, generally speaking, the longer the baby stays in the belly, the better it is for the baby, but no one can guarantee the current situation. I suggest you stay in the hospital for observation. Shanli was hospitalized. After knowing this, AI Ke and Zhou AI came to see her together. Seeing that her eyes were red, they comforted her. It's okay, the baby will definitely be fine. Joe said, I have a relative's child who also has an umbilical cord wrapped around the neck. The worst result of this is a cesarean section. It's okay, don't be afraid. The reason why Shanli was afraid was because she checked the internet. There were various opinions on the internet. Some people said that rapping 3 times might suffocate to death. Shanli was so scared that she couldn't recover for most of the day. The baby will be fine, right? Yes, it will be fine. Aiko held Shanli's hand and patted it gently. Don't worry, the baby will be fine. Joe besides, this is a hospital. If there is any abnormality, the doctor knows what to do. Shanli thought about it and felt a little relieved, but she still had no appetite for dinner. Fu Ying persuaded her to eat, otherwise the baby would be hungry. Shanli forced herself to eat half a bowl of rice for the baby. She didn't drink the pork bone soup tonight because she really couldn't drink it. Fu Zhuang couldn't bear to see her so sad, so he held her in his arms and coaxed her gently. I'll sing a song for you and the baby, okay? At this time, Fu Ying was also in the ward. Seeing Fu Zhuang speaking softly, she finally admitted that love was a tormenting thing. It was a miracle that it could turn a man with a heart as hard as iron into water. 就是 there was something more amazing later. As Fu Zhuang sang, he held up Shanli's face and kissed her. He kissed her very gently and kept comforting her. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to the baby. Seeing this, Fu Ying raised her hand to cover her eyes and coughed lightly. Well, you guys are busy, I'll go first. When she left, she almost bumped into the door. Shanli slept very restlessly that night, always talking in her sleep. Fu Zhuang watched over her and comforted her from time to time. Fortunately, she slept well when it was almost dawn. She slept well, and the baby in her belly was much quieter. The next day, during the routine checkup, the umbilical cord was still wrapped around the neck 4 times. The doctor suggested that if there was no change today, only a cesarean section could be performed. Shanli didn't dare to take the risk of waiting any longer. After looking at Fu Zhuang, she nodded and said, okay, I agree to the operation. There are many things to prepare before the operation and there are many examinations to be done. Fu Ying arranged them one by one after work. During the lunch break, she came to the ward to see Shanli and comforted her. Don't be afraid, a cesarean section will be quick. Well, I'm not afraid. The only thing Shanli fears is that the baby is not well. As long as the baby is well, she can do anything. Don't believe those things on the internet, they are all scams. Fu Ying was worried that she would search randomly on the internet again, so she gave her a shot in advance. Just trust the doctor. I do. Shanli took the opportunity when Fu Zhuang went out to answer the phone and held Fu Ying's hand. Cousin, I want to ask you for something. What is it? What if, Shanli emphasized, I mean what if the baby and I are in danger at the same time, you must remember to keep the baby. Nonsense. Fu Ying's face darkened a little. You and the baby will be fine. I mean what if, Shanli said, what if there is danger, 然后 you promise me to keep the baby. Shanli, Fu Ying called softly, Zhuang likes you. He will not agree with you to do this. I know, Shanli's eyes were red, but I am the baby's mother. I love the baby. Cousin, promise me. In the end, Fu Ying did not agree to anything. Fu Zhuang came in and saw that their eyes were red and there was something strange in his eyes, but he said nothing. He took out the fruit from the bag and asked Shanli, what do you want to eat? Shanli said, apple, reunion. Fu Ying left and Fu Zhuang followed. What did she say to you? Fu Ying said, she said that if there is any danger, the baby should be kept. Fu Zhuang clenched his hands hanging at his side into fists, and his voice seemed to come from his chest. Everything is based on her safety. He glanced at Fu Ying and spoke word by word, Cousin, I want Shanli to be safe. In the evening, another routine check-up, something happened that no one expected. The umbilical cord around the baby's neck was gone, not even a circle. The doctors thought it was a miracle. After all, it was still there in the morning. Shanley cried with joy. Does this mean that the baby is not in danger? The doctor said, yes. Then the doctor said, you don't need to do the cesarean section for the time being, you can be discharged and go home tomorrow. Shanley hadn't cried so hard in a long time. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Fu Zhuang knew that she needed to vent her emotions, so he didn't stop her. He held her for a long time as she cried. A large area of his shirt was wet. The baby in her belly felt that Shanley was emotionally unstable and made a noise, as if to comfort her. Shanley was afraid of scaring the baby, so she didn't dare to cry all the time. She forced herself to suppress her tears. The 3 days of danger made her mood fluctuate. Can we just have the baby in the future? She was scared to death of this feeling of being on edge. 那个 OK. 然后 Fu Zhuang kissed her forehead and said he wanted only one. Then your family. They rarely mention Fu Zhuang's family. Shanley didn't know if they would agree. Don't worry about them, just be happy. Fu Zhuang looked at the time. It was getting late. He touched her head and said, okay, it's time to go to bed. Shanley couldn't sleep alone, so she moved to one side and said, come up too. Fu Zhuang took off his shoes, opened the quilt and lay beside Shanley, avoiding her belly and holding her in his arms. He put his chin on her forehead, rubbed it gently first, and then said, Shanley. He hadn't called her so seriously for a long time. Shanley raised her eyelids. Huh? What's wrong? Huh? Don't say that again in the future. Fu Zhuang hugged her tightly, and this time he didn't control his strength, as if he wanted to embed her into his body. The man's voice trembled. I want you to be with me in this life, the next life, and the next life. Shanley paused for a moment, then realized that it might be what Fu Ying said and hugged him back. Okay, I will be with you forever. Fu Zhuang lowered his head and bit her lips, stamped, can't regret it. Shanley raised her head and bit his lips, well, stamped, no regrets. Ike didn't know the news of Shanley's discharge from the hospital until the next day. At that time, Zhou Ai was on a business trip, and Ike went to see Shanley alone. This was the first time that Ike saw such a big house. She was stunned. My God, your house must be more than 500 square meters, right? This one is nearly 1,000 square meters. After saying that, Shanley tilted her head and asked her, what do you want to drink? Coffee or milk tea? Ike, coffee. Ike walked around and said, will I get lost in such a big house? Shanley smiled. When she first moved in, she did, but not now. It must be very troublesome to clean the house. Ike glanced at Aunt Wen. Is one aunt enough? The others lived in another house. Shanley was tired from walking and sat on the sofa. She only came when we were not around. Ike sat beside Shanley, hugged her arm and shook it gently. 这个 rich woman stick to her. Shanley raised her arm to stick to her. Okay, stick to her. Ike saw that she was in a good mood, touched her belly, and said to the baby, baby, you are going to scare your mother, do you know? The baby was resting and did not respond. Ike poked Shanley's belly, baby, baby, I am the godmother, move for the godmother. The godmother was useless, and the baby ignored her. Aunt Wen brought the coffee over. Ike took it, put it to her lips and took a sip, then exclaimed, I really want to live in such a big house. Shanley smiled, okay, then you come and live with me. I don't want to. Looking at Fu Zhuang's cold face in the company is already a torture for her. If she has to look at it after get off work, will she still be alive? Shanley asked casually. Me and him. Ike was surprised. 那个 What can happen between me and him? Don't give me that, Shanley said. Didn't you ask him to pretend to be your boyfriend? Did he agree? At this, AI cook got angry, put down the coffee cup, turned sideways to face Shanley, and said angrily, he is too stubborn. He said he could agree, but I have to agree to his request too. Reciprocity is good, Shanley said. What's good about that? AI cook rolled her eyes. You don't know how unreasonable his request is. How is it unreasonable? He said that since we are boyfriend and girlfriend, we must live together. He wants me to move in with him. Aiko sneered. Do you think he is funny? Shanley sipped her water. You didn't agree. Of course I couldn't agree, Aiko said. If I agreed, how could I have a boyfriend in the future? Then how did you reject him? You said what I told you just now. Aiko straightened his back. I told him that if I agreed, my boyfriend would be jealous in the future. Shanley raised her eyebrows. And then? Aiko shrugged. And then? Nothing else. What do you mean? He ignored me for almost a week, and he pretended not to hear me when I talked to him. Aiko had never seen such a stingy man. Didn't I just refuse his request? Do you think he would be so rude? And I bought things to coax him. Oh. What did you buy? A cup of coffee for each of us. Shanley pinched her eyebrows and sighed. Aiko, have you ever been in a relationship before? Of course Aiko coughed lightly. No. Shanley took the pillow and put it on her lower back. Have you ever thought about why Wenxiang was angry? Yes, to be exact. She even checked online and found that some netizens shared the same opinion as hers, that he was just too stingy. Shanley couldn't help but knocked her on the head. You should be more careful. Aiko covered his forehead and said, You woman, I haven't seen you for just a few days. Why are you still violent? Shanley picked up the coffee cup and handed it to her, reminding her, remember to communicate well with Wenxiang when you see him next time. He is a nice person. The main reason is that their personalities complement each other, and Shanley is very optimistic about them. Not nice at all. After Aiko finished speaking, she realized something and said to Shanley's belly, Baby, don't listen to what your godmother said just now. You just need to remember that your godmother is a lady. After speaking, Shanley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aiko is a self-proclaimed lady. At least Wenxiang didn't think she was a lady at all. On the contrary, he thought she was very fierce. In order to avoid conflicts with her, he has been avoiding her these days or simply pretending not to see her. One day, Aiko came out of the president's office with documents and saw Wenxiang coming over and took the initiative to say hello, Special Assistant Wen. Wenxiang ignored her again. Aiko got angry and stood in front of Wenxiang, not caring if anyone was watching. Wenxiang asked, What are you doing? Aiko said, You are not deaf. Wenxiang, I have something to talk to Mr. Fu about. Please let me see. Number Aiko looked up at him and said, Wenxiang, what do you mean? Why are you ignoring me? Wenxiang glanced around and saw that everyone was staring at them, so he motioned Aiko to go to the corner in front to talk. Aiko didn't want to be the topic of conversation, so she followed Wenxiang and walked forward. After making sure that no one was watching, she stood in front of Wenxiang and said, Let's talk here. Wenxiang, there is actually nothing to say. Aiko reached out and poked him in the chest. You are very stingy, do you know that? There was a crack on Wenxiang's calm face, like a smile unlike self-mockery. Yes, I am stingy, that's alright. What do you mean that's alright? Aiko got angry when she heard it. No, what's wrong with you? Do you care? Wenxiang raised his foot to move closer and pushed her against the wall. Do you care about me? Too close, Aiko pushed him, reminding him to pay attention to the distance. It would have been fine if she didn't say it, but after she did, Wenxiang paid even less attention. He took another step forward, leaned forward, and his face almost touched hers. What? Are you afraid sometimes? Aiko was not afraid, but just too close, which was a bit weird. She pressed her back against the wall and swallowed her saliva. When Xiang, I tell you, don't go too far. I can agree to what you said when Xiang suddenly interrupted Shan Li, but my request remains the same. Aiko, if you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend, then you move in with me. Why? Aiko thought this request was too much. You need a boyfriend to deal with your family, and I need someone to do the housework. When Xiang said without any expression, it's just right for you to do it. I'm not a nanny. Then we don't need to talk about it. When Xiang stood up and said lightly, Secretary AI, please pay attention to your words and deeds in the future. I'm not your boyfriend, I'm your boss, so don't talk to me in the tone just now. When Xiang kept his word and when facing AI Ke, he was even worse than the new employee. His attitude was really bad. 然后 AI Ke complained to Shan Li that Wen Xiang was so annoying. Shan Li suggested that she had the best way to deal with such annoying people. 那个 What was the method? AI Ke was eager to try. Tell me quickly. Let him be your boyfriend and then torture him. Shan Li said seriously. AI Ke thought about it and it seemed that it was really possible. She must win over Wen Xiang, this flower of advanced age. While AI Ke was thinking about how to win over Wen Xiang, the relationship between Zhou Ai and Liang Chen also changed subtly. When she mentioned Liang Chen, Zhou Ai's reaction was no longer as repulsive as before. Shan Li noticed it and asked, what happened between you and Liang Chen? Zhou Ai paused for a moment, then continued to eat snacks, just like that. Didn't you make up? Shan Li asked. No, Zhou Ai said. He is so hateful, I don't want to forgive him. Afraid that Shan Li would ask something else, Zhou Ai changed the subject and asked, when are you going to have a baby? Shan Li touched her belly. She had occasional contractions recently. It should be a signal from the baby. She should wait and see. She can make it to the 39th week. She should try her best to make it to the 39th week. How many weeks is it now? 38 weeks plus 5. Zhou Ai said that will be soon. Shan Li nodded. Yes, it will be soon. She can finally meet the baby. Before going to bed at night, Shan Li was still talking to Fu Zhuang about the baby moving a lot today. Her waist was particularly sore and her legs were particularly tired today. Fu Zhuang comforted her and said that she would go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Shan Li agreed. Okay, let's go for a checkup tomorrow. Fu Zhuang touched her face and went to eat Japanese food after the checkup. I still want to listen to a drama. Shan Li rubbed against his arms and wanted to watch a movie too. Okay, let's do it one by one. Fu Zhuang pinched her chin and asked her to raise her head. He bent down and kissed her. Let's watch the drama tomorrow and the movie the day after tomorrow. Well, Shan Li grabbed his fingers and played with them. There is something I want to ask you. What? Why is the top drawer in your study always locked? She was really curious. Want to know? Well, this is a long story. I will tell you slowly after the baby is born. It won't be about love, right? Fu Zhuang's lips curled up slightly. Guess. Shan Li was about to say something when she suddenly felt discomfort in her stomach. She tightly grasped Fu Zhuang's hand and panted softly, saying, It seems that I am about to give birth. Chapter 47. Fortunately, all preparations were made in advance. After Fu Zhuang dressed Shan Li, he carried her downstairs in the elevator. The driver was already waiting in front of the car. Seeing them coming, he hurriedly opened the door. Fu Zhuang put Shan Li in the car and then he got in the car. Shan Li had a severe stomachache. She held Fu Zhuang's hand tightly and said with a pale face, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Fu Zhuang held her in his arms, patted her back and comforted her. Fu Ying is ready. I will always be there. Shanli nodded with difficulty. Another wave of contractions came, and a lot of sweat overflowed from her forehead. It turned out that what was said on the internet was not false. Giving birth is really painful. Her fingertips sank deeply into his flesh. She frowned and groaned. Even though he was prepared, Fu Zhuang was still very distressed. If it hurts too much, bite me. He handed his arm to Shanli's mouth and bit it hard. The pain was still within the tolerable range. Shanli did not bite, but just held it tightly. The car was driving fast. Fu Zhuang's cell phone rang. Fu Ying called, how is it? Fu Zhuang, it hurts a lot. Fu Ying, how often are the contractions? Fu Zhuang pressed the hands-free button and Shanli's voice came over, 10 minutes. Don't be nervous. Pay attention to adjusting your breathing. Fu Ying said softly, we are ready. You can go directly to the delivery room when you come. Shanli, yes. Usually 10 minutes seemed to go by very slowly, but tonight it went by very quickly. Not long after the last round of contractions, the next one started again. The baby in her belly also felt uncomfortable and began to twist. Every time he twisted, Shanli felt the pain increase a little and her breathing gradually became rapid. Fu Zhuang saw her in pain, which was more painful than his own pain. He wished he could take her place in the pain. Lily, hold on. We are going to the hospital soon. This was the most urgent time Shanli had to go to the hospital. Looking at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the car window, she hummed softly and said, okay, I will hold on. Fu Zhuang's face was paler than hers. Shanli did not forget to comfort him while she was in pain. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm fine. Fu Zhuang could see that she was pretending to be strong. His heart was broken. He hugged her tightly and said to the driver, go faster. Driver, okay. The next second, the car sped up. Shanli's ears were filled with the sound of his anxious heartbeat. The man who had always been as calm as a mountain could also be afraid sometimes. She didn't want him to worry, so she changed the subject when the pain eased. She said, I've been so busy with work recently that I forgot to name the baby. What do you think we should call him? By the way, Shanli said we don't know if the baby is a boy or a girl yet, so we can't name him. Shanli shrank in his arms and pursed her lips. Why don't we give the baby a nickname first? 然后 What name do you want to give him? Fu Zhuang asked, do you have a favorite? Let's call him Baby, Shanli said. Whether it's a boy or a girl, the nickname should be Baby, okay? Baby, Mom and Dad's baby. Okay, I'll listen to you. Fu Zhuang kissed her forehead and said, let's call him Baby. The topic finally came to childbirth. Shanli had to say something. Accidents can happen in any situation. If anything happens to me, you must protect the baby. Fu Zhuang didn't give Shanli a chance to finish. He pinched her chin and blocked her lips. He kissed her hard. I don't allow you to be in trouble, so don't say that you only care about the baby. I can't do that. The car turned a corner and drove into the hospital. Fu Zhuang stepped back a little, rubbed her lips with his fingertips to express his feelings again. If you don't want me to go crazy, just take good care of me. Shanli wanted to say something, but just as her lips opened, she had another contraction. This time it was more intense than the previous ones. It was too painful. She couldn't bear it, so she grabbed Fu Zhuang's hand and bit it hard. Fu Zhuang seemed to feel no pain. His rocks and heart were full of her. It doesn't matter, don't worry about me, I don't feel any pain, you bite hard. As long as she can feel better, he will do anything. Shanli's delivery was not so smooth. When she was lying on the delivery bed for examination, she suddenly found that the amniotic fluid was not only turbid, but also much less. And it may be because the baby has been twisting, the fetal position is also a little abnormal. The doctor's consultation opinion is that the conditions for natural delivery are insufficient and a cesarean section is required. When discussing with Shanli, she said, I just want the baby to be born safely. It doesn't matter what happens to her. When discussing with Fu Zhuang's mind is on Shanli and everything is based on the safety of the mother. The opinions were agreed and Shanli came out of the delivery room and was pushed into the operating room. Fu Zhuang looked at the indicator light, crossed his hands together, and his heart seemed to be pulled by something, pulling and hurting. He suddenly regretted that he shouldn't let Shanli get pregnant. As long as she didn't get pregnant, there would be no risk today. He also regretted another thing. Last time Song Kai went to the temple to burn incense and asked him to go with him. He was an atheist and didn't believe in these things at all, so he refused without thinking. But today, facing the scene in front of him, he thought again and again, why did he refuse that day? He should go. Fu Zhuang has never been a timid person and he has never been timid about anything, but today he was afraid and his heart was shaking unconsciously. His hands were also shaking. Fu Ying had never seen him like this before. She approached and comforted him softly, saying that all women would give birth and would have to go through this stage. Don't worry, Shanli would give birth to the baby safely. Fu Zhuang raised his head, stared at the closed operating room door with his scarlet eyes, and said to Fu Ying, Shanli and the baby, I choose Shanli. Fu Ying understood what Fu Zhuang meant and nodded slightly. Okay, I got it. Fortunately, God was kind and the so-called choice did not appear. Shanli's cesarean section went smoothly. When the nurse came out with the baby, Fu Zhuang felt that he was alive again. He ignored the baby in the nurse's arms and asked first, How is my wife? The nurse smiled and said, The mother is doing well and will go back to the ward later. Family members can go to the ward and wait. Then the nurse said, Congratulations, it's a boy, weighing 7 pounds. Hearing that Shanli was safe, Fu Zhuang had the heart to look at the child. He hooked his little hand and greeted him with a smile. Baby, I am your dad, welcome to your arrival. From then on, the family of 2 became a family of 3. Shanli had a very long dream. In the dream, there was still the sea of flowers. She first saw Fu Zhuang and then saw the baby. Fu Zhuang was playing with the baby. She ran over quickly and asked the baby if he was tired. The baby said in a baby voice, No. She asked again, Do you want to drink water? The baby said, Okay. Suddenly, many butterflies flew round. Shanli and the baby played with butterflies. Finally, they were tired and lay on the grass. Shanli asked the baby, Do you like mom or dad? 然后 the baby stretched out his arms and hugged her neck, kissed her on the face, and said in a baby voice, I like mom. Fu Zhuang supported himself on the ground and kissed her on the face, smiling and said, I like mom too. Shanli subconsciously touched her face and felt the heat. The sun shone over her. She closed her eyes and opened them again. She found that she was in the ward and Fu Zhuang was kissing her. Wake up, he asked. Yeah. Shanli nodded. The baby was taken to take a bath by the nurse. Fu Zhuang held her hand and said softly, You've worked hard. Shanli shook her head and said, It's not hard. Fu Zhuang felt so distressed when he saw her haggard appearance. He leaned forward, put his forehead against hers and rubbed it gently. We will never have another baby again. If it happens again, he will be the one who dies. Shanli did not respond. After all, no one can predict what will happen in the future. She said, I want to see the baby. You are still too weak now. Fu Zhuang stroked her face gently and said, "We will go and see tomorrow." There was a tearing pain in her stomach. It was indeed not suitable for walking. Shanli hummed lightly, "Okay. Cesarean section is more difficult than imagined. The pain of the incision is more uncomfortable than the pain of childbirth, and you can't move, not even the slightest movement." Fu Zhuang saw that she was frowning, knowing that the incision was too painful. He touched her face and asked, "Can you still hold on?" Shanli replied, "Not bad." In fact, it was not very good, but she didn't want to make him worry, so she forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, I can do it." In order to divert Shan Li's attention, Fu Zhuang took out his mobile phone. "This is a photo taken for the baby. Take a look. The baby is Shan Li's good medicine." Looking at the baby, Shan Li forgot all the pain. "The baby's nose looks like yours, and the eyes look like yours. Fu Zhuang, his mouth and face shape look like yours." Shan Li pointed to the photo and said, "His fingers are so long, and his fingers are also like yours. His neck is very long, like." Fu Zhuang said, "His skin is white, which is also more like you." 就是 they looked at each photo several times with their heads against each other. Maybe it was because they looked at it for too long. When Shan Li went to see the baby the next day, she recognized him at a glance. She waved and greeted the baby. "Baby, I am your mother. I am very happy to see you." The baby, who was originally asleep, suddenly woke up. He did not cry, but opened his eyes and looked forward. Shan Li pulled Fu Zhuang's clothes and said happily, "Did the baby hear me talking to him? The baby is looking at us." The baby twisted his little head to look for it and vaguely met Shan Li's eyes. Although she knew that a newborn baby couldn't see clearly, Shan Li still believed that the baby was looking at her. She kept waving her hands and greeting the baby, saying hello to the baby, "Baby, mommy and daddy are here, here." She was so happy to meet him that she couldn't bear to leave. The nurse urged Shan Li to go back to the ward to rest. Shan Li's eyes were red, and she said to Fu Zhuang, "Can we come back to see the baby tomorrow?" Fu Zhuang gathered her windbreaker and jacket and adjusted her hat. "Okay, come back to see the baby tomorrow." When Shan Li came to see the baby again, the baby seemed a little different from yesterday. He was more energetic than yesterday, and his eyes were flickering and looking round. He didn't know what he was looking at. After hearing Shan Li's voice, he looked for it in the direction of the voice. Shan Li took out her mobile phone and took a lot of photos of the baby, then saved the photos and took them out to look at them when she had nothing to do in the ward. Every time Fu Ying came, Shan Li was smiling foolishly at the photos. Fu Ying said, "Looking at the phone for a long time is not good for your eyes, so you should look at it less." Shan Li agreed, and then she looked at the baby again after she left. The more she looked, the more she saw the baby was handsome. This was not because Shan Li was narcissistic. The doctors and nurses also praised the baby for being good-looking and well-behaved. 那个 other babies would cry many times a day, but the baby would cry occasionally and sleep quietly most of the time, not affected by the surrounding sounds at all. Everyone said that the baby's emotions were too stable and he would definitely be an extraordinary person when he grew up. Shan Li didn't hope that the baby would be extraordinary. She just hoped that the baby would be happy. On the 7th day of hospitalization, Shan Li had her stitches removed. It was also on this day that Fu Zhuang took her to live in the most high-end confinement center in North City. It was said that the daily fee there started at 6 figures. Fu Zhuang had always been generous with money. Not to mention 6 figures, even if it was 7 figures, as long as Shan Li needed it, he would agree without hesitation. When Ai Ke saw Shan Li, he first asked about her well-being, and then all his attention shifted to the baby, exclaiming, "Oh my God, my godson is so handsome. Look at his eyes, his nose, and his mouth, they are so beautiful." Ai Ke was not exaggerating, the baby was really very handsome. Zhou Ai agreed, the baby has absorbed the advantages of his parents, and he will charm many women in the future. Really, I am almost fascinated by the baby. Aiko's expression was exaggerated and he danced with joy, saying, if I can give birth to such a beautiful child in the future, I will wake up with laughter in my dreams. Me too, Joe AI said. Okay, the drama is over. Shanley handed them some fruit. It's not as exaggerated as you say. How exaggerated? Aiko pointed at the baby's eyes and said big double eyelids, so charming. She stared at him and said, I really want to kiss him. Do you like him so much? Shanley leaned against the sofa with a blanket on her legs and said with a smile, if you like him so much, why don't you give birth to one? I give birth. Aiko stared at the baby and answered Shanley, I will give birth myself. The key is that I can't give birth. Shanley glanced at Joe AI. Her eyes fell on Aiko. Of course you can't do it yourself. You can go with Wen Xiang. Ahem. Aiko raised her hand to cover her lips, turned around, put down her hand, frowned and said, don't mention him to me. What's wrong with you? Joe AI asked this question. Didn't you go on a business trip together? Shanley said, did something happen that we don't know about? Aiko sat down beside Shanley. She spoke in a much softer voice for fear of waking up the baby, but she was still very angry. We were on a business trip for 7 days, and we had nothing to do except meetings. We didn't go anywhere. Joe I asked in surprise, do you have meetings at night? Why don't you go out for a walk? That's the problem. Aiko complained a lot. There was nothing to do at night, but he still didn't allow it. He said he had to work overtime to sort out documents. He also said that if I went out, he would report it to Mr. Fu truthfully and my travel expenses and salary would be affected. Aiko glared, what kind of person do you think he is? So you mean you have been together for these 7 days? Shanley picked up the cup and took a sip of water. You didn't sleep in the same room, did you? Bob, who sleeps in the same room with him? Aiko changed his sitting position and put his legs on the sofa with his legs bent. If I watch him sleep at night, I will have nightmares all night. Joe AI waited for Aiko to finish complaining and chuckled, you two are a pair of happy enemies. I really don't know what to do with you. Stop, Aiko said, when Xiang and I are not happy, we are just enemies. Joe AI shook her head, you are really stupid. Aiko didn't like what she said. What do you mean I am stupid? I know everything. If I know, don't you understand Wen Xiang's mind? He hides so deeply, who can understand? Aiko argued that mentioning him would spoil the fun. Forget it, don't mention him. She stood up from the sofa, walked to the crib, bent down to look at the baby. My godson is still pleasing to the eye. That Wen Xiang, two dirty eyes. Shanley has a good relationship with Aiko and Joe AI. After caring about Aiko, she turned to Joe AI and asked, how was your business trip? Joe AI said, it's okay. Shanley, Lian Chen came a few days ago and asked me about you. Do you still don't want to pay attention to him now? No. Joe AI avoided the important point. We are fine now. How is it good? Shanley asked, tell me. Occasionally they would meet for dinner. Joe AI picked up the cup and put it down again, her eyes falling on the glass window. It was much better than before. Have you always wanted to do this? I haven't thought about the future, so let's do this for now. AI, don't be too stubborn, I'll give you a chance. Shanley persuaded. Okay, I'll think about it. Joe AI replied. Shanley stayed in the confinement center for a month, and when Wang didn't call her during that time. It seems that what Fu Zhuang said last time was true, and when Wang would not disturb her. Shanley kept the fact of having a child a secret from her colleagues in the company for the time being, saying only that she was going out to study. and she was not sure how long she would be back. Although she was not in the company, she knew a lot of things. For example, she knew very well that Eike and Wen Jiang had a conflict. Eike came to see Shan Li on the weekend, and Wen Jiang happened to come to see Fu Zhuang, so Eike and Wen Jiang met like this. Eike saw that Wen Jiang was there too, so she put down the toys she bought for the baby and turned to leave, but was stopped by Shan Li. Shan Li said to Wen Jiang, "Special Assistant Wen, please send Eike off." "Eike, I don't need him to send me off, I can go by myself." Shan Li, "Special Assistant Wen, is that okay?" Wen Jiang said calmly, "Okay, I'll send her off." Eike twisted and walked out of the room, and then Wen Jiang followed. Fu Zhuang didn't understand and asked, "What are you doing?" Shan Li walked to the crib, bent down to look at the baby, and replied softly, "Matchmaking." Fu Zhuang hugged her in his arms. "Eike and Wen Jiang, don't you think they are a good match?" Shan Li asked. This is not the first time Shan Li has said such a thing. Fu Zhuang didn't care too much before. Their personalities are too different, and it would be troublesome to get along with them. Our personalities are also very different, but we get along very well. Shan Li looked up and said, "We are different." After giving birth, Shan Li's figure has become much plumper, and she has a strong feminine charm, looking more and more sexy. Fu Zhuang lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. "They can't be compared with us." What a perverse logic. Shan Li pushed him away. "Anyway, I think they are a good match. If my wife says they are suitable, then they are suitable." Fu Zhuang put his hands around her waist and pressed her into his arms. "Okay, if you think they are suitable, then they are suitable." Shan Li listened to his inconsistent words, gently pinched his waist, and said to the sleeping baby, "Baby, daddy bullies mommy." How can this be considered bullying?" Fu Zhuang turned her face, opened his mouth and held her lips, rubbing them. "This is it." Not long after Eiko came out of the elevator, her cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned and answered the call. "Hello." A woman's voice came from the receiver. "Eiko, are you busy?" "Eiko, what's up?" "Woman, isn't it the weekend today? The man I arranged a blind date with you last time wants to meet you." "I'm busy, so I won't see you." "What can you be busy with on the weekend?" "I won't see you even if you are not busy." You kid, do you want to piss me off to death?" The woman said again. Hey, my heart, my heart." Eiko rolled her eyes. "You always use this trick." Aren't you tired of it?" "Woman, are you going or not?" "Eiko, the time and address." "Woman, I'll send it to your phone later. By the way, remember to dress up nicely." After the call ended, Eiko stepped down the stairs and was grabbed by Wen Jiang's wrist. He asked, "Are you going on a blind date again?" It was really ugly to pull and tug at the door. Eiko struggled and said, "What do you care about me?" "Wen Jiang, I'm your boss. Today is the weekend, Eiko is being rude, and this is my personal matter. Why should I tell you?" Let go. Eiko is not Shan Li, and she can't learn to be as weak as Shan Li." 然后 seeing that Wen Jiang still didn't let go, she grabbed his hand and lowered her head to bite it. She didn't let go until Wen Jiang let go of his hand. She didn't let go until she let go of her mouth. She said unconvincedly, "If you do this again in the future, I will bite you again. You are born in the year of the dog." Wen Jiang lifted up his sleeve and took a look. There was a red tooth mark on it. "Yes, I am born in the year of the dog." Eiko snorted, turned around and walked down the steps. A taxi just stopped, so she opened the door and got in. After the car drove a long way, she could still see Wen Jiang standing there. "So stupid," she said. The phone rang again. It was Wen Jiang's call. Eiko answered it. "What's the matter?" Wen Jiang said in a deep voice, you have to work overtime today. You have to go to the company quickly. No, AI Ke rolled her eyes and said, I'm busy. AI Ke, I'll say it again. When Jiang's voice changed a little, it was heavy and tense. You have to go to the company to work overtime today. What if I don't go? Then don't come again in the future. Wen Jiang had never said such a serious word. This was the first time. 那个 AI Ke was not sure if it was really an emergency. After hanging up the phone, she sent a WeChat message to Shen Li. Can you ask Mr. Fu for me, do I have to work overtime today? Shen Li replied very slowly, yes, I will. Shen Li said this, so AI Ke certainly didn't dare to delay. She could ignore Wang Jiang, but she couldn't joke about her future. She said to the driver, please go to Linshui Road. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Fu group. AI Ke paid and ran in hurriedly. Occasionally, someone walked by in the lobby. 就是 They should all be here to work overtime. She didn't dare to delay and got into the elevator. After reaching the 60th floor, she realized that Wen Jiang had lied to her. The office area was quiet and there was no one. This is not overtime. She turned back angrily and took out her mobile phone to call Wen Jiang. Before the call was connected, someone blocked her way. He was wearing a black suit, a white shirt, a straight and slender figure, glasses on his nose, and looked gentle. He was none other than Wen Jiang. AI Ke's anger came out, and she stepped forward with her hands on her hips and asked, Wen Jiang, do you think it's fun to play with me? Didn't you say you were working overtime? Where are the people? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Wen Jiang, let me tell you, I'm not a soft persimmon. You can do whatever you want. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I'll never let you go. AI Ke fired like a machine gun and forced Wang Jiang into a corner. She looked up at him as if she would fight him to the death if he didn't give a reason. Speak, hurry up. Wen Jiang calmly adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, took a step closer to AI Ke, put his slender hands on her shoulders, and easily changed directions. AI Ke's back was against the wall. Wen Jiang trapped her in front of him, lowered his eyes and glared at her. His eyes seemed to be flowing with something. Inexplicably, AI Ke's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and then she heard him say, AI Ke, let's get married. Chapter 48. AI Ke thought Wen Jiang was teasing her again, raised her eyebrows, raised her foot and stomped on it hard, glared and said, Wen Jiang, do you think I'm easy to fool? Right? Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? I won't fall for your trick. This marriage. AI Ke straightened her back, said word by word, no, get married. After saying that, without giving Wen Jiang a chance to speak, she walked into the elevator room with a proud look, twisting her waist and stepping on high heels. She gave Wen Jiang a provocative look through the elevator door. The elevator door slowly closed. AI Ke wilted in the next second, staggered and leaned against the elevator wall, holding her hand on the elevator wall and muttering to herself, good thing. I was almost overwhelmed by his momentum. AI Ke is a person who cares about face, especially in front of Wen Jiang. She stood up by holding the elevator wall, rolling her eyes, really can't understand why Wen Jiang suddenly proposed to her. Doesn't he hate her the most? At work, he always likes to find fault with her and scold her for not doing this or that. In life, he even has to control her wearing high heels. He also said it was for her good. When eating, she likes to play with her mobile phone while eating. When he sees it, he always puts on the airs of a special assistant and preaches, saying that eating like this is not good for the stomach. I don't know why he talks so much. AI Ke shook her head. He definitely didn't really want to propose to her. He just wanted to see her panic. He was really too much sometimes. But fortunately, she saw through his intentions. AI Ke didn't take Wen Jiang's proposal to heart. It was as if it never happened. Wen Xiang didn't think so. Ever since he was rejected by her, he felt complicated every time he saw her. When he saw her talking and laughing with other male colleagues, he felt even more complicated. His chest was blocked and he couldn't tell where he was uncomfortable. That day, Wu Yusai asked Ai Ke about something. The two of them stood in the corner and chatted. Ai Ke's hair was stuck with debris. Wu Yusai said, "Don't move, there is something on your head. It may be from the paper I shredded just now." Ai Ke turned her head a little and Xiao Wu, "Please help me with it." "Okay." Wu Yusai motioned for her to lower her head. He raised his arm and carefully removed the debris from her hair. Wen Xiang took a client to see Fu Zhuang and happened to see this scene. The figures of the man and the woman were reflected in the light and shadow, and even the smile on their faces had a touch of charm. Wen Xiang's eyes flashed with something strange. Ai Ke noticed that someone was looking at her. She glanced sideways and met Wen Xiang's eyes. 那个. Her back straightened instantly and she looked like she was ready to fight. Wen Xiang's eyes circled around her and Wu Yusai and then retracted. Then he took the client into the president's office. When the door closed, he looked back. Ai Ke and Wu Yusai were talking about something and they both laughed at the same time. Wen Xiang was a few seconds slower in closing the door. Shanli accidentally knew that Wen Xiang proposed to Ai Ke. 然后 it was purely because Ai Ke let it slip. Shanli interrupted Ai Ke and asked, "What did you say?" "Wen Xiang proposed to you." "Huh?" Ai Ke waved his hands. "It was not a proposal. He was just teasing me. He is a serious person, how could he play tricks on others?" Shanli subconsciously said good things for Wen Xiang. Wen Xiang is a good person, how did you answer? "Me." Ai Ke bent down to play with the baby, hooked the baby's hand with her little finger, gently pulled it, and refused. "Why did you refuse?" Shanli walked over with the bottle. "You hate him." After saying that, she said, "That's not right, you used to praise Wen Xiang for his good looks." Ai Ke was speechless, paused for a few seconds and said, "It was before, it's now." What do you mean? You liked him before, but you don't like him now." Ai Ke took the bottle from Shanli's hand, her eyes flickered. "When did I say I liked him? You are just being stubborn." Shanli picked up the baby and sat on the sofa, and took the bottle from Ai Ke. While feeding the baby, she said, "Wen Xiang is not bad." Ai Ke said. Her eyelids drooped, her fingers scratched the hem of her clothes, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Shanli stopped talking at that point, since like love can only be experienced by the parties involved anyway. She had said what she should say. In the evening, Fu Zhuang returned to the confinement center after get off work and had dinner with Shanli. Shanli stopped eating after a few bites. Fu Zhuang asked, "Is the food not to your liking?" Shanli shook her head, "No." Fu Zhuang, "Am I not feeling well?" Shanli shook her head again, "No." "What is it?" Fu Zhuang held her hand, squeezed it gently, and said in a soft voice, "Tell me." "I want to go home." Shanli held his hand with her backhand. "I want to go back to Linhai Mansion." Fu Zhuang always met Shanli's requests. When do you want to go back?" Tomorrow." Shanli scratched his palm and asked coquettishly, "Is it okay?" Fu Zhuang stood up and sat beside her, holding her on his lap. "You haven't finished the confinement yet. Why don't you wait until you finish the confinement before going back?" "That's still a long time." Shanli pouted. A week passed quickly. Fu Zhuang kissed her lips. "It's just right for me to arrange my work during this time, and then I will be at home with you and the baby." Shanli knew that he was doing this for her good, so she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll come back in a week." She pointed to the bowl and said coquettishly, "You feed me." Fu Zhuang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll feed you." While the two of them were Having dinner at the table, the baby also had a full meal. The confinement nanny fed the baby milk powder and burped him. That's when Fu Zhuang and Shanli came in. They lived in a 4-bedroom house, which was not comparable to Linhai Mansion but much better than the average confinement center. Fu Zhuang took the baby from the confinement nanny, put him in his arms skillfully, and said softly, "Baby, good night." The baby had just eaten and was now sleepy. He looked around and smiled at Fu Zhuang. The confinement nanny praised him. "I have been working for so many years, and many babies can only see after a full month, but the baby is not like that. Now he can look for light to see things, and the baby loves to laugh. He laughs as long as he hears a sound. The baby is smart and cute and will definitely achieve great things in the future." Although she knew it was a compliment, Shanli was still pleased. She walked to the side of Fu Zhuang and the baby, tilted her head to play with the baby. "Baby, mommy is here, can you see it?" Shanli was just above the baby's head. When the baby heard the voice, he raised his chin to look for me. Shanli said happily, "The baby heard my voice, he is looking for me." Fu Zhuang agreed, "Yeah, he is looking for you." Shanli said with a smile, "Baby, you know I am your mother, right?" The baby blinked slowly, as if to say, "Yes, I know." Shanli reached out to hug the baby, but Fu Zhuang stopped her. "You take a rest, I will take care of the baby. Aren't you tired after working all day?" "No." With her and the baby, Fu Zhuang only felt happy. Shanli poked his arm, and seeing that the confinement nanny had gone out, she tiptoed and kissed his lips, and said with trembling eyelashes, "This is a reward for the baby's father." The baby's father felt that it was not enough, and Fu Zhuang tilted his head, saying that he wanted this too. Shanli held his shoulders and kissed his cheek. Just as she stepped aside, the confinement nanny came in and said, "Sir, madam, let me hold the baby." Fu Zhuang handed the baby to the confinement nanny and told her to go slowly. The confinement nanny smiled. It was the first time she saw a father caring so much about his child. Previous employers liked it, but generally they would not hold the baby themselves because they felt that holding a baby should be done by the mother. They just had to pay. 这个 The richer the family, the stronger this concept was. Fu Zhuang said calmly, "I am the baby's father, and these are what I should do." Before Shanli gave birth, he had said that he would help take care of the baby, not just the baby, but everything, and he would also participate in tutoring the baby in the future. 就是the confinement nanny put the baby in the crib, and Fu Zhuang asked Shanli, "Are you tired? Let me massage you." Shanli nodded, "Okay." 然后 his massage technique became more and more skillful, and Shanli joked, "When you don't run a company in the future, you can open a massage shop." Fu Zhuang leaned down with his upper body and put his lips on her ear. "Do you want to be a VIP and enjoy my lifelong service?" His fingers fell on her waist and pinched it lightly. Shanli hissed softly, "Itchy." Fu Zhuang retracted his strength and moved his fingers downward to press her legs. "How about this technique?" It's pretty good." Shanli lay on the bed and pointed at her calf, saying that she also needs to press here. "Okay." Fu Zhuang's fingers continued to move down, and when they passed the inside of her knee, Shanli trembled, turned back, and held his hand, saying, "Don't touch here." "What's wrong here?" Fu Zhuang asked knowingly. "It hurts," Shanli said with a red face. As for why she felt uncomfortable, she didn't elaborate, but her face had revealed her thoughts. She patted his hand and said, "Press it well, and I will compensate you later." "How to compensate?" Fu Zhuang's lips pressed against her neck and moved along the curve of her neck. "You can compensate her however you want." Shanli pursed her lips and lowered her voice, saying, "I'll do whatever you say. The baby in the confinement period is really well behaved." I said with emotion, "The son of my cousin's family cried all the time during the confinement period after he was born. He cried when he peed, cried when he was hungry, cried when he was changed, cried when he was not held, and cried and cried. Look at our baby, he is so well behaved, you can hardly hear him crying. The baby seldom cries. He likes to laugh. His eyes and eyebrows are curved and he looks very similar to Shen Li. He is really an angel baby. Joe AI likes him more and more and wants to kiss him. Shen Li said proudly, the baby is really well behaved and seldom cries at night. The baby will definitely be an extraordinary person when he grows up. Joe AI said firmly, don't believe it, just wait and see. The baby, who is more than 20 days old, has received countless praises. Yaike and Joe AI like him very much and want to take the baby to their own home to raise. The staff of the confinement center also smiled when they mentioned the baby, saying that he is good-looking and well-behaved, so lovable. Shen Li said to Joe AI, if you like, give birth to one. Anyway, Liang Chen is not bad, and the baby you give birth to will definitely be good-looking. Joe AI smiled and said, let's wait until it is stable. They don't know what will happen to the two of them in the future. Yaike saw Shen Li looking at her and waved her hands, don't look at me, I'm not married yet, I can't give birth. You can learn from Li and get pregnant before marriage. Joe AI joked. A prophecy came true. Yaike really became the second Shen Li. One morning, when Yaike opened her eyes and saw the man in front of her, she was stunned for a moment. You, why are you in my house? She covered her body with a quilt and said in surprise. Wen Xiang took the pajamas hanging at the end of the bed and put them on, then found his glasses and put them on, and raised his chin slightly. Look carefully, is it your home? Yaike looked carefully, the light-colored wall cloths, the black wardrobe, the black and white bed, the white door, it really is not her home. What is this? She asked hesitantly. My home. Wen Xiang sat up from the bed without buttoning his pajamas and went to the cloakroom with it open. When he came back a few minutes later, he had changed his clothes. He stood in front of Yaike in a white shirt and black trousers. Yaike recalled what happened last night in these few minutes. Colleagues had a dinner and played games, and she had the most fun and drank the most. At the end of the drinking, she even had a drinking contest with Wu Yusai. She usually looked gentle, but she had a good alcohol tolerance. Yaike refused to admit defeat and drank one cup after another with him. In the end, she didn't remember anything. It seemed that she vomited in the car, and vomited on people, and then she made a fuss to go home. Yaike hugged the quilt and said, Wen Xiang, did you do it on purpose? 就是. What on purpose? You deliberately brought me to your house. Yaike asked, why don't you send me back to my own home? How would I know where you live? Wen Xiang said, besides, you vomited all over me last night, how can I send you back? It turned out that you vomited on him. Yaike's face turned pale and red, but you can't. Can't what? You can't take advantage of someone's misfortune. Yaike lowered her head and glanced at herself, which was really clear. Yaike, you can't remember anything about what happened last night. Wen Xiang approached and said, it was you who pestered me. Impossible, how could I? Yaike lost her voice as she spoke. She remembered that she was the first to take off his shirt and untie his belt last night, and she was the one who said, I won't let you go tonight. Or she pushed him against the door and stood on tiptoe to kiss him without saying anything. He refused to kiss her, and she bit him. It seemed that she bit his forearm. Yaike took a look. There was an obvious tooth mark on Wen Xiang's forearm. It was her bite. Yaike went crazy. After a while, can you go out first? I need to put on clothes. Wen Xiang turned around and was about to leave. She called him again. I don't have any clothes to change. You have to give them to me. Wen Xiang looked back at her, then raised his foot to the cloakroom, and when he came back, he was holding a white shirt and a pair of jeans in his hand. I only have men's clothes here, you can make do with them. Oh, after the door was closed, Ai Ke hit her head hard. Woo woo woo, how could she do such a ridiculous thing? How could she face Wen Xiang in the future? 10 minutes later, Ai Ke walked out of the bedroom, just about to speak. Wen Xiang handed her a glass of water. Ai Ke took it, raised her head and drank it in one gulp, and returned the empty cup to him. It was getting late. I am leaving first. Are you leaving like this? Wen Xiang asked. Oh, I will return the clothes to you after I dry clean them. She thought he was asking about the clothes. Ai Ke, you slept with me. Wen Xiang said, are you not going to take responsibility? Ai Ke, are you going to do it for free? Wait, what nonsense are you talking about? Ai Ke corrected him. We are mature men and women, we are all adults, this kind of thing. Before she finished, Wen Xiang interrupted her. It's my first time. It's my first time. Wen Xiang said, I take it very seriously. You take it very seriously and you sleep with me. Ai Ke almost confronted him, but swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Then what do you want? You have to take responsibility. Wen Xiang said seriously. How do you want me to take responsibility? Ai Ke chuckled. Do you want me to marry you? She just said it casually, really casually, and she didn't think Wen Xiang would have such an immature idea at all. It's just sleeping together once, she doesn't care, why should he care? The most important thing is that women are more disadvantaged in this kind of thing, and besides, it's her first time. She didn't say anything. Your suggestion is good, Wen Xiang said in a low voice. I agree. He agreed with whatever she proposed. Ai Ke, I disagree. Well, then I will ask your family to judge. Hey, Wen Xiang, are you unreasonable? You slept with me and you don't plan to take responsibility. Am I unreasonable or are you unreasonable? Arguing can't solve the problem. Ai Ke gave Wen Xiang a big smile and said, don't be impatient, let's discuss it properly. You see, you are an elite in society after all. Don't you think it's a pity to be bound by marriage at an early age? Wen Xiang, I don't think so. Ai Ke. She endured it. 然后 There are many female colleagues in the company who like you. Why don't you pick one from them at random? Is marriage a casual thing, not to mention that you slept with me? Sleep, sleep, sleep. Ai Ke was tired of listening and said with her hands on her hips, so what do you want? Get a marriage certificate and get married. Wen Xiang said firmly. What if I don't agree? I will go to your parents and let them give me an explanation. Ai Ke's mother has been urging Ai Ke to get married. If she sees a high-quality man like Wen Xiang, she will definitely agree immediately. Ai Ke, no, you can't meet my family. It's okay for me not to see your family, Wen Xiang said, then let's go get the marriage certificate. Ai Ke scratched her head, pointed at Wen Xiang and said, do you know what your behavior is called? What? Being unreasonable. You slept with me first, I didn't make a fuss. Ai Ke couldn't stand it anymore and glanced in the direction of the door from the corner of her eye, intending to take the opportunity to escape. Wen Xiang saw her intention, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, tapped it lightly, and a voice came from it. Ai Ke, are you sure you want to sleep with me? It was Wen Xiang's voice. Have you really thought about it? Yes, I have thought about it. I just want to sleep with you. It was Ai Ke's voice. You can sleep with me, but have you thought about the consequences? What consequences? I want you to marry me. Okay, marry me then. This is a recording. The voice is very clear. Ai Ke widened her eyes. You. Wen Xiang said, this is what you said in person. You want to marry me. Shanli finally made it to the end of her confinement and returned to Linhai Mansion. She went back with 3 nannies, 2 childcare workers, and a nanny, all of whom were hired by Fu Zhuang to take care of Shanli and her baby. The salary was very high, and the requirements were also high, that is, they must take good care of the mother and the baby. Fu Zhuang also specifically emphasized that the mother, in particular, must not be tired, and they had to do things like holding the baby. It was precisely because Fu Zhuang was so good to her that Shanli recovered quickly. After she left the confinement, she also had a physical examination and the results showed that everything was normal except for mild anemia. Shanli didn't take the anemia seriously. 那个 women who have given birth to children will have some anemia, and her mother was also at that time. But Fu Zhuang took it to heart. He would personally stew soup for her after get off work every day and bought blood-enriching health products and watched her eat every day. He did a great job in this regard. Shanli tried to not eat it several times, but he found out in the end. Why not eat it? It's bitter and smells bad. Shanli hugged his arm and acted like a spoiled child. I don't want to eat it anymore. No, I have to eat it. Fu Zhuang said, how about this, I will eat with you. Before Shanli understood what he meant by eating with her, she saw him put the medicine into his mouth, then pinched her chin and blocked her lips. In a moment, the medicine went from his mouth to her mouth. So this is what he meant by eating with her. After taking the medicine, Shanli frowned. It was so bitter. Fu Zhuang brought honey water, and it would not be bitter after drinking it. After Shanli finished drinking the honey water, he pinched her chin and kissed her again and said confidently, I am bitter too, I want to drink it too. He wanted to drink what she said. The kiss was so intense that he accidentally knocked over the chair behind him. The baby playing next door heard it. Shanli pushed him away, trembling eyelashes, and said, is the baby crying? No. Fu Zhuang put his arm around Shanli's waist and wanted to kiss her again, but Shanli pushed him away. She said, no, I have to go see the baby. They went to the baby room next door. The baby looked at them with blinking eyes, looking at Fu Zhuang and Shanli. The baby, who was only nearly 40 days old, looked at them like a little adult. The nanny chuckled. The baby made a noise because he heard you talking. Shanli pursed her lips. There was no sound of talking just now. 就是 They were clearly kissing. She glanced at Fu Zhuang, who was also looking at her. Shanli pinched Fu Zhuang's waist quietly and said silently, it's your fault. Fu Zhuang smiled dotingly, wrapped his big hand around Shanli's little hand, bent down and said to the baby, baby, daddy will tell you a story. Okay. How could the little baby say yes or no? He moved his little arms to agree. The women went out to rest, and Fu Zhuang stayed in the baby room to tell the baby a bedtime story. I don't know if it was too good or something else, but the baby didn't feel sleepy at all and his little arms kept dancing. Fu Zhuang lowered his head and kissed his forehead. Baby, be good, it's time to go to bed. The baby rolled his eyes and waved his little arms again, as if responding to him. Not long after, the baby closed his eyes with the corners of his lips raised, as if he had a sweet dream. Shanli waited for Fu Zhuang to come back for a long time, so she lifted the quilt to find him. Before she even touched the ground, she saw him pushing the door and walking in. Is the baby asleep? She asked. Yes, he is asleep. Fu Zhuang walked to the bed, lifted the quilt and lay down, holding Shanli in his arms. Shanli was waiting for him because she wanted to tell him something. When do you think it is appropriate for me to go to work? Do you want to go to work? Fu Zhuang asked. Yes, I want to go to work. Shanli played with his fingers and said, I don't want to be a full-time housewife. I still want to have my own job. Then let's wait for a while. Fu Zhuang is worried about her health. You are still a little anemic. Wait until you are completely fine before going to work. I want to ask you one more thing. Shanley pursed her lips. What's the matter? Fu Zhuang lifted her chin. You say. Isn't it bad that I can't breastfeed my baby? Shanley felt sad when she thought about breastfeeding. She had taken the medicine to increase milk production, had the injection, and had seen everything she should see, but she still didn't have much milk. She felt sorry when she thought that other babies could breastfeed in their mother's arms, but her baby couldn't. No, you are a good mother. Fu Zhuang knew how much Shanley had tried to breastfeed her baby, but she couldn't blame her for the unsatisfactory result. 这个 She fed him milk powder in the hope that he would grow up healthily. With Fu Zhuang's comfort, Shanley felt much better. She nestled in Fu Zhuang's arms and sighed softly. I still feel sorry. Fu Zhuang stroked her back gently, saying that the baby would understand and he wouldn't care about these things. Shanley hummed softly and tightened her arms around his waist. 然后 their bodies also moved closer and some changes were felt almost instantly. Shanley paused, first looked down, then raised her chin and blinked. You. Fu Zhuang held her head and pressed her into his arms, saying in a low voice, Don't move. Chapter 49. The baby didn't have a full month party but a 100-day party. It wasn't a big event, just some close friends were invited. AI Ke, Zhou AI, Liang Chen, Zhou Zheng, Song Kai. They were all there. The baby was the focus on this day. A 100-day-old baby was the center of attention. Everyone was scrambling to hold him. The baby didn't cry or make a fuss and was happy to be held by them. Whoever held him would smile and would spit saliva to show his love for that person. Every time AI Ke held her, she didn't want to let go and always wanted to hold her. I don't know who said, Secretary AI, you like children so much, why don't you give birth to one yourself? AI Ke smiled and said, I just want to be a ready-made mother, I don't want to give birth to one myself. The baby really liked AI Ke, and waved his little hands to grab the necklace on her neck, but the baby was too young to reach it accurately. Some babies might get anxious and cry at this time. But the baby didn't. He kept repeating the grabbing action with his mouth open, smiling all the time, not angry or crying. There was a voice of praise from afar. This child is good. He is not impatient. He will definitely become a great man in the future. The baby seemed to know that others were praising him, turned his head to look behind him and gave the other party a bright smile. I loved the baby's smiling face, rubbed his nose on his face. Baby, you are so cute. Godmother likes you so much. Zhou AI took the baby from AI Ke's hands. Baby, you have more than just her as your godmother, you also have me. Similarly, Zhou AI also loved the baby very much, and after holding him, she would not let anyone hold him even if AI Ke argued with her. She would not let him go. The baby blinked his eyes and watched them talking, 然后 saliva flowing down the corners of his lips. His face was white and tender, which reminded people of snow. No, it should be whiter than snow. AI Ke gently pinched his little face, and the baby made a vague sound to AI Ke, like calling aunt, but also like calling mother. AI Ke exclaimed, Shanley, the baby called me. Shanley came over and said with a smile, the baby is not even 4 months old, how could he call for help? You heard it wrong. The baby just made a sound, AI Ke said with a smile. I don't care, the baby just called me. Okay, the baby called you. 那个 Shanley smiled and asked Zhou AI, are you tired? Do you want me to hold you? No, I just held you. Zhou AI held the baby's little hand and shook it, and asked, Baby, do you like your godmother? The baby opened his little mouth slightly and gave Zhou AI a big smile, as if to say yes. Zhou AI was at a loss for words all of a sudden and said happily, My dear son, you are so nice, come give your godmother a kiss. She kissed the baby's left cheek. AI Ke, I want a kiss too. She kissed the baby's right cheek. The baby giggled again. Shanley asked the baby, do you like your godmothers so much? The baby stretched out his white and tender hand and brushed it across her face, then placed it on Shanley's lips. Shanley opened her mouth and took it in, then bit it lightly. The baby smiled again. After Aiko and Joe Ai had hugged enough, it was the man's turn to hug. Liang Chen hugged first. Song Kai joked, hey, I think Joe Ai likes children very much. 那个, why don't you consider having one? Liang Chen thought the key is that he can't make the decision. Joe Ai hasn't let him into the bedroom to sleep yet, so what's the point of having a baby? Why don't you have one? I don't have a wife. Song Kai hissed softly, I understand. Although you have a wife, you can't touch or eat her, you can only watch. Alas, pitiful. Liang Chen lowered his voice and said, go away. When he lowered his head and found that the baby was staring at him, he hurriedly smiled and apologized. Baby godfather didn't mean to say bad words. I won't say it again next time. Why are you the baby's godfather? Song Kai quiz, I want to be the baby's godfather too. Joe Ai is the godmother, so of course I am the godfather. Liang Chen gave him a look that said you are an idiot. Song Kai found Fu Zhuang and wanted to be the baby's godfather. Fu Zhuang said calmly, where is the godmother? The godmother is. Song Kai said, no. That won't work. Fu Zhuang said, if the baby has a godfather, he must have a godmother. My son can't be a single parent. Song Kai. Zhou Zhan also wanted to be held, and he rocked this way and that way and asked the baby if he was happy. The baby moved, indicating that he should continue to rock. Zhou Zhan did as he was told. Isn't it fun? The baby looked at him with a smile and began to spit bubbles from his mouth. Zhou Zhan asked Fu Zhuang what happened to the baby. Fu Zhuang replied, growing teeth. Growing teeth? Zhou Zhan was surprised. Do all babies grow teeth at 100 days? Not necessarily, Fu Zhuang explained. Some are early and some are late, about 4 months early and some are late at 8 or 9 months, depending on the individual's physique. Zhou Zhan was surprised and said, how do you know so much? Fu Zhuang patted him on the shoulder. Do you think being a father is that easy? Later, Zhou Zhan went to Linhai Mansion to talk to Fu Zhuang about something. After entering his study, he saw rows of parenting books on the bookshelf and understood what he meant by being a father. It is really not easy. At the 100-day banquet, Bao Bao also received many gifts, all of which were well-known figures in North City, and they were very generous. If it were not inappropriate to give a house, Liang Chen would have planned to give Bao Bao a house. In his words, I am Bao Bao's godfather and I am also Bao Bao's father, so what's wrong with giving a house? In the end, the house was not given and he gave Bao Bao a yacht worth 7 figures, saying confidently, baby, you play first, and when you grow up, your godfather will give you something better. Bao Bao opened his mouth and smiled at Liang Chen, and the saliva flowing from the corners of his lips was bubbling, which was also the highest courtesy. Liang Chen gave a yacht worth 7 figures, so Song Kai and Zhou Zhan naturally couldn't be too different. Song Kai had a holiday island with a good location, suitable for playing, and he gave the island to Bao Bao. Zhou Zhan knew that children like to go to amusement parks when they grow up, so he simply gave Bao Bao a playground, covering an area of 2,000 square meters, with all kinds of amusement facilities. Of course, he wanted to give a larger one, but Fu Zhuang disagreed, so he could only choose a smaller one. The godfathers are all very generous, and the godmothers are not comparable to them. Aiko gave Bao Bao a bracelet that was blessed in a temple. Zhou Ai gave Bao Bao a jade Buddha to bless Bao Bao to be healthy. Shanley held Bao Bao's hand and said, baby, thank you godmothers and godfathers. 然后 Bao Bao smiled at them very powerfully. His smile melted everyone's heart. Some people shouted and said, let's have a baby when we go back. It's so cute. Usually Bao Bao will take a nap at noon. 这个 Maybe there are many people today. He is happy and has not slept. He started to sleep after getting in the car after the 100-day banquet. Fu Zhuang looked at Bao Bao with a smile on his face, turned around and asked Shen Li, "Are you tired?" Shen Li snuggled in his arms. "It's okay, but are you tired?" "I'm not tired." Fu Zhuang wiped the water stains from the corner of the baby's lips and told the driver to turn up the air conditioning temperature. He held Shen Li's hand and smiled faintly, saying that the baby looks like you when he smiles. Shen Li held Fu Zhuang's hand back, rested her chin on his chest, and raised her head. "I hope the baby will be like you." "Why?" "Because you are excellent." Shen Li sat up and kissed Fu Zhuang's lips. "The baby should be like excellent people. You are also excellent." Fu Zhuang pinched her fingers and raised her chin. It would be better if the baby is like you." Shen Li rubbed against him in his arms. "那个 like you." She seemed to love to act coquettishly more after giving birth to a child. Fu Zhuang couldn't bear it. He didn't care that the baby was still beside him. He grabbed Shen Li's neck and kissed her deeply. He pried open her lips and absorbed the sweetness in her mouth. 那个 They haven't been like this for a long time. After a while, Shen Li panted and leaned against him, her eyelashes trembling. Fu Zhuang stroked her back and whispered in her ear, "Can I do it tonight?" Since Fu Yin said that it is not easy to have sex within 100 days, Fu Zhuang really has not touched Shen Li. He endured it very hard every night. Shen Li pursed her lips and replied with a trembling voice, "It should be." "Okay." The corners of the baby's lips curled up in his sleep as if he had heard the little secret of his parents. At night, it was quiet all round. Fu Zhuang carried Shen Li into the bedroom. As soon as his fingers touched her collar, crying came from the baby's room next door. The baby rarely cries." Shen Li was worried and pushed Fu Zhuang, saying, "No, I want to go see the baby." Fu Zhuang got up and left, tidied up his pajamas, and went together. When the confinement nanny saw them, she explained, "The baby may have slept too long during the day and is not sleepy now." Shen Li, "Then let's play with the baby for a while." The baby, who was still crying with a grin, began to laugh when he saw Shen Li and Fu Zhuang grabbing this and that with his little hands. Shen Li held the baby's little hand and asked, "Baby, do you want to listen to Daddy's story?" The baby spit and expressed his agreement. Shen Li wiped the baby's saliva and said, "Okay, let Dad tell the baby a bedtime story." Fu Zhuang has been telling stories for several months. He took the book and told the baby a story vividly. At first, the baby listened and pulled the hem of Shen Li's pajamas to play. Later, he began to stare at Fu Zhuang. His little feet were not idle, kicking left and right. Shen Li shook her head. "The baby can't kick people." The baby seemed to understand and really stopped kicking. Shen Li kissed the baby's forehead. "So good." The baby opened his mouth and smiled. After Fu Zhuang finished telling one story, he told the second story and then the third story. Shen Li fell asleep because of his stories, but the baby was still asleep. Fu Zhuang was afraid that the baby would disturb Shen Li, so he picked up the baby and went to the baby's room upstairs. There were many toys in it, all of which were sterilized. Fu Zhuang brought the toys for the baby to play with. In the middle of playing, he also made milk powder for the baby. When the confinement nanny saw it, she looked apologetic and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I was just busy." "Sorry," Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, "it's okay." Finally, Fu Zhuang coaxed the baby to sleep. After handing the baby over to the confinement nanny, he went to the baby room and took Shen Li away. They could no longer get close to each other and could only look forward to tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, the baby did this and that again but still failed. 然后 Fu Zhuang asked the baby, "Did you do it on purpose?" The baby laughed happily, dancing and babbling twice. Babies grow very fast in infancy, almost changing every day, and their height grows up in sight. On the day of AI Kezu 100-day party, he saw that the baby's clothes were still fitting well. When he went to see the baby again half a month later, the previous clothes could not fit him and the trouser legs were much shorter. Aike sighed, the baby has grown so tall. Compared with ordinary babies, the baby has really grown very tall. Shanli agreed, yes, the previous clothes can no longer fit him. Aike pinched the baby's little face and asked, baby, do you want to play basketball in the future? The baby gave Aike a sweet smile. Aike's heart melted and he held the baby's little hand and kissed it non-stop. Baby, I really want to take you home. When Shanli saw Aike, she thought of other things. How are you and Wenxiang? Aike paused, pursed his lips, and said just like that. Every time the answer was just like that, Shanli didn't know what just like that meant. 然后 She was about to ask something when the baby pooped. She helped the confinement nanny to clean the baby. It was half an hour after the cleaning. Aike answered the phone and left. Shanli hooked the baby's little finger and asked him, do we want to help the godmother? The baby waved his legs and made a babbling sound. Shanli, 然后 okay, then let's help the godmother. The 5-month-old baby doesn't want to lie down at all. He always wants to sit and do something like an adult. The nanny said that the baby's bones cannot sit too early during the development stage, which will cause spinal curvature, so Shanli will deliberately prevent the baby from sitting. But the baby is not happy. He is no longer satisfied with lying down to see the world. He likes to look straight ahead. And now the baby is not as honest as before. He has his own little ideas and things he wants to do. If he is not allowed to do it, he will be very unhappy. 这个 specifically, it is manifested in crying. The baby rarely cries, but it is hard to stop crying. Tears hang on his long eyelashes, and one look at him can make people heartbroken. People who take care of the baby don't want him to cry, and Shanli doesn't want him to cry either. She went through a lot of hardships to give birth to the baby, and she feels very distressed when he cries. The baby knows that her mother likes her, so every time she acts coquettishly, she is directed to Shanli. Shanli has been completely conquered by the baby and will give him whatever he wants. Of course, the baby doesn't ask for anything excessive. When the baby grows to 8 months old, he can crawl. The crawling baby can no longer stay in one room. He explores every day. He is in this room one moment and in another room the next. Every day, he looks for something like a treasure hunt, and he also makes a lot of mistakes. For example, one day, Shanli found that the TV remote control was missing. She searched many places but couldn't find it. Finally, she asked the baby, have you seen the remote control? At this time, the baby can understand what adults say. He looks at Shanli with a pair of innocent big eyes, as if saying, I don't know. But one day, the remote control appeared in the flowerpot, and the height of the flowerpot was just right for the baby to touch. Shanli asked the baby if you put it there. The baby smiled and made a single sound, Shanli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 然后 later, Shanli lost something again. She didn't need to guess that the baby had taken it away, so she asked the baby where the thing was. The baby took Shanli to look for it room by room, and finally found it in the baby's room upstairs. In the evening, Fu Zhuang came home from work. Shanli talked to him about this, hugged him and asked, were you so naughty when you were a child? Fu Zhuang shook his head, no. Then the baby just took after me. Shanli thought about it, and it seemed that she was indeed very naughty when she was a child, and she was often beaten by Wen Wang. Wen Wang also said that she was never idle and always made trouble. Later one day, the baby didn't know where to put something again, and Shanli criticized him seriously. The baby had tears in his eyes, pursed his lips, and lowered his head aggressively. It was so aggrieved that the confinement nanny couldn't stand it anymore and spoke well for the baby. Madam, the baby didn't mean it. Don't be mean to the baby. The baby said with tears in his eyes, Mom, no, I did it on purpose. The 9-month-old baby can already speak some words and can speak anything that is not too difficult. The baby is older than other children in terms of language. Shanli said, don't put it randomly in the future. The baby nodded, okay. The baby was criticized by Shanli that day. After Fu Zhuang came home from work, he threw himself into Fu Zhuang's arms and acted like a spoiled child. After Fu Zhuang asked about the whole story, he told the baby that Mom was right to criticize you and you are not allowed to do this again in the future. The baby was aggrieved again, with his mouth pouted high, and nodded with red eyes. He went back to his room without kissing Fu Zhuang. He can now walk a little bit by holding the wall, but he still crawls when he is anxious. The sadness of a child will heal in a few minutes, but the sadness of the baby will last longer. He was still sad the next day, and he didn't open his hands to hug Shanli and Fu Zhuang. Shanli smiled, walked over, took the baby and kissed his chubby face. Mommy feeds you milk, okay? Baby, yes. Before the age of 1, the baby's facial features looked more like Shanli, but after the age of 1, he gradually looked more like Fu Zhuang, and his rocks and eyes were very similar to Fu Zhuang. Every time Shanli saw the baby, she felt like she was seeing Fu Zhuang in his childhood. Even if the baby made a mistake, she couldn't bear to be mean to him. Fu Zhuang was not like that. He was stricter with the baby than before, but of course it was not unreasonable. He was strict when the baby made a mistake, but he was very kind to the baby at other times. When the baby was 18 months old, Shanli asked to go to work. My body is fine now, and the baby is older. I want to go to work. Okay. Fu Zhuang held her and sat her on his lap. When do you want to go? Next Monday. Shanli said that I didn't inform everyone about the birth of the baby, and I guess everyone will have opinions. I want to treat everyone to dinner tomorrow night. But what's wrong, yeah? What about the baby? He needs someone to coax him when he sleeps, and the confinement nanny can't do it. I'll do it. Can you do it by yourself? Yes. The baby has been attached to Shanli recently. Shanli is the one who coaxes him to sleep at night. Occasionally, Fu Zhuang will help coax him when he gets off work early. However, the company has been very busy recently and Fu Zhuang gets off work very late, so Shanli is basically the one who coaxes the baby. Shanli is still worried and reminds him, the baby can't drink too much milk powder before going to bed. He likes to listen to the stories of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. Remember to cover him with a blanket. Oh, by the way, if he asks about me, you can say that Mom is going to fight monsters and will be back after the fight. Fu Zhuang pinched Shanli's face and said, Don't worry, I can take good care of the baby. Shanli was not at ease at all and said in her heart, I hope so. Fu Zhuang thought it was simple at first, how difficult it would be to take care of a child, but he realized that the baby was no longer the obedient baby before. He had his own opinions and thoughts. You can't force him to do anything, you can only discuss with him. For example, the baby wanted to drink more milk powder, but Fu Zhuang saw that drinking too much before going to bed was bad for the stomach and raised objections. The baby didn't make a fuss or cry, but slid down from the bed holding the quilt. Fu Zhuang asked him, What are you going to do? Baby, I'd better go fight monsters with my mother. Fu Zhuang. For example, the baby wanted to listen to the story of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. After Fu Zhuang finished telling the story, he was still not sleepy. Fu Zhuang said to tell another story. The baby didn't like it anymore. He slid down from the bed holding the quilt again. Fu Zhuang stopped him and asked where he was going. The baby said aggressively, I want to find my mother. Fu Zhuang pinched his eyebrows and asked, what do you want me to do to sleep? The baby thought about it and asked, that holds the baby to sleep. You are a big man. But didn't you say I was still young and asked me to be obedient? How can I become a big man when I sleep? Fu Zhuang didn't know that the baby could talk so well, and it seemed to be reasonable. Fu Zhuang coughed lightly. A baby who is 1 year old and 6 months old is also a big baby. The baby tilted his head and said, yesterday, my mother touched my head and called me a little baby. After the debate failed, Fu Zhuang held the baby to sleep. The baby felt that everything about his father was wrong. Dad, your arms and hands are so hard. Mom's hands should be softer. Fu Zhuang softened his strengths. How about this? Hey, the baby sighed like a little adult. Dad, you don't smell as good as Mom. Fu Zhuang, when Dad was young, he slept alone and no one coaxed him. Don't your parents coax you? The baby asked with blinking eyes. No coaxing, Fu Zhuang said. The baby pursed his lips and thought for a while. Dad, were you not well behaved when you were young? Mom said that parents don't like children who are not well behaved. Mom also said that she likes me because I am well behaved. I understand, I am better than Dad, the baby said excitedly. The baby was even less sleepy as he talked and asked Fu Zhuang, Dad, do you like me more or Mom more? Fu Zhuang asked him, what about you? Do you like Dad more or Mom more? Mom. Baby didn't even think about it. Didn't Daddy say that girls need protection? Mom is a girl and needs protection too, so baby should like her more. Fu Zhuang was convinced by baby's thinking. In other words, you love Mom more, right? Yes. Baby held his chin and said, Mom is a girl, of course she should love Mom more. Baby told Fu Zhuang how much he loved Mom so hard that his saliva came out. Shanli came back at 9:30. Fu Zhuang heard the sound of the car and went downstairs to greet her. Shanli walked very fast. The first thing she asked when she saw him was, where is the baby? Is she asleep? Is she making trouble? Fu Zhuang hugged her in his arms, got close to her and smelled her. Did you drink? Yes, I drank a little. The colleagues in the company were all drunker than each other. They all said that Shanli was not authentic for not informing them of such a big thing as giving birth. Shanli could only drink to apologize. She didn't know how much she drank. Anyway, she felt dizzy, but fortunately she didn't fall when she walked. Don't drink next time. Fu Zhuang held her face and kissed her lips. Okay, I won't drink anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Zhuang picked up Shanli and went upstairs. He didn't go back to the bedroom, but went straight to the bathroom. Fu Zhuang, I'll give you a bath. No, I can do it myself. Shanli pushed him and said, you go out first. I want to wash you. Fu Zhuang held her hand and gently pinched her wrist. I think we should wash together. The two made a lot of noise in the bathroom. Shanli panted and said, be careful that the baby hears it. Fu Zhuang kissed her neck and said, the baby won't hear it. The baby is already asleep. The baby wakes up occasionally. Wasn't it the case last time? Halfway through, the baby came and pushed open the door, scaring her to death. Now this time, he is sleeping very deeply. Fu Zhuang went to pull Shan Li's hand, held her earlobe and said, I won't let you go tonight. But, Shan Li's voice was swallowed up. Outside the door, a little kid holding a quilt was staring at the door in surprise. Seeing that there was no voice inside, he asked, Mom and Dad, are you done washing? Chapter 50. Shanli pushed Fu Zhuang and whispered, "Oh no, the baby is outside." Fu Zhuang held her waist and kissed her lips, lowering his voice and saying, "It's okay, he will be gone soon." Shanli turned her head away from him and said, "Don't you know what your son is like? He won't leave." Facts have proved that Shanli still understands the baby. The baby really didn't leave. After standing tired, he sat down on the carpet, holding his chin and staring at the door, and occasionally said golden sentences. "Mom, did you call just now?" Shanli said, "No, you heard it wrong." After a while, the baby said again, "Mom, will Dad rub your back again?" Because the baby heard Shanli say, "Don't touch my back," so he saw Dad was rubbing Mom's back again. "Oh, yes, rub my back," Shanli responded. The baby also wants to rub Mom's back. The baby didn't want the quilt anymore, stood up, and walked forward with short legs. Just as he was about to push the door opened. Shanli blushed, and the baby looked up and asked, "Mom, are you sick?" Shanli blinked. "What? You blushed?" The baby said seriously. The last time the baby was sick, his face was very red. Shanli shook her head and said, "No, Mom is not sick." "If Mom is not sick, why don't you walk by yourself?" The baby kept asking 100,000 whys. "Why do you let Dad hold you?" Shanli swallowed her saliva. "Mom's feet are numb." The baby smiled and took 2 steps. "Mom, come down quickly, baby will massage your feet." Shanli didn't dare to come down because she and Fu Zhuang used the same bath towel, and if she came down, she would be exposed. This was not the only embarrassing thing that happened when she was caught by the baby. One night, Shanli finally coaxed the baby to sleep and quietly returned to the bedroom. Fu Zhuang was already lying on the bed waiting for her. That day was the Chinese Valentine's Day, and the man was rarely romantic. He bought her a bouquet of red roses and spread rose petals on the bed. Shanli remembered that he had prepared in the same way on the day he proposed to her. She was touched, and before he could carry her to bed, she threw herself on him, hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. "那个." Her fair and slender fingers slipped into his collar and touched his hot skin. The temperature in the room gradually rose. When they were about to take off each other's clothes, Shanli suddenly saw a little man standing at the end of the bed from the corner of her eye. He held a small quilt in one hand and a small pillow in the other. He tilted his head, blinked his big eyes, and watched them kissing. He said in a baby voice, "Mom, why are you riding on Dad?" Shanli shivered in fear and hurriedly got off Fu Zhuang. She hesitantly explained that Mom was playing a game with Dad. Baby smiled sweetly. "What game are you playing?" "Baby wants to play it too." Shanli glanced at Fu Zhuang awkwardly and said with a smile that this is a game that adults can play. Children are not allowed to play it. The baby seemed to understand and nodded vigorously. "Oh, this is a game that only adults can play." Then the baby will find someone to play with him when he grows up. Shanli suddenly felt like she was going crazy. She saw that this matter was over that night, but one day, Ai Ke came to see the baby and bought a lot of toys for the baby. In return, the baby wanted to share a secret with Ai Ke. Ai Ke smiled and asked, "What does the baby want to tell Godmother?" 然后 the baby said seriously, "Godmother, the baby knows that there is a game that adults can play." Mommy doesn't let the baby tell others. The baby only tells Godmother. "What game can only be played by adults?" Ai Ke asked casually. "The horse riding game." The baby said, "It is a game where the mother rides on the father." Shanli, who had just picked up the teacup to drink tea, was petrified on the spot. Ai Ke teased Shanli for a long time because of the secret that the baby told, and said to Shanli, "Hey, I know that you two love each other, but you also have to be more careful. You have a baby, don't be so unrestrained." Shanli pinched her eyebrows, looking at the same time she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 然后 she wanted to refute but couldn't. 然后 later, Shanli gave the baby a special lesson telling the baby not to enter other people's rooms without permission. The baby listened very carefully and raised his hand to speak after listening. 然后 Shanli asked, what's wrong? The baby, who is almost 2 years old, is getting cuter and cuter and has a lot of ideas. In the words of the nanny, he is very clever. He asked, the baby has to knock on the door when entering mom and dad's bedroom, so why don't mom and dad knock on the door when entering the baby's bedroom? Shanli was stumped by the baby's question again and said hesitantly this. The baby tilted his head and said, did mom forget? Then let's do this. In the future, mom and dad will also need to knock on the door when entering the baby's bedroom. If the baby doesn't allow you, you can't enter. But mom and dad have to take care of the baby, so they can't ask the baby's opinion every time. Mom always says to treat everyone equally, so let's do this. We don't need to knock on the door when entering each other's room. Do you think it's okay? The baby's bright eyes sparkled with sparkling light, and he was a smart little cutie at first glance. In the evening, Shanli told Fu Zhuang about this and asked Fu Zhuang to have a good talk with Bao Bao. After Fu Zhuang finished his bath, he went to find Bao Bao. When Bao Bao saw him coming in, he turned around and said to him that you didn't knock when you entered my bedroom, so I don't need to knock when I go to your and mom's bedroom in the future. Right? Fu Zhuang paused, then stepped back and raised his hand to knock on the door a few times. Bao Bao smiled and said, please come in. Fu Zhuang came in and Bao Bao said again that mom and I have agreed that we don't need to knock when we enter each other's bedroom, so you can come in directly next time. Fu Zhuang knocked in vain. Bao Bao's little mouth chattered and most people really couldn't argue with him. Fu Zhuang coughed lightly. How about this? Dad and mom knock on the door when they enter your room, and you also knock on the door when you enter dad and mom's room. Bao Bao blinked and nodded very hard. Okay. 这个 later, Bao Bao made a surprise attack again and once again startled the two people who were doing things. Fu Zhuang said, didn't I tell you to knock on the door? The baby blinked a pair of innocent big eyes and said confidently, I have something in my hand and I really can't knock on the door. I want to come in and then step out and knock on the door, just like Dad did that time. Fu Zhuang. After putting the small quilt and pillow on the carpet, the baby turned around and knocked on the door and then asked, Mom and Dad, can I come in? Shanli sighed softly, didn't you come in already? Shanli was not wearing anything, so she didn't dare to move. She wrapped herself in the quilt and asked, what are you doing in Mom and Dad's room instead of sleeping? Didn't Mom say that she wanted the baby to accompany you more at dinner? Now that the baby has taken a shower, the baby is here to accompany Mom. The baby said with a smile. Shanli did say that the baby should accompany her, but she didn't mean to accompany her now. Let's do it tomorrow. People should not break their promises. The baby is like a little adult. To be a trustworthy person, the baby must do it since he promised. Then that night Fu Zhuang went to sleep in the guest bedroom and Bao Bao slept with Shanli. Before Fu Zhuang left, he smiled and waved at Fu Zhuang that good night. Fu Zhuang winked at Shanli. Shanli shook her head. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows. Bao Bao understood, hugged Shanli's neck and said, Dad, you are not allowed to secretly take Mom away in the middle of the night. I want to sleep with Mom tonight. In this way, Bao Bao and Fu Zhuang would occasionally start a war to snatch people, but Bao Bao would always lose and Fu Zhuang would make him fail with various reasons. What is a man can't always sleep with his mother, he has to sleep alone. What is a husband who can sleep with his wife? Of course, Bao Bao would also fight back unwillingly. How old are you and still sleeping with your mother is so shameful. If only the husband can sleep with his wife, then can't I be Mom's husband? Bao Bao pouted and asked Shanli, Mom, can I be your husband? Shanli. The older the baby is, the quicker his thinking becomes and the smarter he becomes. Take reading newspapers for example. Fudron reads newspapers for about 20 minutes every morning after exercising and puts the newspapers under the coffee table after reading. When the baby is bored during the day, he goes downstairs to play and also reads newspapers. Antoine asked him, "Baby, can you understand it?" The baby fluttered his long eyelashes and said, "Of course, the teacher taught me." The baby started early childhood education classes when he was 1.5 years old. The teacher taught them a lot of things, and he wrote them down one by one. Antoine was surprised and said, "Do you really understand it? Do you know those words? Some of them are known and some are not." The baby shook his short legs and said that most of them are known. Antoine gave a thumbs up. "Baby, you are really amazing." The baby nodded, full of confidence, "And I also think I am very amazing." Everyone dislikes smart babies. The baby is popular wherever he goes. One day, he went out shopping with Antoine and met a middle-aged woman. The baby called her politely, "Grandma." The woman paused, startled and said, "What did you call me?" The baby said, "Grandma." The woman hugged the baby and said, "Oh, Grandma's little good grandson." The woman was too enthusiastic and kept talking about buying a gift for the baby, but the mother said that the baby could not ask for gifts from others casually. The baby shook his head and refused. The woman asked, "Why not?" The baby said, "Because the baby is a good child. Good children cannot ask for gifts from others casually." "But I am not someone else." The woman was so excited that she couldn't speak. "I am your grandma. You can't ask for it casually." The baby said seriously, "I promised my mother, so I must do it. A man must keep his word." The woman held the baby's face and kissed him twice, and then touched his head. "Baby, you are so good." At the woman's request, the baby and the woman had lunch together. After lunch, the woman asked, "Can Grandma call you?" The baby nodded, yes. On the way back, Antoine asked the baby, "Don't you dislike contact with strangers? Why are you eating with this grandma?" "Because she is not a stranger." The baby blinked and said, "She is grandma." "How do you know she is grandma?" Antoine exclaimed. "I have seen her." Baby counted on his fingers, 6 times. 6 times I have seen her, and I have also seen her photo on my father's mobile phone. She is my grandmother. Antoine rubbed baby's head, smiled and said, "Baby is really smart." Baby didn't quite understand. Why didn't Dad take me home to see my grandmother?" Antoine said, "You should ask Dad about this question." Baby's cleverness lies in the fact that he will not do anything rashly. He has the innocence of this age group, and he also has the intelligence that children of this age group don't have. He has to wait for his father to take the initiative to talk to him. If his father doesn't talk, he won't ask. Mom said that adults also have secrets, and when adults don't want to share, don't ask. Shanley was a little uncomfortable at first when she started working, mainly because the work pace made her a little overwhelmed. Of course, there was another thing. There were new colleagues in the company, both men and women, and they were all very enthusiastic. When they saw Shanley, they called her Sister Lee. One of the male colleagues had a good impression of Shanley and had been showing his courtesy. Every morning, he would prepare breakfast and milk tea for Shanley. AI cook called Shanley to the tea room and asked her what was going on. Shanley shrugged. "How would I know?" AI cook said, "You have to solve it quickly, otherwise if President Fu finds out." Shanley remembered Fu Zhuang's jealous look, shuddered, nodded. "Yes, I have to make it clear quickly." I had just made it clear with the guy who delivered breakfast and milk tea, and then another person came to confess, still in the stairwell. Before long, everyone on the 60th floor knew that someone had confessed to Shanley. Several female colleagues chattered to Shanley, "Secretary Shan didn't expect you to have so many peach blossoms after giving birth." Shanley forced a smile and thought to herself, don't talk nonsense, she will face the wall when she goes back. 然后 She really faced the wall at night, but it was not the wall but the window. Shanley pressed her whole body against the glass window, sweat dripped from her forehead, her breath was unstable and her voice was intermittent. 那个 door, is the door locked? Fu Zhuang's shirt collar was open, revealing his delicate collarbone, his eyes were seductive, and he looked very charming. He kissed her neck and panted softly, saying, it's locked. Where is the baby? Shanley raised her head, 然后 with an alluring red at the end of her eyes. The baby won't come in again, will he? Aunt Wen was watching cartoons with him. Fu Zhuang's cold white fingertips covered her shoulders and pinched them gently. He couldn't finish watching for a while. Then, Shanley was about to speak. Fu Zhuang pinched her face and turned around, lowered his head and blocked her lips. 然后 The posture of their kiss. It's hard to describe. Shanley faced the front and turned her head. Fu Zhuang stood behind her, pinching her cheeks with his hands, and their lips were tightly pressed together. This kiss seemed to make it easier for his tongue to penetrate. He kissed fiercely. Shanley wanted to retreat, but there was no place to retreat, so she could only be forced to accept his kiss. I don't know how long they kissed. Fu Zhuang retreated, rubbed her lips with his fingertips, and told her that if someone confessed to him again in the future, just tell him that you are married. But Shanley's lips just opened. Fu Zhuang's fingers reached in and touched the tip of her tongue, and he took the opportunity to tickle it. But what? But we are in a secret marriage. Then we won't hide it. Fu Zhuang moved his fingers to her teeth and polished them carefully. Baby is so big now, you still don't want to announce our relationship? Are you still thinking of breaking up with me, huh? 就是 Shanley loved him to the bone. How could she bear to break up with him? She just had other concerns, panting and said, I am doing this for my future work. What's wrong with work? 就是 I can't do it well. No, they are all the best employees of Fuzan know how to control their emotions. Fu Zhuang is still sure of this. But no buts. Fu Zhuang was strong for once. His nose touched hers. This time listen to me, we will not keep our marriage secret. 这个 Then how are you going to tell everyone? I'll tell you when I find an opportunity, he said. Fu Zhuang hadn't found an opportunity yet, but Baby created one first. Baby was too bored that day and made a fuss about going to the company to find Shanley. Aunt Wen looked embarrassed. Baby, Mom and Dad are going to work. You will disturb them if you go. No, Baby patted his chest and promised that Baby would be good, very good. Then I'll call your mother first. Okay, you call. Aunt Wen called Shanley several times, but Shanley didn't answer. She called Fu Zhuang again, but Fu Zhuang didn't answer either. After hanging up the phone, Aunt Wen said, I didn't get through. Bao Bao is a little smart, and said with a smile, since the call has been made, it doesn't count as we didn't talk about it in advance. I'm going to surprise my parents. This surprise really surprised everyone. Bao Bao knows where Fu Group is. He checked it online. Fu Group is the tallest building in North City. His parents work on the 60th floor. Aunt Wen wanted to go in with Bao Bao, but Bao Bao shook his head. Bao Bao is a big kid. He must be brave. Bao Bao can go up by himself. However, Aunt Wen hesitated and said, what if he meets a bad guy? This is Dad's company. Bao Bao straightened his chest and said that Dad said that his company has the best security. Aunt Wen was still worried. No, I'll take you up. Bao Bao stretched out his hand to stop him. Grandma, there's really no need. Bao Bao can do it by himself. Just like that, Aunt Wen watched Bao Bao enter the elevator by himself. Bao Bao was so cute that people greeted him from time to time in the elevator. Little boy, which floor are you going to? Baby shook his name tag and said, I'm going to the 60th floor. That was the one that Shanli left at home as a spare, and Baby borrowed it. Who are you going to see then? Someone asked again. Baby is now the naive baby who will tell anyone anything. He smiled and said, Sister, you are so beautiful. The woman was successfully pleased and smiled brightly. Sister, can I press the elevator for you? Baby said sweetly, Thank you, sister. Baby coaxed this sister, and another sister asked him, Little boy, what did you call me? Baby squinted and said, You are also a sister, you are all sisters, and you are such a beautiful sister. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the elevator, and everyone was praising Baby for his sweet mouth. Someone even whispered, He is so cute, I really want to take him home. Baby heard it, looked up and said to her, Sister, you can't just take a child home casually. The child's parents will be sad if they can't find him. Then there was another burst of laughter. My sister was joking. She would not take a child home casually. In a few minutes, the baby received a lot of praise. Some praised him for being smart, some praised him for being good-looking, and some praised him for being obedient. The elevator reached the 60th floor. There was no one else in the elevator. The baby waited for the elevator door to open and walked out. The security guard stopped him and asked, Where are you from, kid? You can't just enter here casually. Where are you adults? I'm not a kid. I have a name. My name is Bao Bao. Bao Bao told him. The security guard said, No matter what your name is, outsiders are not allowed to enter here casually. You should leave quickly. I'm not an outsider. I'm here to find my father and mother. The baby's eyelashes trembled. They work here. Your father and your mother. The security guard waved his hand. It's impossible. How could your father and mother work here? Uncle, I didn't lie to you. They really work here. 然后? Then who are they? They are. The baby heard the voice and he shouted excitedly, Dad. The people who were walking forward suddenly stopped. The leading man slowly raised his head, was stunned for a moment, then raised his lips and strolled over. Why are you here? I came to find you and your mother. Baby said. Then many people came out from behind. Baby waved to the figure in the front and said in a baby voice, Mom. Shanli was talking to Echo. When she heard the baby's voice, she paused, looked up, and a smile appeared on her face. She took a few quick steps and said, Baby, why are you here? Baby held Shanli with his left hand and Fu Zhuang with his right hand. He blinked and said, Baby came to find you. Echo hadn't seen the baby for several days. She put the documents in her hand into Wen Xiang's arms and said, Please help me take it down. After she finished speaking, she walked over quickly, opened her arms, and said, Baby, come. Godmother. The baby threw herself into Echo's arms. Echo picked up the baby and spun round. As she spun round, she gasped. She stopped, looked back, and met the surprised eyes of others. Bao Bao got down from Echo's arms, stood up, and waved to everyone calmly, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Bao Bao, my father is Fu Zhuang. My mother is Shanli, and my full name is Fu Zeyi. Others. I don't know who reacted first, looking at Shanli and then at Fu Zhuang, exclaimed, President Fu, Secretary Shan, you. You are married. Fu Zhuang took Shanli's hand and said formally, Yes, we are married. Except for Echo and Wen Xiang, everyone else was petrified instantly, with eyes wide open and incredible expressions on their faces. Where am I? Who am I? After the news of the secret marriage was exposed, Shanli's worries did not happen. Work was still the same, and everyone was not too enthusiastic about her. On the contrary, the male colleague who confessed to her before would hide away every time he saw her. One time when they met by chance, the male colleague mustered up the courage to say, "Sister Lee, I'm sorry we didn't know you on President Fu." "It's not your fault," Shen Li said. "I wanted to hide it, but thank you for appreciating me." The male colleague wanted to say something else, but when he saw Fu Zhuang coming over, he lowered his head and walked away. After that, no one dared to hit on Shen Li anymore. Female colleagues were envious of Shen Li marrying Fu Zhuang, but no one dared to gossip about it. Shen Li was very happy at work and in life. 这个 later, Bao Bao came several times again, and every time he came, he would greet everyone enthusiastically. For men, Bao Bao called him brother, and for women, Bao Bao called them sister. Shen Li corrected him to call uncle and aunt. Bao Bao shook his head. Women don't like to be called old, they will be happy if they are called sister. Shen Li was stunned after hearing this, pinched Fu Zhuang, and lowered her voice and said, "Who did your son take his emotional intelligence from?" Fu Zhuang said shamelessly, "Of course my son takes after me." Shen Li snorted, "You are not as good at coaxing people as he is." After a moment, Shen Li raised her chin slightly to signal Fu Zhuang to look. Bao Bao was chatting with an intern who had just come to the company, calling her a little sister, not to mention how happy he was coaxing people. Shen Li said sourly, "You should learn from your son." Within half an hour, the baby became the darling of the 60th floor. Whatever he wanted, he was given. In fact, the baby wanted to eat candy. Someone quietly gave the baby a lollipop and said in a low voice, "Don't tell daddy and mommy." The baby nodded. "This is our secret. I will definitely not tell daddy and mommy." Later, someone gave the baby yogurt, and someone else gave him chocolate. The small school bag on the baby's back changed from deflated to bulging. 然后 Shen Li asked him, "Why do you accept things from others?" The baby held his chin with one hand and said, "Didn't mom say that we can't refuse other people's kindness casually and the other party will be sad?" The baby accepted it because he didn't want to make them sad. Shen Li. "Okay, you are the only one who can say it." Then mom also said that you are not allowed to eat candy. Shen Li took the lollipop and chocolate and asked, "Are you going to break your teeth?" "This is not for me." Baby took the lollipop and chocolate from Shen Li's hand. "These are for mom. Mom is too tired from work. Eating something sweet will make you feel better." Shen Li hugged baby in her arms, rubbed his head, thanked baby. Later, she came to her senses. She was obviously planning to teach baby a lesson, but in the end, baby coaxed him with a few words. More importantly, baby asked her, "Baby is so great, won't mom reward you?" Shen Li asked him, "What do you want, yeah?" Baby pointed to the lollipop. The other babies didn't want it. Baby wanted the lollipop. Baby also wanted to feel better. Then, Shen Li gave the lollipop to baby. Baby kissed Shen Li's face. "Mom, baby loves you." Just like that, baby got the lollipop he wanted with a few words. Chapter 51. Shen Li rarely rested since she started working. She was busy with work during the day and took care of baby at night. Fu Zhuang felt distressed and secretly arranged a trip abroad for her. He also contacted Eiko and Zhou AI to persuade Shen Li to go out and play together. Eiko gives Shen Li work every day. "How long have you not gone out to play?" "This weekend, you and I, Zhou AI, will go abroad to play together." Shen Li hesitated and said, "The baby needs someone to take care of it, and it's inconvenient for me to go out." Eiko raised his eyebrows. "The confinement nanny and the babysitter are all here, so it doesn't matter if you are missing." Besides, don't we still have Mr. Fu? He can't do it." Shen Li is worried that Fu Zhuang can't take good care of the baby. He often has social engagements and can't take care of the baby wholeheartedly. "You mean the baby can't live without you?" Eiko said, "Moms love to be moved by themselves and sacrifice themselves." 那个 Who says the child can't leave the mother? It's obviously the mother who can't bear to leave the child. How about this? You go home and ask the baby to see if the baby agrees. Shanli shook her head. The baby definitely doesn't want me to go out to play. How do you know if you didn't ask? Eike hooked a chair over and sat next to Shanli, raised his elbow and bumped her arm. You go and ask. Maybe the baby agrees. Before Shanli asked the baby expressed his attitude to Shanli first. 然后 the little cute baby blinked his big eyes and said, Mom, you are too tired. Baby agrees that you can go out and play. Baby, don't you miss Mom? Shanli held the baby's little face and asked, Mom will be away for several days. Baby, don't you want Mom to accompany you when you go to bed at night? The baby hugged Shanli's neck and kissed her face. The baby is a little man. He can sleep and eat by himself. Mom, you and the godmothers have a good time. When the time comes, just buy a gift for the baby. What gift does the baby want? Airplane. Mom will buy an airplane model for the baby. Fu Zhuang came over, held the baby and sat on his lap, and then put his arm around Shanli's shoulders and went to play with Eike and the others. I will take care of the baby. But Shanli was still worried. I am here, I will take good care of the baby. Fu Zhuang said softly, you and the baby can have a video call. The baby kissed Shanli again. Mom, I will listen to Dad obediently. We can make a pinky promise. Just like that, under the lobbying of Fu Zhuang and Bao Biao, Shanli, Eike and Zhou Ai boarded a plane to Paris at the weekend. The trip lasted 10 days. Fu Zhuang had already arranged the specific matters and there would be someone to receive them. They just had fun and shopped there. Sitting on the plane, Shanli was still a little uneasy, fearing that Fu Zhuang would not be able to take good care of Bao Bao. Eike comforted her and said, Don't worry, mister. Fu will be fine. After the first day of play, Shanli couldn't wait to video call Bao Bao. Bao Bao sweetly called her mother, told Shanli about the interesting things that happened today, and told Shanli that his father would take him to the company to play tomorrow. Shanli told Bao Bao not to disturb his uncle and entered work when he went to the company. Bao Bao nodded heavily and said loudly, okay. After the video call ended, Shanli called Fu Zhuang and asked him, is it okay for Bao Bao to go to the company? Will it disturb everyone's work? Fu Zhuang, no, Bao Bao said. He will play by himself. Shanli was skeptical about Bao Bao's words. You still have to keep an eye on him and don't let him do anything. Yes, I know. Fu Zhuang changed the subject. How was your fun today? I haven't been so relaxed for a long time, and I had a lot of fun. Shanli had a smile on her face and said, let's take the baby out to play together at the end of the year. Fu Zhuang's lips curled slightly, okay. The lights in Shanli's room were a little dim, making her face hazy. Fu Zhuang remembered the scene of their previous love affair and called her softly, wife. Shanli's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her lips and called out, husband. I want to kiss you. Fu Zhuang said. Shanli looked at his face that was gradually approaching, slowly closed her eyes, and kissed the screen. Faintly, she felt their lips touching each other. After the kiss, Shanli said, take care of yourself and the baby. Fu Zhuang, yes, I will. The two looked at each other for a minute, and Fu Zhuang said something that made people blush and their heartbeats speed up before ending the video call. Shanli turned around and found that Eiko was standing a few steps away, looking at her with a smile. She touched her blushing face and asked, when did you come? When you and Mr. Fu were being affectionate, Eiko rubbed his arms. I didn't expect Mr. Fu to be so clingy. You've only been away for 2 days and he's already saying he misses you in a cheesy way. Shanli came closer and pushed Eiko. If you are envious, go find Wen Xiang. Why should I find Wen Xiang if I'm envious? Eiko asked. Let him say cheesy things to you too. Shanli raised her eyebrows. Okay, you are making fun of me. Yaiko stretched out her hand and pretended to tickle Shanli. Shanli ran away with a smile. Joe came in and saw them making a fuss and joined in. There was constant laughter in the room. The next day, Bao Bao and Fu Zhuang went to the company together. On the way to the company, Fu Zhuang received several calls. Bao Bao didn't interrupt him because he was busy with his own things. He unzipped his small school bag and took out the things one by one. Most of them were books, and a small part were toys and checkers. After counting them, he stuffed them back into the school bag and zipped it up. After Fu Zhuang ended the call, he asked Bao Bao, "What did you do just now?" "I was sorting Shu Xiao's school bag." The baby looked up and said, "I am a man now, I have to organize my own school bag." "Who told you to organize your own school bag?" Mom told me that I have to do my own things." Fu Zhuang reached out and rubbed the baby's head and agreed, "Yes, Mom is right, I have to do my own things." The baby remembered something and frowned and said, "Dad, you are not obedient." "What is wrong with Dad?" Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows and asked. "You are an adult, but you still don't do your own things." The baby said to Fu Zhuang very seriously, "Don't do this in the future." 那个 Fu Zhuang couldn't remember what he didn't do by himself, and asked, "What didn't I do by myself?" "Just last time," the baby squinted and said, "Last time you asked Mom to help you take off your clothes." The baby also pointed to his panties, "And you still wanted Mom to help you take off your pants." He shook his head, "This is not right." Fu Zhuang. The driver in the front seat also heard what the baby said and wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, so he could only hold it back. Fu Zhuang's face changed slightly and he coughed lightly. "Don't tell other people about this." "Why?" Baby tilted his head and said, "Daddy is shy." "Yes, shy." Fu Zhuang said, "So, don't tell others." "Okay, baby won't tell others." Baby knelt on the seat and patted Fu Zhuang's shoulder. "Daddy, don't worry, baby will keep the secret." When they were about to get off the car, baby stared at Fu Zhuang's tie for a few seconds, then pouted. Fu Zhuang asked, "What's wrong?" Baby said, "Mom, did you tie Dad up with this tie that time?" At a party, Shanli got drunk and seemed to have become a different person. After seeing Fu Zhuang, he nibbled and bit him and even pulled off his tie and tied his hands up, saying that he wanted to play games. It happened that the baby came in and saw Shanli tying Fu Zhuang and asked with a smile, "Dad and Mom, what are you doing?" Shanli smiled and said, "Playing games." Baby clapped his hands. Baby wants to play games too. 然后, of course, the game that baby thought was not the same as the one Shanli talked about. 然后 that night, Shanli and Fu Zhuang did play the game for a long time, and the bag kept making noises. The next day, Shanli asked for leave and did not go to work because she was so tired that she slept until the night. Fu Zhuang said in a low voice, "No. Baby, but it looks very similar to me." Fu Zhuang pinched baby's face and said, "You are wrong." When getting off the car, baby muttered, "Yes, it is this one." Children's attention is easily diverted. At first, they were still entangled in the tie, but when they saw the lollipop later, they forgot everything. "Thank you, sister, for the candy. Baby likes it very much." Baby said sweetly, "Sister is more beautiful today." Xiao Zhang smiled and said, "Baby, you are so good. Sister likes you so much." Baby spread his arms and said, "Sister, hug me." Xiao Zhang squatted down and hugged baby shallowly. After praising Xiao Zhang, baby went to praise others. Everyone on the 66th floor was praised by him. He waved his little hand and said, "Baby is going to study too." Someone asked baby, "What are you learning?" Baby took out a book from his school bag. "This." The man exclaimed, "Baby, can you understand this?" "Yes," said the baby. "Mom said this is a classic, but I think it's like a story, very interesting." "Baby, you are great." "Thank you, brother, for the compliment." The baby carried his small school bag into the president's office, and Fu Zhuang found a chair for him to sit and read. The baby sat upright on the chair, imitating Fu Zhuang's sitting posture, and hardly moved for an hour. Fu Zhuang stole a glance at the baby several times and saw that he was reading seriously with a relieved smile on his lips, thinking that maybe Fuzu would be better in the future when it was handed over to the baby. In the morning, the baby was a quiet and learning baby, but in the afternoon, the baby was different. In his words, he studied in the morning and relaxed in the afternoon, so he had to play games well. What to play? He took out the checkers and played with Fu Zhuang first. 然后呢? Unfortunately, he lost a few games. The baby was very unhappy and frowned and asked Fu Zhuang, "Dad, can't you let the baby go?" "Fu Zhuang, you want me to lose to you on purpose? That's impossible." Bao Bao pursed his lips. "Shouldn't adults give in to children?" "Why should I give in?" There is no such thing as giving in Fu Zhuang's dictionary. If you can't win, you should find a way to win, instead of blindly asking others to give in. That is the idea of a loser. Bao Bao doesn't want to talk to his father anymore. His father is not cute at all. He put the checkers in a box and threw away the small school bag. He carried the box out of the office and tugged at Wen Xiang's clothes. "Brother, can you play with me?" Wen Xiang smiled and said, "Okay, I'll play with you." Wen Xiang didn't know what kind of species he was. Maybe it was because he had been with Fu Zhuang for a long time. His style of behavior was the same as his. He was ruthless to the children. After playing 5 games, Bao Bao lost all 5 games. Bao Bao didn't want to play with Wen Xiang again and said angrily, "Brother, you will not have a girlfriend if you are like this." 然后 later, he said, "If my godmother Ke knew that you bullied me, she would ignore you." Wen Xiang. How did he bully him? Baby found a third person to play with him. The other person was very good at coaxing children. Baby won all the 5 games. Baby was very happy and said with a smile, "Brother, you are the smartest, the most handsome and the best." You are the best brother. Baby likes you." When Baby played with the 4th person, he played 5 games and won all 5. Baby shook his short legs and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful, even prettier than stars." Baby knows stars. Yes, they are the ones on TV. Does Baby want to be a star? No, Baby wants to study hard to become a scientist. Then, everyone on the 60th floor knew that the 2-year-old Baby was not even as tall as the desk, but he had a big ideal, which was to become a scientist. Fu Zhuang asked Baby, "Why do you want to be a scientist?" Baby thought about it and replied, "Being a scientist can save many people." Who does the baby want to save? Sick people. The baby wants them to get better. Fu Zhuang looked at the baby and showed a relieved smile. "Okay, the baby will be a scientist." The baby is good in every way except that he is a little picky about food. He doesn't like to eat radishes. Fu Zhuang told him that children can't be picky about food, otherwise they will not grow tall. The baby tilted his head and asked, "Does Dad like to eat radishes?" Fu Zhuang said, "Yes." The baby smiled and picked up the radish in the bowl for Fu Zhuang to eat, then Dad will eat it for the baby. Someone who said he liked to eat radishes actually didn't like to eat them. 然后 the baby asked again, "Does Dad like to eat chopped green onions?" Fu Zhuang didn't say he liked or didn't like it this time. He asked, "What are you going to do now?" The baby was worried that Dad wouldn't grow tall and Mom wouldn't like it, so he wanted to give Dad the chopped green onions. The baby said with a smile. In the end, Fu Zhuang not only ate the radishes he didn't like, but also ate the chopped green onions. 然后 the baby secretly wrote it down and planned to tell his mother when she came back that the baby was very powerful and cured his father's bad habit of being picky about food. The baby had a mouthful of oil in his mouth, so Fu Zhuang took a tissue to wipe it for him. The baby swallowed the food in his mouth and asked his father, "Dad, where is your dad? Why has the baby never seen him?" Fu Zhuang paused, lowered his eyes and asked, "Baby wants to see Dad's dad." "Well," the baby said, "Xiaoxue next door has a grandpa and a grandma, but the baby doesn't, and the baby also wants a grandpa and a grandma." He put down the spoon and asked, "Did Dad quarrel with his grandparents?" Fu Zhuang handed the baby a water bottle and motioned him to drink water, and then replied, "No. Since there was no quarrel, how about we invite grandparents to our home as guests?" The baby asked with twinkling eyes. "Dad has been very busy recently and has no time to entertain grandparents. It's better to wait until Mom comes back to entertain them," Fu Zhuang said. "Dad is busy, but the baby is not busy," the baby said. "Baby can entertain. Maybe grandparents are very busy and have no time. Dad doesn't want to entertain grandparents, does he?" The baby pulled Fu Zhuang's sleeve and shook it. "Dad, let grandparents come." 然后 Fu Zhuang's Adam's apple rolled slightly and he hummed. The baby raised his hand. "Oh yeah." Fu Zhuang said again, "But you can't be impatient. Daddy must talk to grandparents first." "Okay," the baby sighed and said in an adult tone, "Anyway, we have waited for so long, it doesn't matter if we wait a few more days. Taking care of a baby is not the most difficult thing. Giving him a bath is the most difficult thing." Fu Zhuang has not bathed anyone except Shen Li, and his cleanliness obsession still exists. "Baby, you have to wash yourself," he said. The baby shook his head. "I dare not wash myself." "You are a man, you have to wash yourself. Daddy washed with Mom last time, isn't Daddy a man?" Fu Zhuang pinched his eyebrows. "No matter what you say, you have to wash yourself. Baby, don't, baby, act like a spoiled child. Daddy will wash with me, Daddy will wash with me." "Baby," Fu Zhuang called him, "you have to be obedient." The baby held his pajamas and shook his head. "I don't want to be an obedient baby, I want Daddy to wash me." The confinement nanny saw this and said, "Baby, Auntie will wash you." The baby protected his hands in front of him and shook his head. "Auntie is a girl, baby doesn't want a girl to wash." 然后 Finally, Fu Zhuang gave in and agreed to accompany the baby to take a bath. The baby smiled and said, "Dad, you are so nice. The baby loves you." Fu Zhuang pinched the baby's face and said, "Remember, this will not happen again." The baby pretended not to understand. "What does this mean?" Can it be eaten? Is it delicious?" "Fu baby." Fu Zhuang called him. The baby covered his ears and said, "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen." The baby couldn't hear. After the naughty baby came online, Fu Zhuang once again realized how difficult it was for Shen Li. Usually, she did these things. He sent a WeChat message to Shen Li, "Wife, I love you." Fu Zhuang suddenly expressed his love. Shen Li was a little confused and replied, "What's wrong?" Fu Zhuang, "Nothing, I just want to tell you that I love you." Shen Li, "I love you too." Shen Li, "We want to play for a few more days. Can you take care of the baby?" Fu Zhuang, "Yes." After the bathing issue was resolved, the sleeping issue came up again. The baby stood in front of Fu Zhuang holding a small quilt and said that the baby wants to sleep with you. Fu Zhuang said, "You are old enough, you should sleep by yourself." "Baby, Daddy, can I tell you a story?" "I will tell you a bedtime story." Fu Zhuang said calmly, "No need. Baby tells very nice stories." Baby's tender voice echoed in the room. "You lie down and baby tells you stories." In this way, the roles were reversed. Baby became the storyteller and Fu Zhuang became the storyteller. Baby also tucked Fu Zhuang's quilt like an adult. His arms were short and his strength was not strong enough. He tried for a long time before tucking it in. He also dimmed the lights on Fu Zhuang's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Little Red Riding Hood went to Grandma's house." Baby finally told himself the story. Fu Zhuang opened his eyes, took off his pajamas, pulled him into the quilt, and hugged him and fell asleep slowly. Shan Li was still worried and called every day. Seeing that Baby and Fu Zhuang got along well, she was in a particularly good mood. 然后 Baby also said to her excitedly, Mom, Dad promised to invite Grandpa and Grandma to come home. Shan Li paused, Grandpa and Grandma? Baby, yes. Baby, do you miss your grandparents? Shan Li asked. Mom is so smart. The baby gave a thumbs up. Mom is the smartest. Baby is very generous when praising people. He will use a lot of nice words to praise. Mom is the most beautiful. Shan Li was coaxed by the baby and asked him, What gifts do you want besides the airplane model? The baby said in a baby voice, Baby also wants, What do you want? I want Mom to be happy every day. This is why everyone likes babies. The little mouse is so sweet, and the emotional intelligence is also high. Okay, Mom must be happy every day. Shan Li asked, Is the baby happy? The baby is happy when Mom is happy. The baby said, Mom, let me tell you a secret. Oh, what secret? Dad misses Mom. How do you know that Dad misses Mom? Because Dad secretly kissed Mom's photo. After the baby finished speaking, he said, He, baby also kissed Mom's photo. Shan Li was moved, then Mom went back earlier, okay. No. The baby said seriously, Mom is very hard to take care of the baby. Mom should play outside for a few more days. Baby, Shan Li's voice trembled, Mom loves you. Baby said with a smile, Baby loves Mommy too. Echo's voice suddenly came over, Baby, do you love Godmother? Baby said, yes, Baby loves Godmother Coco and also Godmother AI. You are the only one who is sweet-mouthed, Echo said, then give me a kiss. 然后 Baby kissed the receiver, Echo said, one more. Baby kissed again. Echo, our baby is such a good kid. Baby smiled, then whispered, Godmother, Baby is very good, but there is someone who is not good. He always bullies me. Who bullied Baby? Godmother will teach him a lesson for you when she goes back. Uncle Wen's young, Baby said, Godmother must remember to teach him a lesson. How did he bully you? He didn't let Baby play chess, and he also said that Godmother Coco is very fierce. Did he really say that? Yes. Okay, I will settle the score with him when I go back. Godmother, remember to spank him. Before hanging up the phone, Baby called softly into the receiver, Mommy. Shan Li, Baby, remember to listen to Daddy. Baby patted his chest and promised, Baby listens to Daddy the most. After the call ended, the question of sleeping was raised again. Fu Zhuang, go to sleep by yourself. Baby, the story of Little Red Riding Hood has not been finished yet. Baby, tell Daddy the story. You just promised Mom that you would listen to Mommy. Fu Zhuang reminded, you don't want me to tell Mommy that you are disobedient. I am not disobedient, Baby said cutely, I just want to tell Daddy a story. Fu Baby. Daddy doesn't like to hear the story of Little Red Riding Hood. How about telling Snow White? That night, Baby successfully stayed in Fu Zhuang's room again, clinging to him like an octopus. Fu Zhuang took a photo and sent it to Shan Li. Shan Li replied, so warm. Fu Zhuang and Shan Li have different perceptions. Baby is too clingy. Shan Li, you are his father, it is right for him to cling to you. Fu Zhuang, tell Baby when you come back that he is a big boy and can't cling too. Others, Shan Li, why don't you tell it yourself? Fu Zhuang, he doesn't listen to me. Shan Li heard a sense of helplessness and doubting in his words. People who always say what they mean also have times when they are helpless. Shan Li, husband, you have worked hard. Fu Zhuang, it's not hard, it's what I should do. Baby slept in the master bedroom for 3 nights under the excuse of telling stories to his father. On the 4th night, Fu Zhuang didn't agree to let him sleep again. Baby went back to his room very aggrieved, with his little head drooping and ignoring people. The confinement nanny coaxed him for a long time but couldn't coax him well. She had to ask Fu Zhuang for help. "Sir, please go and see the baby." Fu Zhuang put down the documents in his hand and went to see the baby. He saw that he was sitting on the crib with his lips parted, and he looked very much like when he was a child. He sighed softly, walked closer, and reached out to pick him up. When the baby saw that it was Fu Zhuang, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Dad, where are you going to take me?" "Fu Zhuang, go to sleep with Dad." The baby hooked Fu Zhuang's neck, kissed him hard, and said with a smile, "Dad, you are the best dad in the world." 就是 You didn't say that just now. Just now was just now and now is now. Fu baby, why are your pants wet? 然后 the baby smiled awkwardly, "Dad, I think I peed." Chapter 52. The baby was afraid that Fu Zhuang would be angry, so he held his face and kissed him, kissing the left side and the right side. Seeing that his expression eased a little, he smiled and said, "Dad, you have to accompany me to take a bath again." Before Fu Zhuang said anything, he stretched out his chubby little hand to promise, "I will wash myself this time, Dad, you just watch." The bathtub was too big, and the baby was too small. His body was shaking when he stood in it. Fu Zhuang said, "Why don't you use your own small bathtub to wash?" The baby raised his chest and replied, "The baby has grown up and can't use the bathtub anymore." When he raised his chest, he also raised his belly. Fu Zhuang's eyes stayed on his belly for a second, and he hummed softly, "Well, it's really big." The baby looked down with trembling eyelashes. He first looked at his belly, then saw another place. He bent down, clamped his legs, and covered it with his hands, all in one go. The baby frowned and said, "Daddy is a hooligan." Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang took a while to react. He walked closer and looked down at him condescendingly. "Fu baby, you are a man and so am I. I have what you have. Don't use words randomly in the future." The baby's eyelashes were full of water drops, which fell off during the trembling. He stiffened his neck and said, "Daddy just looked at mine, so I have to look at Daddy's too, so that it is fair." "You'd better not look." 这个 Why, you will be scared. The baby was even more curious, tilting his head and asking, "Why am I scared? Is Daddy's bird too ugly?" Aunt Wen always said that it was a bird when she was bathing the baby, a bird that would whistle. Fu Zhuang coughed lightly, "No. Since it is not ugly, then does Dad dare to show it to the baby? The baby is very smart. Direct requests don't work." He used provocation. "Daddy won't dare." Fu Zhuang was not fooled and did not show it to him. He urged him to wash it quickly, otherwise he would not be allowed to sleep with me tonight. The baby instantly wilted and pouted and said, "Daddy is so stingy. Baby saw my bird but did not let me see yours. I must tell Mom when I come back." No matter what the baby said, Fu Zhuang still did not show it to him. But the baby was too smart, and he had to do what he wanted to do, so one night when he was taking a bath, he still secretly saw his father's. Then he opened his eyes wide and said curiously, "Well, Daddy, your bird is so big." Fu Zhuang. In the end, Fu Zhuang grabbed his neck and carried him out of the bathroom like a kitten. After that, Fu Zhuang would lock the bathroom door when taking a bath. After several attempts to wait, the baby failed, so he gave up the idea. Forget it, Daddy did not dare to show it to him. He must think his bird is too ugly and can't compare with his. The baby thought happily, yes, that must be the case. Later, he shared this secret with Shen Li. "Mom, Daddy's big bird is not good looking at all." At that time, Shen Li was drinking water and she spit out the water in one gulp, and then she coughed, almost coughing out her lungs. "What the hell?" 这个 What the hell? A hissing bird. Baby had a smile on his innocent face and lowered his head to take off his pants to show Shanli, but was stopped by Shanli. Through the phone screen, Shanli said, "Baby, you can't take off your pants casually." Baby smiled and said, "I'm not taking it off casually, I only take it off for Mom to see. Mom is a girl and can't see it either." Shanli said softly. "But didn't Mom see that last time?" Baby asked with long eyelashes. Shanli, "I'm dying." Baby is a happy person as long as he is there will be laughter. When he is in Linhai Mansion will laugh constantly, and when he is in the company will laugh constantly. On the 9th day of Shanli's outing, Baby followed Fu Zhuang to the company again. This time, he didn't bring checkers, but a puzzle. He was tired of reading, so he played the puzzle alone, sticking out his little butt and twisting. Fu Zhuang saw that he had been sticking his butt out for a long time and asked him, "Do you need help?" The baby shook his head and said, "Mom said that when you encounter difficulties, you have to find a way yourself." The baby has to find a way himself. He observed carefully, this piece was wrong, that piece was wrong, and the other piece was wrong. He tried several times before he succeeded. The baby raised his hand and cheered, "Yeah, it's successful." Looking at the baby's happy profile, Fu Zhuang put down his pen and walked over, bent one knee, and gently rubbed his head. "Is it fun?" It's fun," the baby said happily. "I will put it in my bedroom after I finish the puzzle." Fu Zhuang, "Okay." The child is easy to coax. The baby hugged Fu Zhuang's neck and kissed him. "Dad is great, the baby loves Dad." The baby is a child who is good at expressing himself, and he never hesitates to say love. His world is brilliant, and he likes to pass on his love to everyone around him. When Fu Zhuang was young, he didn't have such a close experience with his parents, so he didn't do as well as the baby in this regard. He paused, hugged the baby and sat him on his lap and kissed him. His kiss was very stiff, but the baby was very happy. I want to tell Mom that Dad kissed me." Baby said. Fu Zhuang pinched his face and said, "Mom is resting now, so don't disturb her. We can do it later." Baby knows. Baby's eyes are really big, and his pupils are black, bright and very energetic. When he smiles, his eyes are curved, which is cuter than the baby in the New Year picture. Fu Zhuang had a social event at noon and asked Baby if he could have dinner with Wen Xiang. Baby nodded and said yes. Wen Xiang had no experience in taking care of children and looked embarrassed. "Mr. Fu, Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, "Sooner or later you will get married and have children, so just treat it as practice in advance." Wen Xiang looked at the quirky baby and his Adam's apple rolled. Okay, I will take care of him." Nigga baby is completely different in front of Fu Zhuang than in front of other people, and even more different in front of Wen Xiang. He is very good at acting like a spoiled child. "Uncle Wen," Baby said with a smile, "can I have a hamburger?" Wen Xiang shook his head and said no. "What about fried chicken?" Baby asked again. "No," Wen Xiang said seriously, "those are not edible." "But I want to eat." The baby pouted and acted like a spoiled child. He really wanted to eat it. Can't you buy it for someone else?" I don't know where he learned this kind of emphasis from a girl. Wen Xiang suddenly felt his scalp numb and coughed lightly. "Your dad said that you can't eat those." "My dad is not here." The baby blinked and said, "You bought it for me, but I won't tell him." "That won't work either." Wen Xiang refused to listen and said he couldn't buy it. Godfather to the baby even used this trick. If I could knew, he would have to beat his little butt. He shook the corner of Wen Xiang's clothes and said, "I'll just eat a bite, really just a bite. Not even a bite will do." Wen Xiang is very principled in doing things. No means no, even if he acts like a spoiled child. The baby pouted and pursed his lips. His eyes gradually turned red. Then he opened his mouth and cried. Wang Xiang didn't expect him to cry. He hugged him and coaxed him gently, "Don't cry, don't cry." The baby closed his eyes and continued to cry. Wang Xiang had no choice but to comfort him and said, "Okay, I'll buy it for you, don't cry." The baby's eyes seemed to have valves installed, and he really stopped crying the next second. He smiled very sweetly and said, "Thank you, Godfather." When ordering, the baby said that he would only eat one meal. He looked at the list and said with a smile, "Godfather didn't order it for me, but for you." You are an adult, and you will get sick if you eat too little. You should eat more. Then when the meal came, the table was full of food that the baby loved. He didn't care about eating himself, and from time to time handed it to Wang Xiang, saying, "This is delicious, you should eat it too." Wang Xiang has been a secretary for many years and has seen all kinds of people. This is the first time he has been controlled by a little kid, and you can't do anything to him. The baby had a delicious meal and did not forget to thank Wang Xiang after the meal. "Godfather, you treated me to a fried chicken burger today, and I can't eat it for free. 然后 I want to repay you." Wang Xiang didn't take Bao Bao's words to heart at all. He rubbed his head and said, "You don't have to repay me. Just be good." Bao Bao got down from the chair, walked to Wang Xiang's side, and pulled his arm to make him lower. Wang Xiang did as he was told. "Why?" Bao Bao whispered in his ear, "My godmother Ke will come back with my mother the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to pick her up at the airport then." Wang Xiang paused. "Ha!" Bao Bao patted Wang Xiang's shoulder and said like a little adult, "Isn't this a good reward from you? Will you treat me to fried chicken next time?" Wang Xiang, baby, knew that it was wrong to eat fried chicken, so Fu Zhuang admitted his mistake to him as soon as he came back with a look of regret. That baby was wrong. Baby will never pester Godfather to buy fried chicken for me next time. Will you forgive baby? Not Godfather, but Uncle Wang. Fu Zhuang reminded him that you can only call Uncle Wang before your godmother allows you to. I will never pester Uncle Wang to buy fried chicken again. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Bao Bao continued, "How about baby write a letter of guarantee? Can you write a letter of guarantee?" Fu Zhuang leaned on the desk with one hand in his pocket. "You can't even write, how can you write a letter of guarantee? You can print it out first and let the baby sign it." The baby shook his little hand, looked up and said, "I can write my own name." Speaking of the letter of guarantee, the baby couldn't help but say a few more words. "Dad, I saw the letter of guarantee you wrote to Mom in the study last time." The baby's eyes flickered and his voice was cute. Fu Zhuang stood up straight and his hand slipped out of his pocket. "When did you see it?" "Just." The baby thought about it and forgot. Anyway, I saw it. Dad said that he would never bully Mom again and would not make Mom cry." The baby asked curiously, "Dad, do you bully Mom often?" The bullying that the baby thought of was different from the bullying of Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang, Dad doesn't bully Mom, he loves Mom. Does loving Mom mean making Mom cry? The baby pouted. If the baby loves Dad, should Dad also shed tears? Fu Zhuang. On the second day of the countdown to Shanli's return home, the baby put the puzzle into the bedroom and said to Aunt Wen, "I will show it to my mother when she comes back." Aunt Wen praised the baby for being so good. The baby was very happy and said with a smile, "I think I am very good too." Fu Zhuang came over with a cup of coffee. He shook his head slightly when he heard the baby's confident words and called the baby to come over. The baby walked over and blinked. "What is Dad doing? Did Dad tell you to be humble?" Fu Zhuang asked. The baby tilted his head and thought for a while, then put his finger on his lips, not quite understanding. Why should he be humble? Mom said that being too humble is hypocrisy. Fu Zhuang's eyelids jumped. Did Mom tell you that? Yes, the baby said. Mom told the baby that being sincere is enough. Are you sincere? I am very sincere. Grandma praised me for being great, and I admitted it very sincerely. Fu Zhuang, next time someone praises you for being great, you can change another way to answer. Baby, what did you say? Fu Zhuang, thank you. The baby raised his neck and said that there are so many employees in your company, you are so awesome. The topic changed suddenly and Fu Zhuang said, yeah. The baby pouted and said that shouldn't say yeah, he should say thank you, that just taught him that. Aunt Wen came out of the room and heard the conversation between the father and son. She smiled and said, what a pair of funny people. The baby saw Fu Zhuang's face change and stretched out her hands to hug his legs and acted like a spoiled child. Dad, didn't you say you would invite Grandpa and Grandma to your home? Why didn't you invite them? Let's wait for Mom to come back, Fu Zhuang said in a low voice. They are busy recently. Have Grandpa and Grandma seen Mom? The baby asked again. No, Fu Zhuang replied. The baby rolled his eyes and said, okay, let's wait for Mom to come back before inviting Grandpa and Grandma over. Mom will definitely be happy. How do you know Mom will be happy? Because Mom said that if the baby is happy, she will be happy. If Grandpa and Grandma come over, the baby will be happy, so Mom will be happy too. Fu Zhuang was confused by his words and looked down at his watch. It was getting late, so he went to take a shower. Daddy, the baby hugged Fu Zhuang's legs and acted like a spoiled child, saying eagerly, do you want to see the baby's little feet? Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, no. What about the little white legs? The baby lifted his legs hard, and just when he lifted them a little, his body began to shake. He hugged Fu Zhuang tightly. Do you want to see it? No. Fu Zhuang said. What about the little butt? A smile appeared on the baby's chubby face. Mommy said my butt smells so good and she would kiss it every time she saw it. Daddy, do you want to kiss it? No. Daddy, to the baby rubbed against his legs, you give the baby a bath and the baby will watch for you, okay? In the end, it was still a question of bathing. Fu baby, you are big, you have to bathe yourself. But Mommy said the baby is still young. The baby said agreeably, if Mommy was at home, she would definitely give the baby a bath. Daddy is so bad. The baby's eyes were red as he spoke, and he sniffed, but Mommy was playing and the baby couldn't disturb Mommy playing. He got off Fu Zhuang's legs, stood up straight, took 2 steps back, and raised his chin. Does Daddy not like baby but prefer Xiaoxue next door? Fu Zhuang paused. Why do I like Xiaoxue more? Because Daddy said he likes girls more. Baby accidentally heard it last time. Daddy said girls are more obedient, and baby was sad. Daddy must like Xiaoxue more. Baby felt more and more aggrieved. Then baby go ask Xiaoxue's father if he likes me. If he likes me, then baby will switch with Xiaoxue. Fu Zhuang was a little amused and stopped. Baby stopped and turned around. What are you doing? Go get some clean clothes, I'll give you a bath. Fu Zhuang said. Baby burst into laughter. I knew Daddy liked baby more. A small incident happened during the bath. Baby accidentally wet Fu Zhuang's clothes. It was uncomfortable to wear wet clothes, so Fu Zhuang simply took them off. Baby stared at his body curiously and poked his chest with his fingers. Dad, it's so hard. Then he poked his own again, pouting, so soft. He also pinched Fu Zhuang's legs and sighed again, so strong. Pinching his own little fleshy legs, he shook his head. No wonder Xiaoxue said he was not a man. It turned out to be true. He was soft everywhere. Dad, how can I become like you? The baby asked curiously. Eat well, sleep well, and exercise well. Fu Zhuang said that when you grow up, you can be like me. The baby nodded. Okay, I must eat well and sleep well. I want to be like that. I want to marry my mother home. After that, Fu Zhuang asked, who are you going to marry? The baby said, Mom. Mom is my wife. You can't marry her. Fu Zhuang broke his hope. But Mom has agreed. The baby soaked his little hands in the water and shook his legs slightly. Mom said that as long as I am obedient, I can marry her. A man can only marry the woman he loves, not his mother. My beloved woman is my mother. The baby looked at Fu Zhuang with watery eyes. Fu Zhuang raised his hand to touch his forehead and sighed softly. Okay, let's not talk about this. Wash quickly. Dad, your clothes are all wet. Do you want to wash with the baby? The baby started to have bad ideas again. He wanted to see Dad's place. No wash. Fu Zhuang said indifferently, don't think I don't know what you want to do. You are not allowed to look. The baby pouted. Dad is so stingy. He shows it to Mom but not to the baby. The baby covered her mouth with her hands and said righteously, then the baby won't show it to Dad either, Fu Zhuang smiled helplessly. After coaxing the baby to sleep, he called Shen Li. He wanted to say something about the baby, but his heart fluttered after seeing Shen Li. He didn't mention the baby at all, but said a lot of sweet words. Do you miss me? He asked. Yes. Shen Li replied. How much? Very much, Shen Li said to the receiver. I dreamed of you last night. What did you dream about me doing? I won't tell you. Shen Li looked shy. Where is the baby? Asleep. Fu Zhuang replied. 这个. Did he bother you? Shen Li asked casually. Yes, he did, but Fu Zhuang didn't say anything, just said, not bad. Shen Li smiled. It seems that you get along well with the baby. Nah. Well, it's okay. Although the baby is naughty, it must be said that he is quite obedient and within the acceptable range of Fu Zhuang. Except that he dare not take a bath by himself, everything else is good. He is afraid of water, maybe like me. Shen Li is also afraid of water, very afraid. Boys will protect their lovers in the future, Fu Zhuang said. They can't be afraid of water. Take it slowly. Shen Li leaned against the head of the bed and whispered, it should be better when he grows up. I will teach the baby to swim in the future. 那个 okay, you teach, and I will watch you and your son swim next to you. You will come back the day after tomorrow, right? Yes. I will pick you up. Okay. Then the two of them were silent, and the ambiguity spread from one end to the other. Fu Zhuang called softly, wife. Shen Li hummed lightly. Fu Zhuang said, I want you. Shen Li, me too. Adults don't keep their promises. The baby woke up and found himself back in his room. He walked out without even putting on his slippers, went downstairs, and saw Fu Zhuang sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. He asked, Dad, didn't you promise to sleep with me last night? Why did you carry me to go? Last night, Fu Zhuang and Shen Li did something through the receiver. He was afraid that the baby would wake up and hear something, so he took the baby back to his room while he was sleeping. It's uncomfortable to sleep together. Fu Zhuang found a reason casually. If you don't feel comfortable sleeping with me, you can sleep with Mom. The baby's mouth was very high. That is partial. I said, Mom is the woman I love, of course it's okay to sleep together. But I am the baby you love, it's okay to sleep together. Men need to sleep with women. Then I will sleep with Mom in the future because I am also a man. Fu Zhuang was speechless again. If I didn't sleep with Mom, I wouldn't have you. Now that I am here, Mom can stop sleeping with Dad, right? The baby asked with twinkling eyes. Fu Zhuang didn't know why they had to discuss whether to sleep or not so early in the morning and said seriously, Fu baby, have you washed up? The baby was in a hurry to calm down and didn't wash up, shaking his head no. Fu Zhuang raised his chin slightly, went to wash up, remember to brush his teeth. Aunt Wen accompanied the baby upstairs, and the baby told Aunt Wen that he wanted to wash up by himself. Aunt Wen was worried. Can you do it? The baby patted his chest and said, okay. The baby was too short to reach the basin, so he moved a small stool to step on it, brushing his teeth while holding the edge of the basin. It took a lot of effort to finish brushing his teeth, and then he washed his face. He was choked by the water while washing his face, and the baby coughed for a long time. Aunt Wen watched from the side and wanted to help several times, but was stopped by the baby. The baby said, do your own things, baby can do it. 然后 the baby's unyielding personality is very similar to Fu Zhuang. After washing up, he changed his clothes and showed them to Fu Zhuang that I also put on my clothes, am I awesome? Fu Zhuang closed the newspaper and rubbed his head, well, awesome. Dad praised him, and the baby clapped his hands and jumped up happily. Yeah, Dad praised me for being great. Dad praised me for being great. Children are easy to coax, and they will be happy for a long time after being praised. The baby went to the company with Fu Zhuang. When he saw Wen Jiang, he waved from a distance. Wen Jiang's temples throbbed a few times and he walked over slowly. The baby greeted him, good morning, uncle. Wen Jiang said, good morning. Fu Zhuang's cell phone rang and he walked into the office to answer the phone. The baby hooked his fingers and said in a low voice, uncle, please treat me to ice cream at noon today. I can help you call your godmother. Godmother likes me the most. Godmother will definitely answer my call. Do you want to talk to Godmother on the phone? Wen Xiang did not answer, and the baby said again, Mom said that if a man makes a woman angry, he must coax her quickly, otherwise the woman will run away. Aren't you afraid that your godmother will run away? Finally, the baby ate ice cream as he wished. Anne 然后 called Echo. When the call was connected, he and Echo talked in private. Godmother, uncle misses you so much that he is about to cry. The baby said exaggeratedly. Echo pretended to be serious and asked, baby, do you kiss him or your godmother? Of course I kiss my godmother. 然后 baby assured that the one he liked most was his godmother. That's more like it. Echo asked, did he ask you to call me? Yes, baby said. He knew he was wrong and wanted to apologize to his godmother, but he didn't know how to say it, so he asked baby for help. Can godmother forgive uncle? You don't understand adult matters. Echo said, you are still young. Am I not a man? I am not young anymore. Baby said, I understand everything. He handed the phone to Wen Jiang, winked, and whispered, you talk to your godmother. Baby did a good job as a matchmaker this time. 就是 at least Echo was willing to talk to Wen Jiang. Before hanging up the phone, Wen Jiang asked, when do you want baby to call me godfather? Echo said, it depends on your performance. Baby is so smart. After the call ended, he called sweetly, godfather. Wen Jiang, what do you want this time? Baby smiled, can I kiss my godfather? Baby's cuteness was felt by everyone in the company. Fu Zhuang was afraid that they would spoil baby, so he said to baby privately, don't accept anything given by others. Baby said innocently, can't I accept anything? Fu Zhuang, yes. Baby took out a lollipop from his pocket, his eyes twinkling innocently. What should I do? I already want it. Chapter 53. Fu Zhuang was speechless upon hearing this, staring at baby. Baby pursed her lips, hooked her arms round his neck and said coquettishly, Dad, I won't do it again, please forgive me this time. Fu Zhuang was not really angry with him, he pinched the tip of his nose, remember, don't do it again. Baby hummed, then asked, what should I do if they insist on giving it to me? If I don't accept it, they will definitely be sad. If I accept it, Dad will be angry again. Why don't you tell me, Dad, what should I do? Baby threw the question back, staring straight at Fu Zhuang, waiting for his answer. You can refuse tactfully. As long as it is a refusal, no matter whether it is euphemistic or not, the person who gives the gift will be sad. The baby pouted his lips very high, looking very embarrassed. The baby likes his brothers and sisters very much and doesn't want to make them sad. What do you think is the best way? Fu Zhuang asked him. I think. The baby tapped his lips with his little finger and tilted his head and said, since it is everyone's intention, we should accept it, so that both the person who gives the gift and the person who receives the gift will be happy. He raised his hands and clapped. Dad, am I right? Fu Zhuang understood it. After all, the little guy still couldn't bear to give up the lollipop. It is not always possible to reason with a child. He said directly, forget it this time, you are not allowed to accept it in the future. Not at all. The baby stretched out his little finger and shook it. Can I accept a little bit? No. Fu Zhuang said seriously, not even a little. The baby thought that he would never be able to eat a lollipop again in the future, and his heart was suddenly very sad. 然后 his eyelashes drooped and he didn't want to talk to his father anymore. Fu Zhuang did not take the initiative to talk to him. The father and son had their first Cold War, which did not last long, only 5 minutes. In the end, the baby comforted himself. Forget it, eating candy will cause tooth decay, and tooth decay will cause toothache, so he will not eat candy. Pulling the corner of Fu Zhuang's clothes, looking up and saying, baby, be obedient, baby, don't want candy from your brothers and sisters in the future. Fu Zhuang's lips twitched slightly, which was considered to be forgiving him. The baby reluctantly put the lollipop in his hand on the desk, and found a piece of paper to cover it, and then turned around and sat on the sofa. Fu Zhuang was working, and the baby was drawing. He drew a whole page of lollipops, and in the corner he also drew a pitiful little man. The little man was wearing a t-shirt and overalls, squatting on the ground. The little man was him, with eager eyes, not to mention how pitiful he was. After drawing, he sighed twice, saying that his father was so cruel and didn't let him eat candy. The baby is unhappy without sugar. He doesn't smile at anyone. He frowns and looks bitter, and he doesn't chatter anymore. No, he doesn't talk anymore. Everyone doesn't know what's wrong with the baby, so they take out more gifts to make him happy. The baby is even sadder. The gift is right in front of him, but he can't accept it. Do you think he is sad or not? The baby went into the bathroom with his head down, and when he came out, he seemed like a different person. After returning to the president's office, he climbed onto Fu Zhuang's legs, covered his lips and said, Dad, baby will tell you a secret. Fu Zhuang took off his glasses and asked in a low voice, what secret? 然后 the baby whispered in his ear, I saw Uncle Wen's, it's also very big. 这个 at first Fu Zhuang didn't understand, but later, he understood after seeing the baby's actions. He put the baby on the ground, asked him to stand up, and told him not to stare at others when he went to the bathroom in the future. The baby looked aggrieved and said, I didn't stare at them. I saw it accidentally. What I just said is a secret between you and Daddy. You are not allowed to tell anyone else. Fu Zhuang said again. Baby loves secrets the most, with a gleam in his eyes. Daddy, rest assured, baby will definitely keep the secret. In a short time, baby told the secret to Echo and said to Echo, Godmother, this is a secret, you must not tell anyone else. Echo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, Godmother won't tell others, and you don't tell others either. Baby asked, can't I tell anyone? Yes, the secret must be kept well. Okay, baby knows. Not long after, baby told the secret to Wen Xiang, and Wen Xiang's face was indescribable for a while after hearing it. In order to coax baby, he took baby to a convenience store. Baby looked embarrassed. Daddy doesn't allow me to ask for gifts casually. I'm not an outsider, I'm baby's godfather. Wen Xiang said, you can ask for whatever you want. Isn't godfather an outsider? Of course not. Baby smiled and asked, can I have as many as I want? Wen Xiang, I can buy as many as I want as long as I can shut him up. Bao Bao understood and pointed at the snacks on the shelf and said, this. I want them all. If he wasn't too short, he would have cleared out all the shelves. Wen Xiang asked, are you sure you want so many? Of course. 然后 Bao Bao said that everyone treated Bao Bao to food, and today Bao Bao wants to treat everyone. You treat me to food and I pay. Didn't Godfather say that you are not an outsider, you are a relative? Because of Bao Bao's words, relative Wen Xiang spent a lot of money and bought 2 bags of snacks as well as milk tea and other things. After returning to the company, Bao Bao walked in front and Wen Xiang followed behind, carrying 2 big bags in his hands. Bao Bao greeted everyone enthusiastically and took out the snacks in the bag for them to eat. This wave of operations directly raised Bao Bao's popularity to a higher level. Even the food employees on other floors knew that the boss had a cute, very smart and lovable son named Bao Bao. Not only does he look good, but he also has a super good personality. He is a cute little baby. When Bao Bao's popularity soared, Fu Zhuang was talking to Shan Li on the phone, asking her what time to arrive at the airport so that he could pick her up. Shan Li said, if you are busy with work, you don't have to come, we can just take a taxi back. Fu Zhuang leaned against the seat and said softly, how can I take a taxi when my wife comes back? I must pick her up in person. Fu Zhuang's words pleased Shan Li, who smiled and said 7 o'clock in the evening. Fu Zhuang, okay, I will be there on time. Shan Li asked, where is Bao Bao? Isn't he with you? Your son is trying to win people's hearts. Fu Zhuang looked out through the glass window and saw several employees surrounding him, asking questions and stuffing things into his hands. It didn't look like food, but like a toy or something. Bao Bao is smart and cute, and everyone must like him very much. Shan Li chuckled. I like him very much. Fu Zhuang said that he has become the group's favorite. Shan Li could imagine the picture and sighed softly, I miss Bao Bao too. Just miss Bao Bao. 然后 Someone is jealous of even children, what about me? Missing the baby more than the baby's father, Shan Li made a sweet sound into the receiver and coaxed him, I miss you the most. That's more like it. Fu Zhuang was comforted, with a smile on his lips. How about having Japanese food tonight? Okay, Shan Li said, as long as I eat with you, anything is fine. If you are not tired, let's go to a concert. Fu Zhuang suggested, there's a singer you like. What about the baby if we go to the concert? There's a nanny at home and Aunt Wen can also watch. No, I haven't seen the baby for a long time and I want to accompany him. Okay, let's go to the concert another day. Before ending the call, the baby walked in and Fu Zhuang hooked his hand. The baby walked closer, what for? Fu Zhuang handed the phone to the baby, Mom. The baby took it and called sweetly, Mom. Shan Li asked with a smile, do you miss Mom? Yes, the baby asked, when will Mom be back? Today, Shan Li said, are you happy? Happy, the baby's eyes were full of light, I miss Mom so much. Mom misses you too, he said, see you in the evening. See you tonight. Baby thinks adults are so strange. There are some things they can do but children can't. For example, tonight, baby wants to pick up Mom at the airport, but Dad doesn't agree and says he should just wait at home. Baby asked, why can't I go? Fu Zhuang replied, Dad has to take Mom to another place, it's not convenient. What place is an inconvenient place? Baby didn't understand. It's just, Fu Zhuang said, we still have to go to the company. Is the company inconvenient? Baby blinked his big eyes and said, the company is very convenient. It's not the place that is inconvenient, it's the people that are inconvenient. Fu Zhuang hasn't seen Shanli for a long time. He has to do something. He can't do it with the baby. Okay, I'll pick up mom and come back soon. Fu Zhuang rubbed his head and said, you watch TV at home. Baby pouted his little mouth and looked at Fu Zhuang and said, Dad, you don't want to take mom to do anything bad, do you? Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang coughed lightly, nonsense. 这个. If not, why are you blushing? Baby frowned and said, you are not allowed to bully mom. I never bully mom. Last time you bullied mom and made her cry. That was because I loved your mom, not bullying. You said that every time, but you still made mom cry. Baby was a little upset. Anyway, you are not allowed to make mom cry in the future. The little guy's righteous look was very much like a smaller version of Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang stroked his forehead and said, okay, I won't bully. Baby was relieved after hearing that. Fu Zhuang went to pick up the plane and baby was left at home. He stared at the clock on the wall and sent a WeChat message to Shanli every few minutes asking her where she was and when she would be back. At first Shanli replied in seconds, but later she replied more slowly and then lost contact for 20 minutes. Baby called her many times and later Shanli replied, twisting Fu Zhuang's side while apologizing to baby on the phone, saying that she was delayed by something and she and dad would be back soon. 然后, the first thing baby said after seeing Shanli was, Mom, what's wrong with your neck? Shanli touched her neck. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Baby's fingers fell on Shanli's neck. It was so red. After saying that, Shanli blushed. What else could happen? It was all Fu Zhuang's fault. He told him not to kiss there and not to leave marks, but he insisted. Look, baby saw it all. It might be a mosquito bite. Shanli made an excuse. Are there mosquitoes on the plane? Baby said, then mommy shouldn't take this flight next time. Fu Zhuang came in, Shanli turned around and glared at him, and said silently, you did a good thing. Fu Zhuang sat beside Shanli, gently put his arm around her waist, and asked baby, have you washed up? 那个 baby has been waiting for them to come back, so how could she have the mind to wash up? No. Go wash up now. Fu Zhuang raised his chin slightly. Now that the baker is back, baby is bolder. She nestles in Shanli's arms and says coquettishly, can mommy and baby wash up together? Shanli pinched the baby's little face and said with a smile, okay, mommy will go wash up with you. It's called accompanying, but in fact it's just washing him. The baby stood on a small stool and Shanli washed his face and brushed his teeth. The baby hugged Shanli's waist. Mom is so good, I love mom. The baby is the sweetest. Shanli pinched his little hand. Mom also loves the baby. She held the baby in her arms and asked mom to smell if the baby smelled good. The baby was ticklish and leaned back with a smile. Shanli was afraid that he would fall, so she held him tightly. The laughter came from the bathroom. Fu Zhuang heard it downstairs and smiled slightly. He was making juice for Shanli. Under the light, the man's facial features were clear and charming. Aunt Wen heard the voice and walked in. Sir, let me do it. Fu Zhuang, she likes to drink what I make, I'll do it. He gave all his preference to Shanli, not even the baby. His pampering of Shanli, in Song Kai's words, was unique. Fu Zhuang went upstairs with the juice, and Shanli took the baby back to his room. After coaxing him to sleep, she returned to the master bedroom. Just as she lay on the bed, Fu Zhuang handed her the juice and said, Here, drink it. Shanli took it and drank half of it, and couldn't drink it anymore. You drink the rest. Okay, Fu Zhuang took it and drank the rest. Then he went downstairs to put down the cups and wash up, and Shanley also went to wash up. After washing up, the two lay on the bed. Shanley snuggled in Fu Zhuang's arms and said softly, "You have worked hard during this period." Fu Zhuang put his arm around her waist and said, "How are you going to reward me?" Shanley raised her head and kissed his Adam's apple. After tossing and turning for a while, she kissed his lips again, and her tongue tip went in and entangled with his. After the kiss, Fu Zhuang was already on top. He looked down at her from above, his eyes wandering over her body, as if he was appreciating a work of art. After the appreciation, it was time to savor it. Shanley put her hand between them and said in surprise, "Just now in the car." Fu Zhuang pushed her hand away and rubbed her lips with his fingertips. "Not enough, I want more." Shanley was about to say something, but he blocked her lips, and then she seemed to be drowning in the deep sea, ups and downs. It was almost dawn when this deep sea trip ended. Shanley was too tired to move. Fu Zhuang held her and took a bath. The temperature in the bathroom was just right. The man who had been hungry for a long time couldn't help it again. When everything was done, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Shanley was so sleepy that she vaguely heard Fu Zhuang ask her, "Do you want to meet my parents?" This was the first time he took the initiative to mention meeting the parents. 然后 Shanley's pajamas were gone and she opened her eyes. "Meet my parents." Fu Zhuang held her in his arms and stroked her back. 就是 Don't want to see them. No. Shanley listened to his heartbeat and whispered, "The baby is 2 years old and it's time to meet the grandparents. Then I'll arrange it." Fu Zhuang kissed the top of her head and told you after confirming the time. Okay, Shanley thought of other things. What kind of daughter-in-law do parents like? Will they be dissatisfied with me? No, Fu Zhuang lifted her chin and looked into her eyes. You are marrying me, not the Fu family. You don't have to care too much about their opinions. If you have no problem getting along with each other, just move around more. If you feel uncomfortable or stressed, you don't have to cater to them for me. I married you to make you happy, not to make you do something you don't like. Our family has always been very independent. I have made all the decisions since I was a child, and no one else interferes. So don't be wronged, just do whatever you want. Shanley was moved by Fu Zhuang's words and kissed his lips. Husband, thank you. Compared with Shanley's nervousness, Bao Bao was a different look. He was so happy when he heard that he was going to meet his grandparents. Xiaozu always boasted that she had grandparents and laughed at him for not having them. Now, he also has grandparents. Bao Bao put on very formal clothes, a blue suit and a white shirt. Standing there, he looked like a little gentleman. Shanley was a little nervous. She clasped her hands together and looked round from time to time. Bao Bao approached and whispered to her, "Mom, don't be afraid, Grandpa and Grandma are not fierce." Shanley forced a smile and said, "Mom is not afraid." But Mom's hands were shaking. Bao Bao asked, "Is Mom cold?" Shanley was of course not cold. She pursed her lips and said, "Mom is not cold." Bao Bao understood that Mom was afraid, but she was embarrassed to admit that she was afraid, just like he wanted something but was embarrassed to say it. Bao Bao held Shanley's hand and said, "Mom, let's hold hands." Shanley nodded and said, "Okay." 然后 Not long after, a middle-aged couple walked in. Bao Bao greeted them warmly, "Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma." Father Fu picked up Bao Bao and kissed his face. "Baby, you are so good. Grandpa misses you so much." Mother Fu's eyes were full of tears. "Baby, let Grandma kiss you." Bao Bao turned his head to let them kiss him. When they kissed enough, he kissed them again, one for each person. "Bao Bao missed you too." Shanley walked forward and called softly, "Dad, Mom." Father Fu and Mother Fu replied in unison, "Hey." The baby held grandfather with his left hand and grandmother with his right hand, and the three of them sat together. Shanli and Fu Zhuang were next to each other. Under the table, Fu Zhuang held Shanli's hand and signaled her with his eyes not to be nervous. Shanli was indeed nervous before they met, but after meeting, looking at their kind smiles, Shanli was no longer nervous. She took the initiative to raise the glass to toast them, saying, "I'm sorry that it took so long to meet you." Mother Fu said, "The baby is so big, and we haven't taken care of him for a day." As she spoke, her voice choked. The baby said in a baby voice, "Grandma, today is a happy day, you can't shed tears." Mother Fu wiped her eyes. "Yes, today is a happy day and you can't shed tears." Father Fu asked the baby what he liked to eat and kept picking up dishes for him, and the baby ate with relish. The meal was also unusually warm and harmonious because of the baby. After dinner, Fu Zhuang took the baby to the bathroom and Shanli stayed. Fu's mother held Shanli's hand. "Lily, thank you for making a Zhuang happy, we are really happy." Shanli said softly, "This is what I should do." As she spoke, Fu's mother mentioned some past events. A Zhuang was not so dull when he was a child. It was because of us. We only cared about work and ignored him, so that he did not feel the warmth of the family. It was all our negligence as parents. Fortunately, he met you and made up for his shortcomings. Your father and I are really grateful. Mom, don't say that. Shanli said that in this marriage, a Zhuang paid more, and I should thank you for giving birth to him and letting me meet him. Women are always emotional, and their eyes are inevitably red when they talk about emotional places. Seeing this, Fu's father interrupted, "Okay, today is a happy day, let's not mention those sad past events." He gently touched Fu's mother's arm. "Did you forget something?" By the way, Fu's mother suddenly realized and took out a gift list from her bag. "Lily, take a look." Shanli took it suspiciously and opened it. There were many words written on the red gift list. "What are these, Mom and Dad? Baby is so old now. You and Xuan's wedding can't be delayed any longer." Fu's mother said, "This is our betrothal gift to you. If you have no objection, we can discuss a suitable time and hold the wedding." Shanli thought they would blame her and Fu Zhuang for hiding the marriage, but she didn't expect that they didn't say a word of blame and even prepare such a generous betrothal gift. "Mom and Dad." Shanli was so moved that she couldn't speak. "Don't cry." Fu's mother wiped Shanli's tears. "If you cry, Mom will want to cry too." Shanli stopped crying and chuckled. "Mom, you and Dad can decide on the wedding. You can do whatever you want." Fu's mother glanced at Fu's father. Do you really want to leave it to us?" Shanli, "Yes, Mom and Dad decide." Fu's mother put her arm around Shanli's shoulders and said, "Thank you, Lily." Baby and Fu Zhuang came back and saw that their eyes were red. She tilted her head and asked, "Mom, Grandma, why are you all crying?" Shanli rubbed his head. "Mom didn't cry." Fu's mother said, "Grandma didn't cry either." Baby asked, "Where are we going later?" "Baby, do you want to go to Grandma's house?" Fu's mother glanced at Fu Zhuang, lowered her voice, "Can you let the baby go?" Shanli pulled Fu Zhuang's sleeve and signaled him to speak with her eyes. Fu Zhuang said, "It depends on what the baby wants. If he wants to go, he can go." The baby wants to go. The baby raised his little arm, and the baby wanted to go to Grandpa and Grandma's house to play. Good, good. Fu's father was so happy that he didn't know what to do. He picked up the baby and said, "Let's go to Grandpa's house to play." Baby is not only the favorite of the company but also the favorite of the Fu family. When other people in the Fu family heard that the baby was coming, they put down their work and rushed back. After seeing the baby, they first picked him up and kissed him, and then gave him gifts. The baby was a little embarrassed. Dad didn't allow me to give other people gifts casually." "Baby, we are not other people." I am your great-grandfather. The eldest brother of the Fu family said. I am your great-grandmother. Fu Zhuang and said. I am your third grandfather. I am your third grandmother. I am your great-aunt. I am your aunt. I am your uncle. I am your aunt. These are all names that the baby has never heard of. After they introduced themselves, the baby greeted them one by one. The eldest brother of the Fu family exclaimed, Baby, you actually know that I am the great-grandfather. The great-grandfather told me himself. The baby said. I told you once and you remembered it. Yes. Everyone was surprised again. Fu Ying walked out of the crowd and asked, Baby, who am I? 这个 you are your aunt. The baby smiled and replied. Baby, what about me? You are your uncle. What about me? You are your aunt. 那个 No matter who asked, the baby called out accurately. Father Fu excitedly hugged the baby in his arms and kissed him again and again, saying, Grandpa's good grandson, you are so great. In fact, the baby didn't think he was great. He just remembered their names, but seeing that they were very happy, the baby also laughed. As he laughed, the gifts in front of him piled up into a small mountain. The baby bowed and said, Thank you. Everyone likes polite children, and now the Fu family is even more fond of the baby. The eldest of the Fu family said, Zhuang is the same. He should bring the baby back to us earlier. 然后 The other people in the Fu family also knew about Fu Zhuang's marriage and having children. The reason why they didn't disturb him was because Fu's father said that he wanted to give Fu Zhuang time and contact him when he was willing. I didn't expect that this wait would last for 3 years. But fortunately, the result was good. Fu Yin said, What's the matter with being late? Look how cute the baby is. The topic was brought to the baby again, and the group's favorite baby called Grandpa and Grandma, making everyone laugh. That day, the baby did not return to Linhai Mansion but slept in the old house. Before going to bed at night, he called Shen Li, Mom, don't miss the baby too much. The baby will stay with Grandpa and Grandma for a few days. By the way, Grandpa and Grandma like the baby very much, and the baby is very happy. Shen Li urged, Be obedient. Baby, yes, the baby will be obedient. Fu Zhuang came in. Shen Li gave Fu Zhuang the phone, and Fu Zhuang said to the baby, Don't always kick the quilt when you sleep. The baby hummed and asked, Dad, Grandma said you often wet the bed when you were a child. Is that true? Fu Zhuang's face on the other end of the receiver changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course not. The baby smiled. I knew you wouldn't admit it. I have evidence. Fu Zhuang. Chapter 54. The so-called evidence of the baby is actually a photo. It was taken by the nanny for Fu Zhuang at that time. In the photo, the little man stood by the bed with a red face and looked very cramped. The baby took the photo and looked at it again and again, giggling non-stop, so that's what Dad looked like when he was a child, just like the baby. He asked Fu's mother, Grandma, I want to see other photos of Dad, are there any? Fu's mother looked at Fu's father with an embarrassed look, and then said to the baby, No more. Why is there no more? The baby asked with his big eyes flashing, just one. 然后 Fu's mother pursed her lips, well, just this one. Na, didn't Dad like taking pictures when he was young? 那个 the baby asked with his head tilted. It's not that Fu Zhuang doesn't like taking pictures, but no one takes pictures for him. The Fu family seems to be wealthy and has many servants, but in fact, Fu Zhuang doesn't live as well as the rumors outside say. His childhood was spent in loneliness. Both Fu's father and Fu's mother were all focused on work and never took care of him. The only one who accompanied him was the nanny. The nanny would be replaced every 6 months, so there was never a so-called familiar person around him. He had to face new faces all the time and adapt constantly. Just when he got used to this one, he was replaced by another one a few months later. He also raised opinions, but Food's father and mother never paid attention. They said that this was for his own good, to prevent those nannies from having bad intentions, but what they didn't know was that the best thing for him was their company. But, no, there was nothing. There was no company and there was no care. 那个 Food's father and mother regretted it now. If time could go back, they would definitely bring Fuzhuang with them and take care of him wholeheartedly. They would give him love and teach him to love. It's not that they don't like him. Mother Fu said that grandma didn't have time to take pictures for that. 那个 actually, there were some, but Fuzhuang hid them and he wouldn't show them. Oh, that is so pitiful. Baby said, Grandpa and Grandma, please don't do this in the future. Mom said that children need companionship and can only be happy with companionship. Okay, Grandpa and Grandma won't do this in the future. Mother Fu said with red eyes, will Baby dislike Grandpa and Grandma? No. Baby smiled and said, I like Grandpa and Grandma. Mother Fu hugged the baby and kissed him. Baby, thank you. You are welcome. The baby looked up at Mother Fu and touched her face. Grandma, don't cry. Mother Fu, okay, Grandma, don't cry. In the evening, Shenli and Zhou made an appointment to have dinner together. The task of picking up the baby home was given to Fuzhuang. Shenli took his arm and coaxed him gently. Thank you for your hard work in picking up the baby. Fuzhuang lifted her chin and said, don't do it again. Shenli leaned in and kissed his lips. Okay, don't do it again. Fuzhuang hasn't been back to the old house for a long time. The last time he went back was to refuse a blind date. 3 years have passed in a flash. During these 3 years, Fu Ying has hinted many times that he should go back to the old house to take a look, but he pretended not to hear it. That home is not a home to him, but just a residence, similar to a hotel. No one likes hotels, not even him. 然后, before entering the house, he received a call from Shen Li, asking him if he had gone to pick up the baby. He replied, I'm here. Shen Li, since you are there, let's eat there. Fuzhuang didn't plan to eat and hesitated for a moment. Did they contact you? Yes, Shen Li said softly. Mom and Dad have regretted it and they really want to get your forgiveness. Oh Zhuang, we are also parents and we know how difficult it is for parents. Try to forgive them, okay? Fuzhuang didn't say anything. Shenli said again, it's okay if you don't want to forgive, but don't be so cold in front of the baby, okay? Fuzhuang, I'll try. After the call ended, Fuzhuang walked in. Just as he was about to go up the stairs, the baby ran over and threw himself on his legs, holding his little arms tightly with his head raised high. It was just one night since we last met, but it seemed like he hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dad, you are finally here, baby misses you so much. 就是 the little guy was saying sweet words to Fuzhuang again. Miss me and don't go home. Fuzhuang saw that his palms were covered with dirt, so he pulled his hands away and frowned and asked, how did you get dirty? Fuzhuang has misophonia and has stricter requirements for hygiene than ordinary people. He looked down at his pants, which were also covered with dust. The next second, his eyebrows frowned even tighter. 那个 the baby smiled and said, I'm going to help Grandpa with the flower garden, Dad, you come with me. As he said that, the baby went to pull Fuzhuang's hand. Fuzhuang took a tissue from his pocket and wiped it clean before holding his hand. Where to? The flower garden. The baby took Fuzhuang to the flower garden and pointed to the smallest potted plant and said, I planted that succulent. Fuzhuang's eyes fell on the cactus. There are so many thorns. Did you get pricked? No, baby stretched out his hand. Look, there is nothing. Fuzhuang didn't like the baby to tinker with these things. He pulled him out of the flower garden and told him not to touch these things in the future. It's dangerous. Grandpa said that a man should not be afraid of danger. The baby said naively, "Didn't Dad say I am a man, so I shouldn't be afraid of danger?" "But you have to be careful," Fu Zhuang said. "It would be bad if you get hurt." He took the baby to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he checked them carefully from front to back. Only when he was sure that there was nothing wrong did he slowly relax his brows. "Dad, are you going to see Grandpa?" the baby asked. "Yes," Fu Zhuang wiped the baby's face twice and asked, "Where is Grandpa?" "In the study." The baby said, "Dad, do you know where the study is? Do you want the baby to take you there?" "No need." Fu Zhuang motioned him to sit on the sofa and wait. "I can go by myself." The baby grabbed the corner of Fu Zhuang's clothes and shook it gently. "Nigga Dad, don't talk to Grandpa so harshly. Grandpa will be sad." Fu Zhuang lowered his eyelids and raised them again. He hummed softly and told him, "Don't go anywhere, let alone the flower garden. Just wait for me here. I will go home after I finish talking to Grandpa. Don't you want to eat here?" "No." "But Grandma prepared a lot of food, all of which are Dad's favorites." Fu Zhuang's face was indifferent, and he murmured, "They don't know what Dad likes to eat." "Ha, what is Dad talking about?" The baby didn't hear it clearly. "It's okay." Fu Zhuang held him and sat on the sofa. "Remember, don't go anywhere." Fu Zhuang went to the study. No one knew what he talked about with Fu's father, but his voice was a little loud and it sounded like they were arguing. Fu's mother came out of the kitchen and asked the baby, "Do you want to eat fruit?" The baby shook his head and asked, "Grandma, what are Dad and Grandpa arguing about?" "It's okay, they are just chatting." "But the voice is so loud." The baby pulled Fu's mother's hand and whispered, "Are they arguing?" "No." Fu's mother rubbed the baby's head. "They were just talking about some past events." "Don't be afraid, baby." Baby is not afraid," baby said. "Baby is a man." Fu's mother's cell phone rang and she went to answer it. The noise in the study was louder and baby called Shanli on the landline. He had a good memory and remembered Shanli's cell phone number very clearly. "Mom, Dad and Grandpa had a quarrel. What should we do?" Baby asked. Shanli said, "They are not quarreling, they are just chatting. Dad and Grandpa must be thirsty. You can bring them some fruit." Baby nodded, "Okay." The fruit was too heavy for baby to carry, so he only took an orange in, pushed open the door, blinked, and said with a smile, "Dad and Grandpa. Baby is here to bring you fruit." He broke the orange in half, gave half to Fu Zhuang and half to Fu's father. "Dad and Grandpa, you eat." Baby has some words that were inconvenient to say here. Fu Zhuang put down the orange, took baby's hand, and said goodbye to Grandpa. "Baby, are we leaving?" Fu Zhuang, "Yes." Baby said to Fu's father, "Grandpa, goodbye." Fu Zhuang led the baby out of the study room. Mother Fu just came back after answering the phone. "What are you doing?" The baby said, "Grandma, my dad and I have to go home first, and we will come to see Grandma next time." Let's eat dinner before leaving." "Nigga," Mother Fu said, "I made your favorite braised fish." "That was only when I was a child," Fu Zhuang said without any expression. "I don't like it now." "If you don't like fish, you can eat something else," Mother Fu said. "There are also shrimps and ribs." "I don't like them." Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, "More than 20 years have passed, everything has changed." The baby didn't understand, but Father Fu and Mother Fu understood. Fu Zhuang still blamed them for ignoring him. "It was our fault back then. We shouldn't have abandoned you, but there was really no way at that time." Mother Fu explained that something happened in the company and it was very likely to go bankrupt, so we. "Then what happened?" Fu Zhuang said, "The company was stable later, but you still didn't care about me." Later, I was too busy. It wasn't intentional to ignore you. 那个 Mother Fu wanted to hold Fu Zhuang's hand but stopped after approaching. Oh Zhuang, we are really sorry. 然后 Don't apologize, Fu Zhuang's eyes were calm anyway. I am nothing in your eyes. It's not like that, we really love you. You love me so you don't care about me. I really don't need that kind of love. How can you ignore you? Father Fu signaled the servants to take the baby away and said to Fu Zhuang, aren't we responsible for your living expenses and all your expenses? Humph, Fu Zhuang turned and glared at him and said, is money omnipotent? Can it replace family affection? You only know how to give money, but did you know that I almost died of a fever that year? If it weren't for the neighbors finding out, I would have died. Father Fu and Mother Fu really didn't know about this. What died? How could you die? Fever. When did you have a fever? Mother Fu asked. It doesn't matter, Fu Zhuang said, it's all in the past. That night, he didn't stay for dinner and left with the baby. On the way, the baby saw that he always had a cold face, so he told him a lot of jokes that smile, smile. Fu Zhuang couldn't laugh, so he took his hand and pinched it. Was it fun at Grandma's house? It was fun. The baby's eyes curved into a crescent shape. Rox and Grandma were very good to the baby and bought the baby a lot of toys and snacks. He put his arm around Fu Zhuang's neck and whispered in his ear, Dad, don't be angry with Grandpa and Grandma, okay? They know they are wrong and they won't do that again. The teacher said that knowing one's mistakes can improve one's ability and a prime minister can hold a boat in his stomach. We must learn to forgive. Teacher. What teacher? The teacher of the early childhood education class. The baby kissed Fu Zhuang's face. I apologize to you on behalf of Grandpa and Grandma. Please forgive them. The baby was good at acting like a spoiled child, shaking Fu Zhuang's neck and not letting go until Fu Zhuang said, okay. He let go of his hand and gave a thumbs up, saying that is awesome. Fu Zhuang pinched his little face, and he was just sweet. The baby closed his eyes and made a face. Fu Zhuang smiled, the baby clapped his hands, and Dad smiled, and Dad finally smiled. Some things may not be quickly let go, but reconciling with yourself is also a kind of letting go. At 9 o'clock, Shanli returned home after the dinner. The baby had already fallen asleep. After taking a bath, she went to the baby's room to see him and went to the study after a while. Fu Zhuang was working in the study. She walked in with a cup of coffee, put the coffee cup on the desk, and put her arm around his neck. Are you almost done? Fu Zhuang took off his glasses on the bridge of his nose, put his arm around her waist and hugged her to sit on his lap. He pinched her chin and asked, do you really have an appointment with Eiko and others tonight, or do you want to create an opportunity for me to go back to the old house? What do you think? Shanli held her chin and stared at him, with a light flashing in her eyes. Mom and Dad miss you very much. You should go back to see them. Fu Zhuang tightened his fingers and applied a little more force. Shanli did not resist and let him pinch her eyelashes trembling slightly, and said, it's been a long time since the incident, and it's time to forget it. Rather than saying that she felt sorry for Fu's father and mother, it would be better to say that she felt sorry for Fu Zhuang. If a person is trapped in negative emotions for a long time, it will be bad for the body. She wanted him to be happy. The only way was to resolve the past and happiness. With the baby as a bond, some things would be much easier to do. Fu Zhuang moved his other hand to the back of her neck and pressed it hard. He blocked her lips with his lips and hooked her tongue tip and sucked for a long time. After a while, he put his forehead against hers, and his cold and slender fingers gently kneaded her neck. You want me to forgive them? Shanli said. Fu Zhuang, I'll try it then. The first step to reconcile is to increase contact. Baby once again acted as a peacemaker. One day, he first called Fu's mother, then took the phone to find Fu Zhuang and deliberately said to Fu Zhuang, "Dad, I have to pee, can you talk to Grandma first?" Fu Zhuang hesitated for a few seconds before taking the phone. Baby reminded him to talk to Grandma. After walking out of the study, Baby lightly high-fived Shan Li, then peeked through the door. Hearing Fu Zhuang take the initiative to talk to Fu's mother, Baby smiled happily. He also made himself a small task card, marking how his father communicated and interacted with his grandparents every day. That's right, only he could understand his small card, and no one else could. Shan Li asked him, "What is this?" The baby puffed out his chest and said, "Secret weapon." Then, he told Shan Li about the things drawn on it one by one. Shan Li kissed him and said, "Mom's good son, you are awesome." The baby also felt that he was awesome and rubbed against Shan Li's arms. "Mom, I am so awesome, shouldn't you reward me?" "What reward do you want?" "I want to sleep with my mom tonight." The baby hooked Shan Li's neck and said, "Mom, please." Shan Li's heart melted and she pinched the baby's nose. "Okay, sleep with mom tonight." Fu Zhuang returned to the bedroom after taking a bath, looked at the baby lying on the bed, frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" The baby sat up. "I will sleep with my mom tonight." "No, Daddy wants to sleep with mommy." Fu Zhuang said, "This is my mommy, not your mommy." The baby looked up and said, "Daddy will go find his own mommy to sleep." Fu Zhuang went to hold the baby and the baby hid behind Shan Li. "Mom, tell Dad, did you agree to sleep with me?" Shan Li smiled and said, "I agreed to sleep with the baby." How about the three of us sleep together?" In this way, the baby was in the middle, Shan Li was on the left, and Fu Zhuang was on the right. The three of them held hands. The baby was very excited and kept talking and didn't listen to the bedtime story. Fu Zhuang said, "Go to sleep quickly. If you don't, I'll take you back." The baby shrank into Shan Li's arms and said aggressively, "Mom, Dad is mean to me." Shan Li stroked his back gently. "It's Dad's fault." Mom apologizes for you on behalf of Dad." The mood of children comes and goes quickly. The baby kissed Shan Li's face. "Mom, you smell good." Shan Li also kissed the baby's face, and the baby smelled good too. She whispered to the baby, "Go and kiss Dad, see if he smells good." Okay. The baby turned around and hugged Fu Zhuang and kissed him and said with a smile, "Dad smells good too." Shan Li raised her eyebrows, then kissed Dad again. The baby kissed Fu Zhuang again and Fu Zhuang couldn't keep a straight face anymore. He smiled with the corners of his lips raised. When the baby saw Fu Zhuang smiled, he started to tease him. "Dad, tell me about your childhood." Fu Zhuang was always alone when he was a child, so there was nothing much to tell. How about letting Mom tell me about her childhood?" The baby nodded. "Okay, Mom will tell." Although when Wang was strict with Shan Li, she was still a good person at times. Shan Li had many interesting childhood stories and she told a lot of them. The baby opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Mom, can you climb trees? You are so amazing." Shan Li, all the children can climb, so Mom is not that amazing. But the baby can't climb. The baby pouted. That's because the baby is still young and he will climb when he grows up. Then can Dad climb? The baby asked Fu Zhuang, "Dad, can you?" Fu Zhuang really couldn't do it and coughed lightly. Dad was always studying when he was young, so that means he can't. The baby's little mouth was raised high. They all said that the baby was like his father. If his father couldn't do it, the baby couldn't do it either. The baby asked Shan Li, "Mom, am I stupid?" "Of course not." Shan Li hugged the baby in her arms. The baby was the smartest. 这个 Mom praised him, and the baby was happy again. 那个 Does Mom love the baby the most? Shan Li, yes, Mom loves the baby the most. Does Mom love Dad? Yes. Do you love dad more? So mom loves dad more or the baby more? The baby asked with blinking eyes. Shanli looked at the baby, then at Fu Zhuang, and then at the baby. Mom loves more. She smiled and stretched out her hand to tickle the baby's waist. Of course, she loves the baby more. The baby was ticklish and kept laughing while rolling. Fu Zhuang took the opportunity to get close, put his hand on the back of Shanli's neck and kissed her hard. When the baby saw Fu Zhuang kissing Shanli, he rolled up and wanted to kiss her too. He squeezed his little head in and kissed mom and dad. After the kiss, he pointed at his little face and said, "Mom and dad, you kiss me too." Shanli and Fu Zhuang kissed his left cheek and his right cheek respectively. The baby drooled happily. Shanli felt unwell for a while after giving birth. After seeing a doctor, she was advised to do some repair. Since she didn't have time during the week, she could only go on weekends. She kept going back and forth for 2 years. This week, the repair class was suspended and she started to practice yoga. AI Ke and Joe AI accompanied her. AI Ke asked, "Where is the baby?" Shanli said, "Fu Zhuang is watching." AI Ke said, "I didn't expect that Mr. Fu, who has always been aloof, is also good at taking care of children." Shanli chuckled. He would be very happy if he heard you praise him. This is the fact. Aiko said that many men are still as cool as they should be after having children, and they have no sense of being a father. Look at Mr. Fu, he is a pure dad. Joe I agreed. Fu Zhuang did a good job in this regard. Shanli raised her eyebrows. It's not only Fu Zhuang who is taking care of the baby today, but also Liang Chen. Can he take care of the child? Joe I asked. He is your husband. He might not know you. Shanli raised her elbow and bumped her. How about you also have a baby to test Liang Chen? Joe AI was afraid of having a baby and shook her head. Forget about having a baby to test him. Not to test him, Shanli suggested. How about you have a baby and we become in-laws? This proposal is very tempting, mainly because the baby is so cute. Joe AI likes it very much. Really? Of course. Okay, then I'll give it a try. AI Ke said on the side, "Hey, what do you two mean? You don't care about me, right?" Joe AI smiled and said, "How about you have a baby too?" In the past, AI Ke would always scold people when making such a joke, saying that only fools would have a baby. Not today, she smiled. Okay, then have a baby together. Whoever has a daughter, the baby will be the son-in-law of that family. Shanli, I think it's okay, you have tried hard. One night, Shanli asked the baby, "Do you like a sister or a brother?" The baby asked back, "Is mom going to have a baby?" Shanli smiled and said, "It's not me, it's your godmother Ke and godmother AI. Are godmother Ke and godmother AI going to have a baby?" I have this idea. What about mom? Does mom want to have a baby? Baby asked. Shanli glanced at Fu Zhuang, pursed her lips, and asked baby, "Do you want mom to have a baby?" Well, baby envied Xiaoxue for having a brother. He put his arms around Shanli's neck and said coquettishly, "Mom, baby doesn't want a sister or a brother, you give baby a brother." Shanli. Later, there was a period of time when baby always pestered Shanli for a brother. Shanli said, "Mom only wants to like baby, is that not okay?" Baby's heart was the softest. Seeing Shanli pouting and aggrieved, her heart melted. She touched Shanli's face and said, "Mom, then I don't want a brother." Shanli, what about a brother or sister? Baby shook her head and didn't want one either. Later, Fu Zhuang asked the same question once, "Baby, can mom and I give you a sister?" Baby tilted his head and thought for a while, "Can I hold my sister?" Fu Zhuang nodded, "Yes." Can I kiss her? Yes. Does my sister like to cry? Baby plays with her sister and she won't cry. 那个 Is her sister beautiful? Like the baby. Baby thinks he is beautiful, so his sister must be beautiful too. 然后 he said, I can have a sister, but I have a request. 那个 What request? Fu Zhuang asked. Baby stepped on the small stool and raised his chin. One is not enough. I want two. Chapter 55. Shanli has not considered the second child for the time being. She has just resumed work and her focus is on work. As for Fu Zhuang, he just said that on a whim that day. In fact, he has no plan to have a second child. Shanli's delivery left such a deep impression on him. He is still awakened by dreams occasionally. He doesn't have the courage to bear that kind of heart-pounding feeling again. Between Shanli and the child, he still chooses Shanli without hesitation. He wants Shanli to be safe and sound, without any danger. The adults didn't take it seriously, but the baby was very concerned about it. Every day, he thought about what gifts to prepare for his future sisters. In the past, he couldn't move his feet when he saw toy robots, but now he can't move. When he saw Barbie dolls and stuffed toys, he couldn't move at all. Shanli saw him staring at the stuffed toys and said in surprise, Baby, this is not the toy you like. The toys you like are all in front. The baby shook his head. No, this is the toy that the baby likes. Why do you suddenly like little girls' toys? Shanli asked. The baby smiled and said, I was wrong just now. It's not me who likes it, but my sisters like it. Mom, let's buy a few and take them home. Sisters? What sisters? Shanli didn't remember that there were little sisters round the baby and she didn't know anyone who had a daughter. Where did your sister come from? My mother gave birth to her, the baby said innocently. Dad promised the baby that he would give the baby to sisters. The sister likes the stuffed toys and the baby wants to buy some for the sisters. Wait a minute. Shanli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your father promised you to have two sisters. Yes. The baby can already count with his fingers and he can count a lot. He stretched out his white, tender and chubby little fingers and said happily, not one sister, but two. Shanli, what if there is no sister? The baby will be very sad. The baby's face immediately fell and he put Shanli's hand and shook it gently. Mom, can't you give the baby to sisters? Later, he thought about it and thought it might be difficult to give birth to two, so he sighed softly. Forget it, the baby doesn't want two sisters. Shanli touched his head and was about to praise him for being good, but heard the baby say again, just give birth to one, it really can't be less. Shanli squatted in front of the baby and pinched his chubby little face. How about this, let's let Dad give birth. Can men also give birth to children? Didn't Dad promise you? Then it should be possible. Great, I want Dad to give me a sister. The baby hugged Shanli's neck and kissed her face, and acted coquettishly. Mom, if Dad gives birth to a sister, can you buy a gift for her? Shanli hesitated and didn't agree immediately. 然后 the sisters of other children's families all had gifts, but my sister would cry if she didn't have a gift. Baby hugged Shanli and kissed her again. Mom, good mom, buy a gift for my sister. Shanli couldn't persuade baby and had to agree. Let's make it clear first, don't buy too much. Yeah, I don't want too much. Baby stretched out two hands, I only have 10. Baby's hands were too small and he couldn't hold 10 gifts at all. In the end, he bought two. Baby held one and Shanli held one. The one held by baby was about the same height as him and the one held by Shanli was taller. Baby walked a little hard, but he was in a good mood. Mom, let's buy a gift for my sister next time. Shanli smiled helplessly. Since Dad is going to give you a sister, let Dad accompany you next time. Baby thought about it and it was okay, let Dad accompany baby. Baby's desire for a sister blew away to Fu's house like the wind. Fudrox and mother were worried about not finding a chance to give baby a gift, and now the opportunity came. I made an appointment with baby in advance for the time and place to meet, and then drove to the mall. When I saw baby at the mall, I went straight to the toy area. Baby didn't buy anything for himself, but for his sister. He bought a little bear, a little rabbit, a little carrot, and a little monkey. He picked one of each, and they were all pink. Father Fu asked him, "Why do you buy pink things?" Baby's eyelashes trembled, and he replied in a babyish voice, "My sister is a princess, and princesses like pink, so I have to buy pink things." If my sister is a princess, what is baby? Mother Fu asked. Baby tilted his head and thought about it. Baby is my sister's brother, and my sister is a princess, so baby is a prince. He danced with joy and replied, "Baby is a prince." Baby is so cute that Mother Fu picked him up and kissed him. Baby must be the most handsome and good-looking prince. Baby stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. He said confidently, "I also think I am the most handsome and good-looking prince." After speaking, Father Fu and Mother Fu laughed at the same time. Being too cute and handsome can also be troublesome. For example, not long after baby went shopping, a big sister came over with a mobile phone and wanted baby to take a photo with her. Bao Bao is a helpful little gentleman, of course he would not refuse, and he posed and took photos with the big sister. 然后 Later, another aunt came over and wanted to take photos with Bao Bao, and Bao Bao took photos with the aunt again. Bao Bao's favorite was a little girl with big eyes, round face, and cute appearance. The little sister was not walking very steadily, and she staggered to Bao Bao's side, stretched out her hand to hug Bao Bao and wanted to take photos with Bao Bao. When Bao Bao saw her, he thought of his sister, took her hand, showed his neat teeth, and smiled sweetly. Seeing this, the staff next to him joked, "Little friend, you are so handsome, do you want to come here to be a little model?" Bao Bao shook his head and said, "No, Bao Bao still has to go to school." Bao Bao's way of speaking was playful and cute, which made people around him laugh. Bao Bao saw them laughing, and he laughed too. He said to Fu's mother, "Grandma, is Bao Bao a happy fruit?" Fu's mother nodded, "Yes, Bao Bao is our happy fruit." Fu's father asked Bao Bao, "What else does my happy fruit want? Grandpa will buy it for you today. Do you really want to buy all?" "Buy all? There is a Barbie doll in front, let's buy it for the little sister." Okay, Bao Bao had a great harvest. The trunk was full of gifts he bought, and when he saw Shanli, he talked to her excitedly, and when he couldn't express himself clearly, he began to gesture with his hands. Shanli asked Bao Bao, "Did you have a good time today?" "Happy, very happy." Bao Bao said, "Very, very happy." Then will you go out to play with Grandpa and Grandma next time?" Can we go next time?" Bao Bao asked back. "Yes." Shanli touched Bao Bao's face, "as long as you are obedient." Bao Bao will definitely be obedient." Bao Bao patted his chest and said, "Because Bao Bao is going to be a big brother." Bao Bao wanted a little sister. 然后 later, Song Kai and others knew about it. One night when they had a small gathering, Song Kai asked Fu Zhuang, "Are you really planning to have a second child?" Fu Zhuang lowered his head and took a sip of red wine and said in a light voice, "Why are you asking this? I admire you." Song Kai said, "You haven't figured out a child yet, and you still want a second child. You are really brave." "Okay, don't talk about Zhuang, just take care of yourself." Liang Chen said, "I heard that you have been staying in a hotel recently." "Huh, you were kicked out by your wife again." "You are still laughing at me," Song Kai said with contempt. "You have been staying in a hotel all the time." After the quarrel, both of them were silent. Zhou Zhan was drinking in a corner and had not participated in their conversation. Song Kai felt something was wrong and asked, "What is our Jen thinking about?" Nothing. Zhou Zhang picked up the glass and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, his eyelids drooping, as if he had encountered some difficulties. "Is your family urging you to get married again?" Liang Chen asked. "What about your mysterious girlfriend? She is not going to accompany you to meet your parents." Song Kai and the others knew that Zhou Zhang was in love, but they didn't know who the other party was. They only knew that Zhou Zhang and the mysterious girlfriend had been on and off for several times, and they only contacted each other recently. 然后 Zhou Zhang didn't say anything. Song Kai said, "What does she mean?" Just want to play. She is a non-marriagist." Zhou Zhang's face was in the shadows, and he looked particularly cold and cold. 然后 his voice was dull, and he just wanted to fall in love. "Oh my god, there really is such a woman." Song Kai thought it only happened on TV, but it also happened in reality. "She doesn't want to get married, so what can you do?" "Cold." Zhou Zhang poured himself another glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. He didn't come here to taste the wine, he came here to get drunk. Fu Zhuang gave the advice of an experienced person: "If you really like her, just show your sincerity and pursue her well, maybe she will change her mind." Zhou Zhang stared at Fu Zhuang, his lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. "Well, I'll try my best." A man with a family is different from a single man. Halfway through drinking, Fu Zhuang's cell phone rang. It was Shan Li calling the elevator, reminding him that the weather had changed and to come back early. After Shan Li finished speaking, the phone changed hands and the baby's voice came from the other end of the receiver. "Dad, baby misses you." Fu Zhuang's eyes were full of smiles and his voice was gentle. "Okay, Dad will be back soon." The baby hummed and reminded, "Drive slowly on the road." Fu Zhuang, yeah. After the call ended, Fu Zhuang stood up to leave. Song Kai stopped him and said, "You have a wife and children, so you don't care about us anymore, right?" Fu Zhuang looked down at his watch and reminded him, "Drink less," coaxed her back quickly. "Do you want to live in a hotel for the rest of your life?" Of course, Song Kai didn't want to live in a hotel for the rest of his life. Before he could say anything to her, Fu Zhuang had put on his coat and walked out of the private room. Except for Zhou Zhang, everyone else made envious sounds and said, "I'll give birth to a son tomorrow." Liang Chen said, "Song Kai, why give birth to a son?" If you want to give birth, you have to give birth to a daughter. Daughters are little cotton padded jackets." He looked sideways and asked Zhou Zhang, "Zhang, don't you think so?" Zhou Zhang didn't even raise his eyelids and gulped down a glass of wine. After drinking it, he still felt it was not enough, so he just picked up the bottle and drank it. Song Kai's voice of urging him to drink came, "Hey, drink slowly, that wine is so expensive." Fu Zhuang went to the supermarket on his way back. When he came out, he was holding 2 boxes in his hands, and the boxes were filled with strawberries. Shan Li has loved eating strawberries since she got pregnant. She seems to love eating them even more after giving birth to the baby. This time he bought more, 1 box for Shan Li and 1 box for the baby. Shan Li wanted to eat the pointed strawberries, and the baby wanted some too. They each had a box so that they wouldn't fight over them. The baby clapped his hands happily after seeing the strawberries, saying, "Dad, you are great, Dad, you are the best dad, Dad, you are so handsome." And the baby loves the dad the most. Fu Zhuang washed the strawberries, and the baby followed him too. 然后 flattered him, praising him so much that he couldn't listen. Fu Zhuang signaled him to stop with his eyes, but the baby couldn't stop talking. He covered his mouth with his chubby little hands and said vaguely, "Dad, I like you the most. However, I like Mom the most, and Dad is second." Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows. "Who do you like the dad the most?" The baby looked at the strawberries in Fu Zhuang's hand, swallowed his saliva, and hesitated whether to like Dad first and Mom later. He swallowed back the words as soon as they came out of his mouth. Children should not lie. The baby just likes mom a little more. The baby did not succumb to the temptation of strawberries. Fu Zhuang tapped the baby's forehead and gave you another chance to reorganize your words. The baby pouted, which means the baby likes mom more. Shanli heard the conversation between the father and son from behind and walked over with a smile. Okay, stop teasing the baby and give the washed strawberries to the baby. Fu Zhuang found the baby's plate, put the washed strawberries on the plate, handed it to the baby and took it to the living room to eat. Can't I eat in the restaurant? The baby asked. Fu Zhuang glanced at Shanli and said to the baby, no, go to the living room to eat. Why? The baby asked again. Because Fu Zhuang pinched Shanli's hand, my mother and I have something to say. Can't I listen? Words that are not suitable for children. What is words that are not suitable for children? It means words that children can't listen to. The baby didn't understand it very well. Forget it, he didn't really want to listen. He took the plate to the living room, put the plate on the coffee table, and he moved a small stool to eat while watching TV. Fu Zhuang said, baby, you can turn up the volume of the TV. Baby said, oh, and turned up the volume. No other sound could be heard around except the sound of the TV. Fu Zhuang pushed Shanli against the doorframe, pinched her chin and kissed her, pried open her lips and went straight in, biting her tongue with his teeth. While kissing, Shanli didn't pay attention to the movement in the living room. She pushed him and said in a vague voice, baby is here. Fu Zhuang lost his usual reserve after drinking. His hand slipped into her clothes, bit her lips and said, he is watching TV and won't come over. The next second, Shanli felt a burning heat on her waist. She held his hand down. No, the servants could be back at any time. Fu Zhuang didn't care, he just wanted to kiss her, he wanted to bully her. His thin lips fell to her neck, slightly opened and bit it lightly. Shanli took a breath and called out in a low voice, Zhuang. Fu Zhuang continued to bully her, leaving marks on her collarbone, calling me. Shanli tilted her head back, her neck pulled out a straight arc, her eyelashes trembling as she called out, husband to Fu Zhuang, call me again. Shanli, husband to Fu Zhuang, held her earlobe in his mouth, rubbing it and said, why didn't you reply to the message I sent you during the day? I'm working. Shanli's eyes were filled with tears, and the whole person seemed to be roasted by fire, and she didn't see it. Remember to reply to your messages immediately in the future. Every time she didn't reply to his messages, he couldn't work with peace of mind, you know. Okay, reply immediately. The heat wave hit Shanli, trembled slightly, put her hand into his hair and pulled it lightly, not here. Then go back to the room. Fu Zhuang carried her sideways into the elevator and went straight to the second floor. Then their clothes were scattered on the ground. When Fu Zhuang was about to kiss Shanli again, the door moved slightly and then voices came, Mom and Dad, are you playing the kissing game again? Baby wants to play too. The baby squeezed and finally squeezed in, looking up at the two of them and smiling, with strawberry seeds stuck on his teeth. Fu Zhuang. Shanli. With the babies joining, all the enthusiasm disappeared. Fu Zhuang went to the bathroom to take a shower. Shanli sorted out her clothes and accompanied the baby to the guest bathroom to wash up. The baby blinked and said, Mom, is my sister coming soon? Last time Xiaoxue told him that her cousin came after her aunt and aunt's father kissed, so her sister should also come after Dad and Mom kissed. Ahem. Shanli coughed a few times and said in a hoarse voice, "What sister, don't talk nonsense. Will my sister not come?" No. Humph, the baby snorted. Xiaoxue is not obedient. Xiaoxue is lying. Shanli did not participate in the topic about Xiaoxue, but just told Baobao not to tell others about what he saw at home. Baobao asked, "Why can't I tell?" Shanli said, "Then my sister will not be able to come." Bao Bao nodded vigorously. Okay, Bao Bao won't tell. Children can't keep secrets at all. He told Xiaoxue about his father's kiss and used facts to prove that kissing can't have a sister. He doesn't have a sister. Xiaoxue said, then why did my aunt and my uncle have a brother after kissing? Bao Bao held his chin and thought for a long time, and finally came to the conclusion it may be that your uncle's mouth is sweet, and my father's is not sweet. Xiaoxue nodded. Oh, so that's the case. When Bao Bao was 2 years and 2 months old, Shen Li and Fu Zhuang's wedding was put on the agenda. Fu's father and mother wanted to hold it on National Day, and Shen Li wanted to hold it at the end of the year. Fu Zhuang had no objection. He listened to Shen Li and would hold it whenever Shen Li said. Zhou Ai also knew about Shen Li's wedding and asked, by the way, you haven't been in touch with your family for the past 3 years. Do you want to notify them in advance, in case your aunt has been in contact? Shen Li said. Have you been in contact with your aunt? Zhou Ai said, I haven't heard you mention it. It's not me, it's Fu Zhuang. Shen Li stroked the wall of the cup with her fingertips. He has always given money to my parents. No wonder your aunt has never come to you. It turns out that he is the one who mediates. Zhou Ai pursed her lips. Fu Zhuang is really a good person. Zhou Ai knows what kind of person Wen Wang is. 就是 most people can't resist her. Didn't you ask in detail? He will say it when he wants to. This is the tacit understanding between the two of them. 然后 that night, Fu Zhuang took the initiative to mention Wen Wang. Mom has been in contact with me all these years. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Shen Li held Fu Zhuang's hand and said, then you must have had a hard time. Fu Zhuang pulled Shen Li to sit on his lap and took her waist. Aren't you angry? No, Shen Li shook her head. If you hadn't comforted her, she would have always troubled me. To be frank, I have to thank you. She put her arms around Fu Zhuang's neck. Did she make any excessive demands? What is an excessive demand? Asking you to buy a house and a car and borrow money. It is the obligation of children to provide for their parents in their old age, and giving them living expenses is to make them worry-free. Fu Zhuang said that this is not an excessive request. Shen Li knew he would say this, but she still had to remind her that you can't spoil them too much, otherwise they will get too much. Okay, I won't spoil them. Fu Zhuang asked, will you notify them or me about the wedding? I will, Shen Li said. We have to meet each other eventually. We have been avoiding each other for so long, it's time to meet. Fu Zhuang kissed her lips. Okay, I'll do as you say. The meeting with Wen Wang went smoothly. Her temper was no longer as aggressive as it was 3 years ago. She was much more amiable and could listen to Shen Li quietly. She also agreed, it's up to you to decide. Your father and I have no objection. Shen's father said, yes, we have no objection. Lily, you and A Xuan can decide. Shen Li liked this harmonious way of talking very much. She said, I will tell you when the wedding date is confirmed. When they separated, Wen Wang took out a gold lock from her bag. This is for Bao Bao. You give it to him for me. Just say, Grandma misses him very much and welcomes him to visit her. Shen Li took it and nodded. I will tell Bao Bao. Lily. Wen Wang hesitated to speak. It was my fault before. It was my fault. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Can you please forgive me? Disappointment is not caused in one day, and forgiveness cannot be forgiven all at once. But as a parent, Shen Li has experienced the difficulty of raising a child. She doesn't blame her like before. Well, I'll try. 然后 she was willing to try to let it go, just like persuading Fu Zhuang that she could not be truly happy if she lived in the past. If she wanted to be happy, she had to learn to let go and learn to reconcile with herself. Okay, when Wang said with trembling lips, Mom is not in a hurry, Mom will wait for you. When you figure it out, take Zhuang and the baby home. And Mom will make you something delicious. Shanley did not respond to this and said in a light voice, It is getting late, we have to go back to take care of the baby. When Wang, don't let the baby wait anxiously, you go back quickly. Shanley got into the car. Even when the car drove out, she could still see Wen Wang and Shan's father standing on the side of the road staring at her. She also saw Wen Wang raising her hand to wipe her tears. Shan's father patted her back gently. Shanli retracted her gaze, her eyes met with Fu Zhuang's. Fu Zhuang held her hand, put it to his lips and lowered his head to kiss it. Baby looked at the golden lock and blinked several times. Mom, who did you say gave this to me? Grandma, Shanli said. Grandma. Baby said excitedly. It turns out that the baby also has a grandmother. The baby not only has a grandma and a grandpa, but also many other relatives. Shanli held the baby and sat her on her lap. 然后 They are all her family. Family. The baby knows what family means. 然后 They are people who are very close to her. Mom, why don't you invite Grandpa and Grandma to visit your home? Does the baby want them to visit your home? Yes. The baby whispered in Shanli's ear. Xiaoxue has a grandma, and the baby also has a grandma. In the future, Xiaoxue can't say that the baby doesn't have a grandma. Mom, when can Grandpa and Grandma come home? When they are not busy. The adults seem to be very busy. The baby asked, when are they not busy? I will tell you after I ask them. Shanli pinched the baby's little face and asked, Can Mom accompany you to play with building blocks? Baby, okay. The baby said as he walked, I want to build a big house for Grandpa and Grandma to see. Shanli rubbed the baby's head. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely like it. The baby giggled. I knew Grandpa and Grandma would like it. When taking a walk after dinner, the baby asked Fu Zhuang, Dad, do you think Grandpa and Grandma like me? The baby seemed very confident during the day and said that Grandpa and Grandma would definitely like him. It turned out that he was just pretending, and he was also worried. You are your mother's child, of course Grandpa and Grandma will like you. But I saw on TV that some children's grandparents don't like him. The baby is still a little worried, and I am also afraid that Grandpa and Grandma don't like me. As long as you are good, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely like you. Okay, then I will be good. Fu Zhuang took the baby's hand and walked around, and when he came back, he asked him, Where are you going to sleep tonight? I want to sleep with my mother. Other things are fine, except sleeping. The baby is too attached to Shanli. He blinked. It was Mom who agreed. Didn't you just say that you want Grandpa and Grandma to like you? Fu Zhuang lowered his eyes and said, Then you have to sleep by yourself. Why, Grandpa and Grandma like independent children. The baby was in a dilemma. On the one hand, he wanted his grandparents to like him, and on the other hand, he wanted to sleep with his mother. His eyebrows frowned. Dad, if it were you, what would you do? Fu Zhuang said to him very seriously, Of course I want to be a child that my grandparents like. I will sleep alone. After that, he twitched the corners of his lips and glanced at the baby. The baby bit his finger and thought for a long time. When he entered the house, he said, Okay, then the baby will be independent and will not sleep with his mother. 那个 Fu Zhuang's eyes overflowed with smiles. Chapter 56. Fu Group recently negotiated a big project. Fu Zhuang was in a good mood and invited employees on the 60th floor to dinner. That night, Shanli drank more wine. On the way back, she beat Fu Zhuang regardless of anything. After arriving home, she did not get out of the car. She sat on his legs, pulled his collar and kissed his Adam's apple. She kept asking, Fu Zhuang, do you love me? Fu Zhuang was afraid that she would fall, so he put his arm around her waist and pressed her into his arms and said in a hoarse voice, Love. How much do you love me? I love you very much. Then kiss me. The drunk Shan Li seemed to be a different person. She raised her chin and asked for love boldly. Okay, let's go back to the bedroom and kiss. Fu Zhuang tightened his hands and wanted to carry her out of the car. Shan Li pressed him hard on the seat, squinted her eyes and shook her head. No, I want to kiss in the car. Are you sure you want to be in the car? Yes, it must be in the car. Fu Zhuang's body seemed to be on fire because of her arching, and he reminded him patiently that if you are in the car, you can't expect to get out tonight. If you don't want to get out, then don't get out. Shan Li's face was stained with red after being drunk. The hazy light shone through the car window glass, making her whole person hazy, and her eyes also had a bit of seductive confusion. I just want to try it. Fu Zhuang's fingers clasping her waist increased their strength, and her erect Adam's apple rose slightly and her collarbone under the collar rippled faintly. His eyes were full of desire and lust, and his voice was low. Try what? Try it in the car. Shan Li's thin lips were also stained with light, just like a lake with ripples. After taking a look, she couldn't look away. She murmured, Look at the car. Not good. The obvious temptation, even Fu Zhuang couldn't resist it. He moved his fingers up, giving you one last chance. Get off the car, go back to the bedroom. Before he finished speaking, Shan Li hooked his neck and blocked his lips, grinding his teeth on his lips, pulling him to sink together. Drunk people are really crazy when they make a fuss, and it was already a few hours later when it ended. Shan Li sobered up a little, her eyes were full of fatigue. Seeing Fu Zhuang approaching again, she took the initiative to beg for mercy. I was wrong, I won't dare to make trouble next time. Spare me. Fu Zhuang stretched out his arms and pulled her into his arms, biting her lips. You can't resist it. Didn't you say you would fight all night? Shan Li can't fight anymore, she will be useless. Later, for a long time, Shan Li did not dare to drink alcohol recklessly. She only drank beverages peacefully. Even the baby praised her, saying that her mother was so obedient. Shan Li touched the baby's head, looked at Fu Zhuang again, and thought to herself, how dare I not be obedient? After a few days of uneventful days, Shan Li received a wedding invitation from her college classmate, who was her college alumni. They had a good relationship when they were in school. She asked Fu Zhuang, should I go? 然后 Fu Zhuang, go if you want to. Shan Li really wanted to go, but she was worried about the baby. What about the baby? I'll take care of it. It was not the first time that Fu Zhuang took care of the baby alone. He took her hand and played with her. You go and have fun. Don't worry about the baby. If I'm busy, I'll send him to the old house. But it's okay, I can take care of him. 然后, with Fu Zhuang's repeated assurances, Shan Li set off for the airport 2 days later. Her destination was M City. Before leaving home, she told the baby to listen to his father, not to make him angry, and to remember to eat well, drink water well, and sleep well. Try not to disturb Dad when he is working, and remember to call Mom when you miss her. Shan Li kept talking, and the baby said, Mom, I have noted it all, I will be good, you can go without worry. Shan Li held the baby's face and kissed her, Mom loves you. 然后 the baby said sweetly, Baby loves Mom too. Shan Li left, and the baby didn't want to follow the nanny, so he followed Fu Zhuang to the company. The baby is now the 60-story happy fruit. As long as he appears, everyone's mood will become better. 就是 seeing him coming, one by one rushed to hug him. The baby let them hug him generously, and when hugging him, he didn't forget to praise them. Brother, you are more handsome. Sister, you have a good skin. Brother, your clothes today suit you very well. Sister, your lipstick color is really beautiful. Brother, you have a great figure. Sister, you are so white. The baby praised everyone and everyone smiled happily, holding his little hand and not wanting to let go. Eike went out to do some work and came back at almost noon. When he saw the baby, he took his hand and went to the tea room. He took out the snacks he had bought in advance from the innermost cabinet and asked the baby, "Your mother is out, do you miss her very much?" The baby ate potato chips and said vaguely, "Baby is a big child, can't always pester mom. I miss mom very much, but I can't disturb mom from doing what she likes." Eike loved the baby's little adult look, held his face and kissed him and rubbed his head. "Baby, you are so cute. Godmother is also cute. The baby is so sweet, he never hesitates when praising people. Godmother is the cutest person besides mom. He didn't forget to bring mom along when praising people, he is quite filial." Eike handed him a water cup. "Potato chips are not good, come, drink the water." The baby took the jig cup and took a big sip, and after swallowing, he said, "Godmother, am I good?" Eike gave a thumbs up, "Very good." Baby was in a good mood after being praised. He picked up the potato chips and gave them to Eiko. "Godmother, you should eat some too." Eiko bit them and put them in his mouth, then looked out. Where is your father?" Baby said, "I am talking about work with my godfather in the office." "Ha, godfather?" Eiko paused. What godfather?" Baby covered his mouth, rolled his eyes left and right, 然后 put down his hands and said with a smile, "It's not my godfather, it's Uncle Wang." Eiko warned, "Remember, you are not allowed to call him godfather without my consent." Baby remembered. Baby stretched out his chubby little hand to swear. "I will never call him godfather without my godmother's permission." Baby keeps his word. That's more like it. Eiko's cell phone rang. She took it out and looked at it, reminding Baby to finish the water before leaving. Baby nodded. "Godmother, you go and do your work. I will finish the water." 然后 After Eiko left, Baby was too bored. He took the water cup to the president's office. Fu Zhuang was the only one in the office. He was reading a document. He looked up when he heard the noise. "Where did you go?" "I went to the tea room to drink water." The baby raised the cup for Fu Zhuang to look at, blinked and said, "Dad, I drank a lot." Fu Zhuang put down the documents and asked him, "Are you hungry?" "Dad, do you want to give me some snacks?" Fu Zhuang has very high requirements for snacks. Generally, the baby is not allowed to eat, saying this is not good and that is not good. Shanli is okay. The requirements are not so strict. It may be related to her upbringing since childhood. Eat less snacks. Fu Zhuang opened the drawer and took out some biscuits. "You eat this first. I will take you to eat when I am done." The biscuits are chocolate flavored, which the baby likes. When he eats, he does not forget to say it to Fu Zhuang. "Dad, you eat too." Fu Zhuang subconsciously leaned back and shook his head. "You eat. Dad and baby eat together." The baby held the biscuit and handed it forward again. Good things should be shared. Baby eats and Dad eats too." Dad doesn't like it. Fu Zhuang has never liked sweet things. "That's not right." Baby raised his chin and said, "That day, Mom fed you a cake and Dad ate it all. Mom asked you if it was sweet and you said it was sweet. Mom asked if you wanted to eat it and you said yes. He said yes, but not the cake." Fu Zhuang couldn't explain so much to the baby. He coughed lightly and reached out to take the biscuit. The baby shook his head and said with a smile, "Baby, feed Daddy." Fu Zhuang opened his mouth and the baby stuffed the biscuit into his mouth and asked, "Is it delicious?" Fu Zhuang looked at him with expectation and hummed softly, "Delicious." Baby said with a smile, I know, it's not that Dad doesn't like to eat cookies, Dad just wants someone to feed him. He said very seriously, Dad, can I feed you cookies in the future? Fu Zhuang. After a long time, Fu Zhuang said, okay. Baby praised Fu Zhuang like a teacher praising others, saying that Dad is so good. He stretched out his hand to rub Fu Zhuang's head, but his hand was sticky, so he retracted it. That is so good that he can get a little red flower. What little red flower? The little red flower rewarded by the teacher. Baby said with his long eyelashes, but Baby doesn't have it now, so I can't give it to Dad. A look of pity flashed across his face. It would be nice if he could buy a little red flower. Then after lunch, many small flower stickers appeared on the coffee table in the president's office, just the kind that can be stuck on the forehead. Fu Zhuang was fortunate to be the first person that Baby gave stickers to, and his forehead, cheeks, chin, and back of his hands were all covered with stickers. Every time the Baby put a sticker on, he would praise, That is awesome. Fu Zhuang loosened his tie, looking hopeless. After the Baby put the stickers on Fu Zhuang, he took the stickers to the work area. AI Ke happened to be free, so he put many stickers on AI Ke in a row and asked AI Ke, Godmother, do you like it? AI Ke looked at the stickers on her face and smiled reluctantly, saying she liked it. When the Baby wanted to put another sticker on, she pushed the Baby to Wen Jiang, saying, I'm going downstairs, you watch the Baby for a while. Then Wen Jiang became the one who was tormented. He frowned and said, That's enough, Baby. The Baby shook his head, saying, I still have a lot here, Godfather, please let me put a few more. Wen Jiang was a very principled man, but for the sake of the word Godfather, he became unprincipled. He unbuttoned his suit and obediently held out his hand, saying, Okay, you put them on. The Baby smiled, saying, Godfather, you are so nice, better than Dad. Fu Zhuang, who was working in the office, sneezed for no reason. When he looked outside, he found that the Baby was playing with Wen Jiang. He curled his lips and picked up his phone to send a message to Shan Li. Husband, have you arrived? Wife, yes, just arrived. Husband, are you tired? Wife, not bad. Husband, the temperature in M City has dropped in the past 2 days, remember to wear more clothes. Wife, how did you know it's dropping here? Husband, I just checked the weather forecast. Wife, love you. Husband, love you. Wife, where's the Baby? Fu Zhuang took a photo of the Baby through the glass window and sent it to Shan Li, playing with Wen Jiang. Wife, if the Baby disturbs your work, you can send it to your parents. Husband, not bad, it didn't disturb you. The Baby didn't disturb Fu Zhuang, but kept pestering Wen Jiang. Wen Jiang had experienced the feeling of taking care of a child before he became a father. It was really hard. When AI Ke came back, he said to AI Ke, actually, it's good to be in a world of two people. AI Ke gave him a strange look, not understanding what you are saying. What I mean is that when Jiang held AI Ke's hand and pulled her close, and we have always lived a good life together. AI Ke rolled his eyes at him and kicked him again, which was indirectly telling him the answer. When Bao Bao saw AI Ke kicking Wen Jiang, he tilted his head and asked, Godmother, why did you kick someone? AI Ke smiled and said, Baby, you are wrong. Godmother didn't kick anyone. Godmother's feet are numb. Move them. Bao Bao doesn't understand adults at all, thinking he is stupid. He just saw it. Godmother was kicking Godfather. The next day, Fu Zhuang had an important meeting to attend and couldn't bring Baby with him. Baby took the initiative and said, Dad, I want to go to Grandpa's house. Fu Zhuang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll let the driver take you to Grandpa's house. I don't want the driver to take you, I want Dad to take you. Bao Bao took Fu Zhuang's hand and asked, Dad, can't you take me? Fu Zhuang thought for a few seconds and agreed, well, Dad will take you. Before leaving, Bao Bao called Fu's father and said, Grandpa, I want to go to play with you. Fu's father smiled and said, welcome, welcome. In the car, Bao Bao asked Fu Zhuang, Dad, are you going to Grandpa's house for dinner tonight? What for? I want Dad to go to Grandpa's house for dinner. Dad has a social event tonight. Bao Bao looked disappointed, pouted and didn't speak. Fu Zhuang rubbed his head and said, I will try to go back for dinner, but I can't guarantee that I will go back. Then I will wait for Dad. Bao Bao smiled and said, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely be very happy. Before leaving, Mom told Bao Bao that she wanted Dad to reconcile with Grandpa and Grandma, and Bao Bao was trying hard. Fu Zhuang and Mother were so happy to see Bao Bao that they called him a good grandson. There were other people in the room who couldn't let go of Bao Bao after seeing him. 然后 Fu Ying happened to be free today and went back to the old house. When she saw Fu Zhuang, she came over and said, My car is broken. Can you take me for a ride later? Okay. Fu Zhuang called Bao Bao over and said to him, Call me Aunt. Bao Bao called sweetly, Auntie. Fu Ying hugged the baby and kissed him, saying, Baby, you are so good. Auntie likes you so much. The baby is a social person who can get along well in any occasion. He put his arm around Fu Ying's neck. The baby likes his auntie so much. Then the baby kissed his auntie. Fu Ying turned her face away. The baby kissed him, saying, Auntie, you smell so good. Fu Ying pinched the baby's chubby face and said, I want to have a baby when I see you. Then give birth. Fu's mother interrupted and said, Get married first and then have a baby. The baby you give birth to will definitely be good looking. Fu Ying put the baby down and replied, Second auntie, you know me. I won't get married. How can you not get married? Fu's mother muttered. You don't even have someone to take care of you. How pitiful. Second auntie, I just don't want to get married. I didn't say I won't have a boyfriend. Fu Ying smiled. You don't want to get married, but you don't object to having a boyfriend. What kind of perverse logic is this? Fu's mother really doesn't understand the thoughts of young people. Forget it. You are old. We, as elders, can't control you. Just think it through. Second aunt, you are so open-minded. Go back and tell my parents and ask them to support me. 然后 Fu Ying took Mother Fu's arm. Besides, it's enough for us to have a baby. 然后 I don't care about the one I gave birth to. You, kid, are talking nonsense again. Mother Fu patted Fu Ying's hand. You know that our family is small. If your parents hear you, they will be furious. In order to prevent them from continuing to talk, Fu Ying gave Fu Zhuang a look, and the two left together in tacit understanding. Fu Ying was humming a song all the way. After Fu Zhuang finished the call, he asked, Do you have a boyfriend? 那个 How do you know? Fu Ying asked back. Seeing that you are in a good mood, Fu Zhuang said it should not be a work matter but a relationship matter. It seems that you like that guy very much. He is pretty good. Fu Ying pulled the corner of her lips. We get along well. Is he also a non-marriageist? Fu Zhuang said, Does he accept your idea of not getting married and only dating? We haven't talked about it in detail yet. Fu Ying pursed her lips. 就是 What is unacceptable about this? You should ask clearly. 这个 Fu Zhuang reminded, What if the other person not only wants to date but also wants to get married with you? What will you do? In the past, Fu Ying could say without hesitation that they would break up if it didn't work out, but now she hesitated and snorted, Maybe he thinks the same as me. Fu Zhuang, maybe. That means you are not sure. I advise you to ask clearly. After a moment of silence, Fu Ying asked, I remember you were also a non-marriageist before. That was before. Fu Zhuang said indifferently before he met Shanli again. Then, Fu Ying grasped the key point and asked with her head tilted, "Do you mean you and Shanli knew each other before?" Fu Zhuang nodded lightly. When? Fu Ying asked, "Where did you know each other? Why haven't I heard you talk about it before?" "This past is Fu Zhuang's secret, no one knows it," he said, "a long time ago." "A long time ago? How long ago?" Fu Ying guessed, "When I was in college." Fu Zhuang didn't answer. She said again, "When I was in high school." Fu Zhuang still didn't answer. Fu Ying said, "It can't be when you were in junior high school, right?" Fu Zhuang's eyes slowly swept over. Fu Ying's eyes widened. "Oh my god, it really was junior high school. Let me think. You were only in your teens at that time. How old would Shanli be, right?" "No." Fu Zhuang couldn't bear Fu Ying's guesses and said, "The year of the high school entrance examination." "The year of the high school entrance examination." Something seemed to flash before Fu Ying's eyes. "I remember that the cat you had raised for several years was lost the year of your high school entrance examination. And then you went crazy looking for it. You..." It wasn't lost." Fu Zhuang's expression was a little cold. "It was thrown away." The topic stopped here. Fu Zhuang's cell phone rang again. He turned sideways to answer the call. Fu Ying leaned against the car door and recalled the past. But she was abroad at that time and didn't know what happened. She only heard from her parents that Fu Zhuang ran away from home for a cat, and when he came back the next day, he brought back a bottle, cherishing it like his life. 然后 also, his temperament has become more indifferent than before, and his relationship with his second uncle and second aunt has become worse. 那个 Although they cannot be said to be incompatible, they seem to have never had any contact with each other. Shanli came back 2 days later. Fu Zhuang and Bao Bao met her at the airport. After getting in the car, Bao Bao did not sit in the child seat and pestered Shanli to hold her. Shanli really missed Bao Bao so much that she kissed him all over. Bao Bao was ticklish and giggled for a long time. 就是 seeing them playing, Fu Zhuang raised the corners of his lips and smiled. When they had enough fun, he handed them a glass of water. Bao Bao used his own water cup and drank several sips with a straw. Shanli used Fu Zhuang's cup. After she finished drinking, Fu Zhuang continued to drink. There was a lipstick mark on the place where his lips fell. When he drank, his eyes were always on Shanli's face, staring at her without blinking. Shanli touched her face. "Is it dirty? Otherwise, why would he keep staring at her?" "Yes, it is dirty." Fu Zhuang hooked his finger and asked her to come over. Shanli leaned forward. "Was dirty, ah?" Fu Zhuang's fingers landed on her cheek, then on her lips, and he kissed her unexpectedly, then stepped back. "Okay, it's not dirty anymore. This guy just wants to kiss her." Shanli blushed and stepped back. Just as she sat down, the baby climbed onto her legs, hugged her neck and said, "Mom, that kissed you. Baby wants a kiss too." Shanli tilted her face to give him a kiss. The baby's saliva was all over it. "Mom, I love you so much." The baby, this little cutie, showed his love all the time, as if he was afraid that Shanli didn't know. Shanli curled her eyebrows and said, "Mom loves you too. I love you very, very much." The baby clapped. "Mom is so nice." Fu Zhuang saw that he was always pestering Shanli, so he took his hand and asked him to sit down, saying, "Mom is tired. You sit by yourself." The baby sat down on the seat obediently. Fu Zhuang gently kneaded Shanli's hand and then took it to his lips and kissed it. Shanli reminded him that the baby was there. Fu Zhuang smiled with his lips curled, but he couldn't help it and kissed the back of her hand again, then stood up and asked, "How do you feel about meeting old classmates?" "It's good." Shanli said that everyone is doing well. "Didn't you invite them?" "Huh? Invite what?" "Our wedding," Fu Zhuang said. "Invite them to attend." Only Fu's father and mother mentioned the wedding, and Fu Zhuang never said anything. Shanli thought he didn't want to. Do you want to have a wedding? I have always wanted to. Fu Zhuang has been looking forward to it for a long time, but because Shanli doesn't like it, he has been restraining his emotions and didn't mention it again. God knows how much he wants it. I thought you didn't want to. Who said that? Fu Zhuang bit Shan Li's finger. He was so conscienceless. He had hinted so many times, but she fooled him every time. Shan Li shrank her fingers and muttered, "You didn't propose." Can I propose? Fu Zhuang's eyes were shining and Shan Li's face was embedded in the depths of light and shadow, tightly surrounded. Shan Li took his hand and bit it, then stepped back. It depends on whether you are sincere enough. Song Kai and Liang Chen have many ideas about proposing, such as showing love on a large screen in the square, proposing at the beach, proposing by drone, etc. They all sound tacky. Fu Zhuang, Shan Li doesn't like this. You are not Shan Li, how do you know she doesn't like it? Song Kai said that women like this, it's called romance. Fu Zhuang was skeptical of Song Kai's words and asked Ai Ke indirectly what kind of proposal ceremony women like. Ai Ke provided Fu Zhuang with several feasible methods, which were also very tacky. Seeing that Fu Zhuang didn't agree with her, she said, Mr. Fu, go online to find inspiration when you have time. Fu Zhuang really went online to find inspiration. He searched for several proposal videos and watched them very seriously. Bao Bao knew that Fu Zhuang was going to propose and gave an idea. Dad, girls like flowers. Remember to give flowers to mom. Don't give a bunch of flowers. Give a lot of flowers. In the end, there are flowers everywhere in the room, including on the bed. Fu Zhuang asked the baby, "Where did you see this?" On the internet. The baby gave him a disdainful look. "Dad, you don't know anything, do you?" Of course Fu Zhuang would not admit it. He coughed lightly. "Of course I know." The baby pouted and sighed softly. Straight men are really terrible. Fu Zhuang. Chapter 57. The baby is very worried. He often thinks what will happen to this family without him. Dad finally got a wife, and he will probably ruin her. Oh, adults really make children worry. Forget it, let's help Dad. After taking a bath, the baby got into Shan Li's quilt without wearing any clothes, twisting and turning like a little loach. Shan Li asked him what he was doing. The baby replied in a baby voice, "I am warming the quilt for mommy." Shan Li smiled, "Your little feet are so cold, are you sure you are warming the quilt for mommy?" The baby stretched out his little arms, hugged Shan Li's neck, and said, "Then mommy will warm the baby." Shan Li held the baby in her arms, tucked the quilt in, and asked him, "Why don't you wear clothes?" Dad didn't get it for me. Recently, Fu Zhuang has been bathing the baby. Shan Li also wanted to help, but the baby disagreed, saying that mom is too tired and needs to rest, and dad can wash him. For this reason, Fu Zhuang raised the question, "Mom is tired, but dad is not tired too." "Dad is a man," the baby says seriously. "How can a man say he is tired? He will be laughed at." Shan Li couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and obediently withdrew from the verbal battle between father and son, letting the two of them toss around as they please. Then mom will get it for you. 就是 as she said, Shan Li wanted to get out of the quilt but was stopped by the baby. The baby said coquettishly, "Mom, don't leave, stay with the baby for a while." Shan Li lay back again, poked his fleshy belly with her fingers, and asked, "Do you have anything to say to mom?" How did mom know? The baby flattered, "Mom is so smart." "Tell me, what do you want?" Shan Li saw that the baby wanted a toy, so she pinched his little face and said, "What toy do you want?" "Tell mom, mom will give it to you." "I don't want a toy." The baby looked up at Shan Li. "I just have something to ask mom." "What is it?" "What kind of flowers does mom like?" "Many," Shan Li said, "lilies, baby's breath, tulips, carnations, roses." Then does mom like castles? Yes. Do you like pink castles or white ones? Pink ones. 那个 Do you like princes? The baby is mom's prince. Of course I like it. If dad is a prince, would mom like it? I like it too. Does mom like crowns? Yes. The baby said a lot more, and Shanli said he liked them all. After hearing this, the baby had a plan in mind. Mom, I want to wear pajamas. Okay, mom will get them for you. Shanli lifted the quilt and got out of bed. When she came back, she was holding pajamas and underwear in her hands. She unfolded them to put on the baby. The baby was still a little embarrassed and bent his legs and covered them with his hands, saying, Mom, don't peek. Shanli smiled. Why, can't mom see? The baby is a big child and mom is a girl, so mom can't see. 然后 The baby took the underwear and put it on himself. This was not the first time he had done it by himself. He put it on quickly. Then he put on his pajamas. Mom, it's okay, the baby said. Shanli turned around and saw that the baby had put on his clothes by himself. Suddenly, she realized that the baby had really grown up. She reached out and hugged the baby and kissed his little face. She said with emotion, Our baby has become a big boy. The baby raised his chest and raised his eyebrows. Grandma also said that the baby was a big boy. Shanli couldn't help but kiss the baby again. The baby felt very happy and kissed Shanli back. Mom, I'm thirsty, I'm going to drink some water. Do you want mom to get it for you? No, baby, do it yourself. The baby ran out of the bedroom, but not to drink water but to another bathroom. Fu Zhuang had just come out of the shower and asked him what's wrong. The baby pulled his pajamas and said, Dad, come with me to the study. Fu Zhuang followed the baby to the study suspiciously. The baby looked outside, then closed the door and whispered, I have a secret to tell Dad. Fu Zhuang paused. What secret? Baby, it's about mom. The baby couldn't reach Fu Zhuang and motioned him to squat down. Fu Zhuang bent his knees and squatted down. The baby whispered in his ear, Mom likes pink castles, pink roses, princess dresses, and princes. Dad, remember to give mom a romantic proposal ceremony. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Baby said proudly, Then Daddy, don't worry about it. Anyway, Daddy will prepare according to what I said, and Mom will definitely be happy. Fu Zhuang rubbed his head. Okay, I know. Baby reminded him to remember to buy Mom the biggest diamond ring, the kind of 20 carats. 20 carats? Fu Zhuang was a little amused. You even know that the diamond ring is 20 carats. Of course, Baby raised his chin. Daddy, don't think that I don't know anything because I'm a child. In fact, I know everything. Girls like romance. Daddy also wants to be romantic to Mom. Don't let Mom envy other people. Baby's little mouth is still a set of teachings. Fu Zhuang was puzzled. Where did he learn this from? Baby seemed to see through his thoughts, mysteriously said, Daddy, don't worry about how I know. You just need to do it according to what I say. After a pause, Baby said again, Daddy, I can't live without Mom. You can't live without a wife, so you must work hard. Clenching his fist and making a cheering gesture, Baby walked out of the study room with his little butt twisted. Fu Zhuang watched from behind and shook his head gently. Little clever. Shanli walked out of the bedroom and saw Bao Bao swaggering into his room. She asked Fu Zhuang, What did you just say to Bao Bao? Fu Zhuang held Shanli's hand and smiled lightly. Nothing. Then why did he go to his bedroom? He said he was an adult and had to sleep by himself. Bao Bao, who was playing hide and seek in the bedroom, beat his chest and stamped his feet. It was a mistake. If he had known, he would not have said he was a big child. With Bao Bao's information, Fu Zhuang had a preliminary action target. He personally contacted a well-known foreign designer to design a wedding ring and wedding dress. The requirement was that it was unique in the world. The price was not afraid, no matter how expensive it was. 就是 He told the other party that his wife deserved the best. The wedding dress and wedding ring were both settled. The remaining thing was the castle. Fu Zhuang happened to have such a property under his name. It was in the western district of Beicheng and was worth billions. Just decorate it well. Fu Zhuang met the designer in person after work and told him his ideas one by one. The designer promised that he would definitely decorate it to his satisfaction. Fu Zhuang said calmly, "The most important thing is to satisfy my wife." The designer said, "Miss Sus, Fu is so lucky to meet someone who loves her like Fu Zhuang." I am lucky to meet my wife." Every time Fu Zhuang mentioned Shen Li, his eyes were shining, and his eyes were so gentle that water could drip out. In his eyes and heart, he could no longer see any other woman except Shen Li. In Song Kai's teasing words, his eyes are on Shen Li and only Shen Li can make him excited. You can tell how much Fu Zhuang loves Shen Li by looking at his eyes. Dad loves mom and the baby also loves mom. The little eyes can't wait to stick to Shen Li. After seeing Shen Li, he doesn't want to do anything but want to be around Shen Li. Hold her hand, put his arm around her neck and act coquettishly with her and nestle in her arms when he is tired of playing to listen to her sing nursery rhymes. The baby really loves mom more than dad. Sleeping at night is still a big problem. The baby occasionally sleeps by himself, but most of the time, he always sleeps with Shen Li. Fu Zhuang's objections are useless. The little guy will ask Shen Li with red eyes, "Mom, don't you love the baby anymore?" Anyone who sees that aggrieved look will feel distressed, let alone Shen Li, whose heart melted, hugged him and said, Mom loves you the most." Then can mom sleep with the baby? Of course. The baby secretly made a face at Fu Zhuang. Yeah, he can sleep with his mother again tonight. In the second half of the night, Fu Zhuang took the baby back to his own bedroom. After returning, he hugged Shen Li and slept until dawn. In the morning, he greeted the baby's resentful eyes. "Dad, you took me back again." How many times has this happened?" The baby can't count. That is so bad. Who said it was Dad who took him? Fu Zhuang didn't admit that he took him. You went back by yourself. Impossible. The baby shook his head and said, I won't ask to go back by myself. Then you can see for yourself at night. Fu Zhuang put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, got up and left the restaurant. That night, the baby pulled his eyelids with his hands and refused to sleep. Shen Li asked him, "Why don't you sleep if you are sleepy?" The baby said, "I am afraid that I will run back to my bedroom again." Shen Li glared at Fu Zhuang, turned to the baby and said, "Baby, go to sleep quickly, mommy will watch over you." Really? Really? After the words fell, the baby finally couldn't hold on anymore, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Fu Zhuang wanted to hug the baby again but was stopped by Shen Li, who let the baby sleep between us tonight. Fu Zhuang, you sleep in the middle and the baby sleeps on the side. He will fall down. Shen Li said worriedly, what if he falls and gets hurt? There is a carpet underneath, very thick. Fu Zhuang took her hand and kissed it, insisting, I can only fall asleep if I hold you at night. Shen Li suddenly remembered what Fu Yin mentioned before, that Fu Zhuang had symptoms of insomnia and when it was serious, he couldn't sleep all night. Fu Zhuang only returned to normal after being with her. She felt a little reluctant and after hesitating for a moment, she listened to Fu Zhuang's words and put the baby on the far left. She was in the middle. And Fu Zhuang was on the right. The baby slept properly but someone was not behaved and his hand never stopped. Shen Li hissed softly, you heard me. Fu Zhuang softened his hand and loosened his fingers. Is this okay? Shen Li said softly, yes, it's okay. Fu Zhuang twitched the corners of his lips lightly, stretched his arm under her neck and took her in his arms, resting his chin on her forehead and said, "Hold me to sleep." Ew! Shanli swallowed her saliva and interlocked her fingers with him. Fu Zhuang lowered his head and touched her earlobe lightly, and said with a gasp, "Why are you shaking?" Shanli pushed him away, her eyes flickering. "I didn't." After she finished speaking, she looked back at the baby and saw that the baby was sleeping soundly. 然后 she squeezed in the direction of Fu Zhuang and said with a blushing face, "Are you very tired?" It turns out that you also know that I am tired." Fu Zhuang held her lips, pulling and biting them, his eyes becoming more and more scorching. "Then why do you insist on leaving the baby here to sleep? Aren't you really worried about me?" Okay, she was indeed a little worried. "So what do you want to do?" Shanli asked. Fu Zhuang lifted the quilt and picked her up from the bed and walked straight to the study to sleep in the study tonight. Shanli reached out and hit his chest, saying, "You are so bad. Do you like it?" Fu Zhuang asked her, "Do you like me being bad?" He was obviously not drunk tonight, but the words he said seemed to be drunk and made people tremble. Shanli's entire neck was red, and the exposed collarbone was also red. The word "like" was said lightly and softly, adding a touch of charm to the silent night. "Then I will be bad tonight to show you." Fu Zhuang put her on the sofa. The curtains were now drawn, and the dim light shone through the glass window obliquely, casting a misty shadow on the wall. Shanli's sight gradually became blurred in the shadows, as if a layer of gauze was gathered around her, and her long curled eyelashes were also stained with water vapor. When they drooped, they fell down, flowed onto her eyelids, and then spread out. Shanli's skin was fair and transparent, and soon her whole body was red. Fu Zhuang bit her lips and asked her to scream. Shanli couldn't help but made a cat-like sound. The shadows on the wall were shaking. At first, they looked like swaying tree shadows and then turned into clusters of light and shadow. When the shadows disappeared, the study became quiet. Shanli opened her misty eyes, her eyes drifted casually, and she saw the log cabinet door at the top in a trance. 然后 she asked casually, "What is there? Why is it always locked?" Fu Zhuang turned his head and looked back along her line of sight. There was a strange flash in his eyes, and after a moment, he said, "Are you not tired yet? Do you want to continue?" Shanli pinched his arm and said, "No." It was weak, and it made people tremble. Fu Zhuang carried her sideways to the bathroom and gave her a bath himself. Intermittent voices came from the bathroom. "I told you not to do it anymore." "Okay, don't do it." He agreed. "What are you doing?" "Scrubbing your body." The next day, when the baby woke up and found that he was not carried back to his bedroom, he was so happy that he hugged Shanli and kissed her. He said in a baby voice, "Mom, I will get up first." Shanli had just fallen asleep in the early hours of the night before. She was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She nodded and said, "Okay." "Mom, don't you want to get up?" the baby asked. "Mom, sleep a little longer." Shanli closed her eyes and touched the baby's head. "Can you go find Dad?" 那个 okay. The baby put on her clothes and left the bedroom. Fu Zhuang had just come back from exercising outside. He was sweating all over. When he saw the baby, he said to him, "Don't bother Mom, let Mom sleep a little longer." Why? Mom is very tired. Why is Mom very tired? Because Mom wants to give you a sister. Sister? The baby's eyes lit up all of a sudden. "Mom, are you really going to give me a sister?" Well, when they reached the door of the bedroom, Fu Zhuang walked lightly and signaled the baby to walk lightly. The two stopped talking, went to the cloakroom to get clothes, and then went upstairs. There was a bathroom upstairs and they could take a shower. The baby followed Fu Zhuang upstairs. Fu Zhuang took a shower and the baby waited outside the door. He kept asking, Dad, can I really have a sister? That depends on whether you listen to me or not. The baby was obedient. Okay, promise me that you will not bother Mom all day today. Is Mom going to sleep all day? Is Mom not going to work? Well, Mom asked for leave. The baby understood a little. It is really hard to have a sister. You have to sleep in bed all day. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely not bother Mom. Fu Zhuang, you will go to the company with me after breakfast. Baby, okay. Shanley was awakened by the ringing of her mobile phone. 然后? The caller ID showed Echo. Shanley answered the phone. Hello. Echo's voice came over. What's wrong with you? You didn't come to work today. Go to work. Shanley was a little confused. After a few seconds of reaction, she looked down at the time and then sat up. Why is it this time? What else? Echo said, you can sleep a lot. Shanley stretched out her hand to scratch her head and explained, I was a little tired and overslept. I know, I did it for my sister. Echo smiled. What sister? 然后? Shanley asked back. Baby said that you worked very hard last night for your sister. Echo joked, hey, you and President Fu are just fooling children like this. Shanley coughed lightly, but I didn't teach Baby to say that. It's either you or President Fu. Echo supported her head and smiled. I didn't know that President Fu would also fool children. Shanley was embarrassed, pinched her eyebrows, and asked, where is the baby? Oh, playing with Wen Xiang. Eiko took a look and saw that they were playing checkers. Wen Xiang had already lost 10 games. Thank Wen Xiang for me, I'll go to the company right away. Shanley lifted the quilt and got out of bed. As soon as she stood up, she felt a pain. She hissed and sat down again. Eiko is also an experienced person and knows everything. She said, I know you two are in love, but take it easy. Shanley. After the call ended, Shanley sent a WeChat message to Fu Zhuang. Wife, why didn't you wake me up? Fu Zhuang replied immediately, you are too tired. Wife, who made me so tired? Husband, me. Wife, what did you promise me yesterday? Husband, sorry, I couldn't help it. Shanley sent him a series of emoticons with rolling eyes and then he apologized but ignored it. He went to the bathroom in slippers, washed up, put on a light-colored suit skirt and a Chanel-style top and left the house. The first thing the baby said when he saw Shanley was, Mom, where is my sister? Did you bring her here? The colleague also heard the baby's innocent words and smiled softly. Shanley pulled the baby to the tea room, closed the door, and thought of a pretext. Baby, my sister hasn't played enough. She wants to come to our house later. Where did my sister go to play? Why can't I play with the baby? My sister and her friends. Shanley touched the baby's face. My sister promised her mother that she would come to see the baby when she had enough fun. Can we wait for my sister? The baby is a sensible baby. Although he wants his sister to come soon, he doesn't want his sister to be unhappy. Okay, then wait until his sister has had enough fun before coming to see the baby. The baby is so good. Shanley took out biscuits for the baby. The baby is first. Mommy will see what Daddy is doing and come to see you later. The baby nodded. Only Fu Zhuang was in the president's office. After Shanley knocked on the door and went in, the blinds fell one after another. Shanley opened her eyes wide. What are you doing? This will make everyone suspect what we are going to do. I just wanted to do something with you. Fu Zhuang held her hand and pushed her against the door. He glared at her and asked, why don't you sleep a little longer? I have to go to work. Shanley said. 然后? I gave you leave. I don't need it. Not tired. Fu Zhuang tilted his head to look at her. Not bad. In fact, she was tired, but Shan Li could hold on. It seems that I didn't do well enough last night. Miss says. Fu still has the energy to come to work, 然后 Shan Li pushed him and said, don't make trouble. This is the company. Fu Zhuang lowered his head and pecked her lips. Accompany me to a place at noon. There is also the baby. I called the old house and the driver will come to pick up the baby in a while. What are you going to do? Secret. Shan Li didn't know that Fu Zhuang's secret was to take her to the suburbs to soak in hot springs. Why did he suddenly want to come here? You have been too tired recently. Soak in hot springs to relieve fatigue. Fu Zhuang gently rubbed her shoulders. How is it? Is it comfortable? Yes, it is comfortable. Shan Li raised her head and her neck pulled out a leisurely arc with a shallow layer of water droplets on it. When the light shone on it, it was hazy and even her neck had a more magnificent feeling. Fu Zhuang's massage technique is extremely good. Shan Li closed her eyes and enjoyed it quietly. She patted her right shoulder. This. Fu Zhuang immediately rubbed her right shoulder. After a while, she patted her left shoulder again and Fu Zhuang massaged her left shoulder again. Fu Zhuang didn't bother her today. He just massaged her until the end. After leaving the hot spring club, they went to a nearby Western restaurant and ordered steak and salad that Shan Li liked. Fu Zhuang insisted on feeding her. Shan Li blushed and opened her mouth. Fu Zhuang fed her and then took a tissue to her lips and asked casually, do we want to hold our wedding in Beicheng or abroad? 然后 Shan Li thought about it, in Beicheng. Fu Zhuang, okay, I'll listen to you. Is there anything special you want? Fu Zhuang handed her the juice. No, Shan Li reached out to take it and took a sip, saying, just take your pick. What about the wedding dress? Do you want to order it abroad? Go abroad. It's too troublesome. Shan Li doesn't want to be separated from the baby. I'm not picky. Just do whatever you want. As Fu Zhuang guessed, Shan Li was not as fussy as other women in this regard, but she was not fussy and he wanted to give her the best. Then I decided. Okay, you decide, I believe you. After coming out of the restaurant, Fu Zhuang held Shan Li's hand and walked for a long time, saying it was a walk. Shan Li hadn't walked like this for a long time and she was in a particularly good mood. She said to everything she saw, it's so beautiful. She pointed at the flowers, the trees, the river and finally the castle in the distance. It was so beautiful there. Fu Zhuang stared at her and asked, do you like it? Yes. The castle is the dream house of all girls. She raised her lips and smiled, and it was pink. Fu Zhuang held her hand, a smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he said softly, I like it. Shan Li didn't listen carefully and followed Fu Zhuang down the stairs. On the way back, she was still sighing that the house was so beautiful. Fu Zhuang stared at her without blinking, his Adam's apple rolled, and he liked to give it to you. Shan Li thought he was joking. 那个 Rather than calling it a house, it would be more appropriate to call it a castle. With the current housing prices in North City, the castle would cost at least 100 million yuan. She shook her head and said, forget it, it's too expensive. Fu Zhuang did not respond this time. He held her hand and kissed it on his lips, then pinched her ring finger and played with it. Shan Li did not doubt him and took the initiative to reach out for him to hold. Fu Zhuang, why haven't I seen you wearing a ring recently? Shan Li pursed her lips. After giving birth to the baby, my bones are not as slender as before and some of them can't fit. I will buy you a new one later. Okay, she didn't think that what he called new was a 30-carat diamond ring. 那个 baby was having fun in the old house. After seeing Shanli, he chatted with her and told her a lot of interesting things, and also told her a secret. Shanli, what? Mom didn't hear clearly. Baby leaned forward again and whispered, Mom, I remembered it. Shanli was surprised. What did you remember? Did Dad carry you out of the bedroom last night? Baby asked with blinking eyes. Shanli coughed lightly. How do you know? I saw it. Baby pouted and said that is too much, always snatching Mom from me. Shanli wanted to explain and Baby said again, did Dad carry Mom to find sister? Forget it, for my sister's sake, I forgive my father. But next time you go to see my sister, don't close the door and let the baby in too. Chapter 58. It rained for several days in a row in the North City after the beginning of autumn and the temperature dropped a lot. The baby started to have a cold yesterday and it didn't get better today but got worse. Shanli was very worried when she saw this, and after breakfast she took the baby to the hospital with Fu Zhuang. Fu Ying was waiting in the hall and when she saw them coming, she stepped forward, touched the baby's head, frowned and said, I have a little fever. Shanli, do you need any examination? I'll take you to the pediatric area first. The baby is usually lively and can't stop for a moment, but today the baby shrank in Fu Zhuang's arms listlessly. His face was red. His eyes were dull and it was distressing to look at him. Fu Ying touched the baby's little face and then said softly, Baby, don't be afraid, Auntie will take you to fight monsters. The baby forced a smile and said, Okay, I will fight monsters with my aunt. The baby is an obedient little baby. When he arrived at the clinic, he answered whatever the doctor asked. When he went for the examination, he took off his coat and shoes when he was asked. When the throat was examined, he actively stuck out his tongue. The doctors all praised him for being so well behaved. The baby politely replied, Thank you. Shanli saw that he was a little unsteady on his feet, so she held him in her arms and asked the doctor, How is the child? After looking at the test results, the doctor said, It's a viral infection. I need an for drip. Then please write a prescription. Shanli put her face against the baby's forehead. It was much hotter than before. Baby, are you okay? The baby nodded listlessly. Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. When the injection was given, the other children cried breathlessly, but the baby handed over his little hand obediently. Sister nurse, can you be gentle? The nurse smiled and said, Okay, sister, be gentle. Shanli was worried that he was afraid of pain, so she covered his eyes with her hands. The baby looked up and said, Mom, baby is not afraid. Auntie said that this is to fight monsters. Baby must fight the monsters away. Shanli nodded, Okay, fight the monsters away. Fu Ying also praised, Baby is great. The final drip lasted for 4 hours, and the baby did not cry or make a fuss the whole time. After playing with building blocks, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he was already in the car. Mom, where are we going? He asked. To Grandma's house. Shanli touched his head, which was no longer hot, and handed him a cup of water. Baby, drink water. The baby opened his mouth and took a big sip through the straw. Do you want to go to Grandma's house for dinner? Well, Shanli held the baby in her arms. Grandpa and Grandma miss you. Mom will take you to see Grandpa and Grandma. The baby also misses Grandpa and Grandma. The baby looked up and found that Fu Zhuang was not in the car. Where is Dad? Dad has something to do at the company, so he went to deal with it. Shanli said, Can Mom accompany you? Okay, baby likes playing with his mother the most. He nestles in Shanli's arms and acts like a spoiled child. Mom, my hands are numb. Shanli pinches his hands. After a moment, he says, My feet are numb too. Shanley pinches his feet again. Mom, you are so nice. Baby says sweetly, baby loves you so much. This little guy never forgets to coax people even when he is sick. Shanley scratches the tip of his little nose and pinches his little face. What does he want with such a sweet mouth? Baby smiles and says, I want to eat candy. It's so bitter inside the mouth, baby wants to eat candy. Eating candy will damage your teeth, Shanley said. It will be very painful if your teeth are damaged. But baby still wants to eat candy. Baby sticks out his thumb. Can you just eat one? Shanley smiles dotingly and says, okay, just eat one. Well, just one. Baby says with curved eyebrows. Shanley takes out a candy for him like a magic trick and opens his mouth. Baby opens his mouth obediently. Shanley puts him in his mouth and baby says after a while, it's so sweet. After a while, he said again, it's so sweet. Until entering the old house, he was still saying, it's so sweet. When Food's mother heard that the baby was sick, her heart was broken. She went out before they entered the house and hugged the baby. Grandma's good grandson, Grandma is so distressed. Let Grandma see, where are you uncomfortable? Food's mother held the baby's face and looked left and right. Hey, you are a sinner. The baby said, Grandma, I'm fine. I have driven the monster away. Food's mother still felt distressed. Is there any discomfort in other places? Does it hurt? No. The baby shook his head and said, I don't hurt anywhere. After he finished speaking, he raised his arm. Yes, his hand still hurts. Food's mother held the baby's hand. Why does his hand hurt? Shanley explained, the drip was on the back of his hand. Food's mother lowered her eyes to see that there was a bruise the size of a fingernail on the baby's tender little hand. This time her heart hurt even more. Grandma blew it for you. Food's father knew that the baby was coming and came out. He looked at the baby and asked, do you have a fever? How are you now? Do you want to go abroad to see? I am not assured about the hospitals in China. I think it is better to go abroad. Dad, no need to go abroad. Shanley interrupted Mr. Fu, the baby is fine after the drip. And my cousin will come to see the baby later. The baby raised his chin and said that Grandpa does not need to go abroad. The doctors in my aunt's hospital are very good. The baby is fine. Mr. Fu is still worried. If he feels uncomfortable again tomorrow, he will have to go abroad. Shanley smiled and said, okay. The baby held his grandfather with his left hand and his grandmother with his right hand and said to Shanley, Mom, didn't you just say on the phone that you have work to deal with? Go quickly. I can just play with Grandpa and Grandma. Shanley hesitated and said, can you? Of course I can. The baby said, Mom, you go to work, don't worry about me. Mr. Fu said, we are here. You go to work. Shanley pursed her lips and said, I will be back soon. No hurry, said Miss Sass. Fu, don't worry about the baby, leave it to us. Shanley curled her lips and said, Dad, Mom, thank you. Fu's mother couldn't stand it anymore. Her eyes were red. She said, thank you for everything, we are all family. Bao Bao also imitated Fu's mother and said, yes, no need to thank, we are all family. After that, several people left at the same time. Baby's fever seemed to be just yesterday, but it was already the end of the month. It has rained intermittently in the North City this month, and the temperature has dropped sharply. Shanley was also infected and had a cold for a few days, but it just happened to be fine in the past 2 days. Fu Zhuang has been very busy recently and is always out of sight. Shanley always fails to reply to his messages in time. When asked what he was busy with, he didn't tell her and was mysterious, which made people feel uneasy. Shanley told her doubts to Aike and Zhou Ai. Ike said, I don't see anything wrong with Mr. Fu. Joey also said, Fu Zhuang loves you so much, he shouldn't do anything to let you down. Shanli also knew that Fu Zhuang would not do anything out of line, but she was just curious about what he was busy with. Ike said, in addition to his slow response to answering the phone recently, are there any other abnormalities? What does it mean? Shanli didn't quite understand. Is there any strange behavior? Ike said, such as staring at the phone all the time or hiding something. Staring at the phone. No. Hiding something. Shanli was about to say no, but suddenly stopped, raising her eyebrows as if, yes. What? Joe asked. There is a cabinet in his study that is always locked and no one is allowed to touch it. I asked him several times what was in it, but he didn't say. Shanli asked several times, but Fu Zhuang changed the subject vaguely. You haven't opened it secretly. The key is with him. That's it. Ike said there must be a problem. What should I do? Shanli asked. Find a way to open it and see. Ike suggested stealing the key. Oh, not good. Your husband is doing bad things behind your back and you still care. Do you really want to be kept in the dark? Shanli shook her head and didn't want to. So, Ike said, listen to me, open it and see what's in it, so you can talk to him. Shanli was hesitant. She wanted to know what was in it, but she didn't dare to know. Fu Zhuang was too good to her, and she was afraid to see what she didn't want to see. But Ike was right. People can't deceive themselves. If he really didn't love her anymore, her pestering him would be the biggest harm to both of them. After tossing and turning for several nights, Shanli finally made up her mind. She wanted to see what was hidden in the cabinet. During dinner, she asked indirectly, are you going out in a while? Yeah. Fu Zhuang said, Song Kai has something urgent to talk to me, I'll go see what's wrong. Song Kai is your childhood friend, you have to go if he has something to do. Shanli handed him the bowl of soup, then you should eat and go quickly. Fu Zhuang looked at her sideways. Shanli touched her face. What's wrong? You seem to be in a hurry for me to go out. Fu Zhuang asked. No, Shanli coughed lightly. I just think, Song Kai is so anxious. What if it's something important? It will be bad if it's delayed. You really don't have anything else to hide from me. Fu Zhuang put down the soup bowl and held Shanli's hand. Lily, look at me. Shanli raised her eyes, met his eyes, swallowed her saliva, and said, Zhenzhen has nothing to hide from you. Fu Zhuang's Adam's apple rose slightly and said, do you have anything to ask me? Ask you. What? What do you want to know? Fu Zhuang pinched her fingers and said, no matter what it is, as long as you ask me, I will tell you. Is there anything? No. Shanli's eyes flickered and said, I have nothing to ask you. Really? Really not? Fu Zhuang withdrew his hand, took the tissue and wiped the corners of his lips, and said, then you eat, I'll leave first. Shanli nodded, okay. Fu Zhuang got up and left, and stopped after walking a few steps. Don't you want to say anything else? What do you think? Shanli reacted and reminded him, come back early. Fu Zhuang straightened his cuffs, hummed lightly, and then asked, do you want to bring strawberries? Bring. In the past, Shanli would always say she would bring it, but it would be weird if she said no tonight. I want to eat freshly picked ones. Okay, I'll go pick them for you. Fu Zhuang walked out after saying that. Shanli waited for his figure to disappear into the night before putting down her chopsticks and going upstairs. It was her first time doing such a thing, so she inevitably felt guilty. Shanli walked carefully, looking back as she walked, for fear that Aunt Wen would suddenly come up. Fortunately, Aunt Wen did not come up and stood at the door. She took a long breath and pushed open the door of the study. The light in the study was on, the computer was turned on, and the most important thing was that the cabinet was also open. Shanley thought to herself, "It's not locked." She walked over suspiciously and took a look inside through the gap. It was dark and she couldn't see anything clearly. After hesitating for a few seconds, she simply opened the cabinet door. What appeared in front of her was a glass bottle the size that could be hugged with two hands, and there were many small stars in the glass bottle. There were also slips of paper mixed in. The slips were colored pink, blue, yellow, and all the same width, thickness, and the kind of paper used to fold stars that were often sold in the convenience store at school. When she was in school, all the girls in the class folded stars for a while and gave them to the people they liked. Shanley didn't have anyone she liked, but she folded some too. She also bought a lot of origami to keep for later use. There were too many folded stars, so she later bought a glass bottle to put the stars in. They called the glass bottle a wishing bottle. 然后 everyone else's wishing bottles were given away, except Shanley's, which had been kept in a drawer at home until that year when she went to visit her grandmother in the countryside and somehow took the wishing bottle with her. She put it in her bag every day and carried it with her wherever she went. She remembered that at dusk that day, she saw a boy by the village river. The boy was wearing a white sweatshirt and sweatpants, and his clothes looked very expensive. But unlike the feeling given by his clothes, he looked very melancholy and his eyes were very indifferent, as if he was ready to say goodbye to this world at any time. Some time ago, someone committed suicide by jumping into the river. Shanley hurried over to the boy because she was afraid that he would be upset. She was usually quite introverted, but that day she had the courage to greet him and said a lot of things. She also told him a lot of interesting stories. He didn't laugh, but she laughed all the time. As he laughed, the boy started to speak. It might be the first time he told someone about his feelings. He spoke very slowly, with sarcasm in his words, and he felt very broken, as if he would disappear in the next second. In fact, it was not a big deal, but his beloved cat was thrown out. When Shanley heard him say this, she empathized with him. 然后 it was just being thrown out, which showed that it was not the first time his family had done this to him. She listened quietly, without persuading him or expressing her own opinions, but just handed him a tissue when his tears flowed down his eyes. At first, the boy did not take the tissue. He glanced at her and looked away. It was her stubbornness that made him change his mind. Her hands were shaking, but she still didn't take them back. The boy's eyes moved over again, and after thinking for a few seconds, he took the tissue. 然后 at that moment, Shanley had a wonderful feeling, as if she had walked into the boy's world. Afterwards, she told the boy about her experience, with a smile on her face. She told the boy that no one cares about us, we should care about ourselves more, we don't live for others, but for ourselves. After the words fell, she saw recognition in the boy's eyes. Later, they met several times, each time by the river. Shanley usually didn't dare to go to the river by herself. She was afraid, but with the boy there, she was not afraid. She didn't ask him what his name was, and he didn't ask her name. She called him Big Brother. That year, she was in the 5th grade of elementary school. Those were the few happy times in Shanley's childhood. They caught butterflies in the fields and played in the river. They did a lot of interesting things together, all of which they had never done before. The separation came very suddenly. When she knew it, he had already got on the car. She ran after the car for a long distance. The car stopped and he got off. She ran over, gave him the wishing bottle, and said to him with red eyes, "Big brother, have a good trip." The person who picked him up urged again, and he asked, "What's your name?" Before Shanley could say anything, when Wang's voice came from behind, getting closer and closer. She subconsciously turned around and ran back. When she stopped and looked back, he had already got on the car. She said to the car, "My name is Shanli." Shanli was not sure if he heard it, maybe he didn't. Sinking back, Shanli took out the wishing bottle, opened the bottle cap with trembling hands, took out the note inside, slowly opened it. And the words on it were still there, which were her blessings. Everything goes well, happy every day. Smile. Don't get sick. Next time you come, let's go fishing in the river. Shanli looked at the familiar handwriting and her heart beat wildly. This was her wishing bottle, the one she gave to her big brother that year. Could it be? He is that big brother. Shanli turned around and ran out with the wishing bottle in her arms. Mist filled her eyes, and she remembered many past events. The night he left, she cried for a long time in the quilt, regretting why she didn't ask him what his name was. How would she find him in the future? She also regretted not being able to tell him her name in person. If she knew her name, they would always meet in the future and would always be able to recognize her. She regretted even more that she did not leave any contact information. Later, she tried to find everything about him, but in the end, she found that there was nothing. It was as if he did not exist at all. She did not have anything about him at hand. She could only hope to meet again next year. During the summer vacation of the second year, her grandmother was in poor health and stayed in the hospital for a month. She could not go back to her hometown. In the third year, she did not go back because of other things. For many years afterwards, she could not go back, so she did not know whether he had come back to find her. The memories continued. 然后 She remembered that when she came to work at Food Group, she seemed to have not submitted her resume at all. At that time, she saw that her qualifications were too shallow. A large company like Food Group would not want an employee like her, so she did not even try. So, when she received a call to work, she was confused. 这个 later, the other party called the wrong number. After confirming it again and again, she finally believed it. Then, 2 months after working, she jumped from the bottom to the 60th floor. Her colleagues praised her for her good luck, but she was only nervous. On the one hand, she yearned for a higher place, and on the other hand, she didn't think she was competent. Especially with those terrible rumors, she always felt that she would die miserably in the end. The expected twists and turns did not come. After she arrived at the 60th floor, everything went smoothly. Everyone got along very well and took good care of her. The work assigned to her by Wenxiang was also easy to get started. She also found that the snacks prepared in the tea room were all her favorites and consistent with her taste. Aike also quietly told her that she heard that it was President Fu who asked Wenxiang to prepare them. She asked in surprise, does President Fu still ask about such a small matter? She remembered that Aike shrugged and said, the boss's mind is not easy to guess, who knows what he is thinking. It was hard to guess at that time, but now it can be explained very well. Fu Zhuang did all this for her. Shanli's steps downstairs were very messy and she almost fell several times. After she stabilized herself, she continued to run downstairs. Aunt Wen saw that she was running in a hurry and asked, "What's wrong with Madam?" Shanli ignored her and went straight out the door. The Bentley car was no longer in the courtyard. Fu Zhuang had just left in the car. She stared at the direction of the door and went down the steps. She walked quickly and just walked to the center. With a snap, the lights in the courtyard became brighter. The blazing white light poured down, and she saw the familiar figure in the swaying shadows of the trees. Fu Zhuang walked slowly over in a white suit. He was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. And I don't know when the surroundings were filled with pink roses. The wind messed up Shanli's hair, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Fu Zhuang stared at her, his eyes were gentle as if he was looking at the sea. 那个 something lit up in the east. It was a frame of photos recording her growth from childhood to adulthood. There was also the river that year and the wishing bottle. It was really him. He was the big brother back then. The big brother who made her cry for a long time. Shanli's tears burst out, and she raised her hand to cover her lips to prevent herself from making any sound. Fu Zhuang walked over on the light and shadow, slowly saying what she had said in the past. You said, as long as there is light in your heart, life will be bright. You said, where the sun is, you are there, and I can find you. I'm here to find you. Fu Zhuang stood in front of Shanli, knelt on one knee, raised the ring. Lily, marry me. Shanli cried with joy and said with trembling lips, is it really you? It's me, Fu Zhuang said. I'm sorry I came to find you so late. No one knows how hard Fu Zhuang tried to find her. He went to the countryside once a year and returned disappointed every time. He had been looking for her for 10 years. The surprise came too suddenly. Shanli could no longer make a sound. Tears flowed into her mouth, and she tasted not bitter but sweet. Lily, marry me, Fu Zhuang said. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the silence. Marry him, marry him, marry him, marry him. Shanli looked up and saw Ai Ke, Zhou Ai, Song Kai, Liang Chen, Zhou Zheng, and Bao Bao. Bao Bao said loudly, Mom, promise Dad. Marry him, marry him. Ai Ke said, Shanli, marry me. Shanli stretched out her hand. Fu Zhuang took her hand and slowly put the ring on it. The next second, fireworks lit up above her head and cheers came again. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Fu Zhuang stood up, put the rose in Shanli's hand, held her cheek and kissed her. Bao Bao was watching with relish, and suddenly a hand blocked his eyes. He tried to pull it away and heard Ai Ke say, children can't watch. Bao Bao said, why? Ai Ke, because you are a child. Bao Bao, I'm grown up. Ai Ke, I'm still a baby who sleeps with my mother. How can I grow up? Bao Bao, I won't sleep with my mother in the future. Ai Ke, you said don't break your promise. Bao Bao, a man shall keep his word. 然后 Ai Ke let go of her hand, and Fu Zhuang walked in holding Shanli's hand. The others wanted to follow, but Ai Ke stopped them. Okay, you guys, we're done, you can go. Bao Bao tilted her head to look, but was pulled back by Ai Ke. Come on, godmother will take you to eat delicious food. I want to be with my mother. Your mother is very busy tonight. So will godmother sleep with me? You just said that you can sleep by yourself. I just didn't say that. Bao Bao denied it, and I just didn't say it. Ai Ke went to tickle him. Little liar, I just said it. Bao Bao ran forward. Godmother won't sleep with me. I'll go find godfather. In the study, Shanli poured out the stars, and when she opened them, there were words on the stars, all of which were blessings. She snuggled in Fu Zhuang's arms and asked, when did you know it was mine? Fu Zhuang hugged her lightly, his chin on her shoulder. When I went to your university to give a speech, I happened to meet your mentor. He mentioned you by accident and showed me your photo. Did you recognize me from the photo? Shanli tilted her head and asked. No, Fu Zhuang said. He gave me a copy of your information and I saw the address you filled in. It was that small town. He asked, why did you leave the address of the small town? Not your parent shown. At that time, I had some disagreements with my family because of some things. Shanli said that she didn't want to send the things back there, so the ones she kept were from the small town. Wait, so you recognized me now? Not only that, there are other things, too. Fu Zhuang didn't want to go to that speech at first, but later he was extremely glad that he went. Thank you. Shanli turned around, faced him and said, I've been looking for me. Fu Zhuang put his arm around her waist, lifted her chin with his index finger. Lily, I love you.